Hello and welcome back to Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. I'm Luce, and, well, if you're looking at the part number, and when you're watching this live, you might be wondering where part 23 came. That's because I've separated the Lord of Nothing DLC ending and the part I played after that. And then I started to realize a problem that I wrote down that I was needed to do before leaving on the fight in the caves. So I'm gonna be level with you. I had to completely redo the ending of the last stream off stream in order to pick something up because I can just go in game and show you. Now, as you notice, I actually leveled. Now, in the last stream, I was a stone's throw away from level 18, so I think that was gonna happen no matter what. But the big thing is, I missed something important last time. Key to the last threshold. Lexicon of Paradox Part 2. And many mortal researchers have ventured in their own scientific curiosity in the phenomenon that's a world wound, noting that it appears to have a life of its own. Strange natural phenomena spontaneously arousing ruptures, unique vegetation and living creatures found in neither Galaran nor the Abyss. Everything's constantly in flux, appearing and disappearing at unpredictable intervals. Through this movement alteration, if not through its order, we can detect logical functioning organs of a living being. The truth is that indeed the world wound possesses a semblance of life, and its very structure presupposes connection to a living soul. This line of reasoning sometimes leads me to unscientific implications. Namely, if the creation of such an essence is a reflection of the Creator, what can we say is a reflection? Can we see the world wound as a reflection of my soul? The world was created and then improved. At the same time, a being of duality was cobbled together from the abyss and mortal soul. Naturally, this requires an essence taken from a creature with a strength comparable to that of an ethereal or abyssal lord, but there's ways to circumvent this. In particular, through the use of Nahedrian Crystal's rare power. This section I prefer being the key, an instrument. The affliction is indeed fatal. The duality grants amazing powers and primes the soul owner for transformation. The duality is also killing the soul's owner. This is a problem I've yet to solve. Yeah, I wrote something down to grab this, but I guess I was so caught up in the DLC story I forgot to do so, so I had to redo it. But rest assured, I still got everything, like, yeah, fresh Nahedrian Crystal from the solidified bite of a demon lord. It shines brightly, ready to unleash its power on the world. Wait, why does this have the word fresh in it? Hold on. Bound of possibility. When an angel wears this cloak, the sword of heaven. Yeah, there's no word fresh in here. Now, cooking, I can understand why those would be fresh, but whatever. Learn something new from this book. It's time to go back and finally begin the next chapter. And I do like that I was able to think of a There and Back Again title from The Hobbit. Like all.
The commander found herself in a Lashanira, the very heart of enemy territory. Much to her credit, she managed not only to pique the interest of the Lady in Shadow, but to defeat Baphomet himself. But after these adventures, does she still remember Galarian and wonder about its fate?
All the time. That's why we asked the queen about how she was doing and how everything else was. Weird, strange story. I guess storyteller did hint that things weren't necessarily going particularly well, so that's a bit annoying. Since the cap is 20, embraced by the abyss. Oh right, Sela. Good day. End game. Military campaigns at a chess match. Capture all regions, develop all aspects of the crusade. See things unfold. Hold up there, War Chief, we need to talk. As I've heard. Before we return to the mortal world, you owe me an explanation. An explanation for what exactly? You know what? Don't play the fool with me. What's this come to? You got a whole army following you. Not in the forest to pick mushrooms. No, to war with Oaklands. Our band's matched. Walked through fire with you. Come to the magic hand. And now it turns out you're being too in cahoots. If it wasn't bad enough, who do you run to at our jaws of a fiend? Band walked through fire for you to come into the magic land, right into the jaws of the fiend queen. Now it looks like you two have been in cahoots this whole time, and if it wasn't bad enough, who do you run into at our court? A Rielu bloody Vorlesh. He spits on the crowd. And with that nasty little smirk on her face, German tells you we've been dancing to her tune this whole time. She got our whole crusade wrapped up in the new war chief for her creation, tip to toe like a puppet on strings. And all that power of yours that she passed to me. He curls his hand through his chest as if tearing about, are nothing but a foul and sorcery. I trust you, I called you war chief. And now this whole campaign. Emma was twisted? I didn't know anything either. Really just tricked all of us. It's one thing for the rest of us to trick, but you're the war chief. You should shoulder a different burden. When you take responsibility, for others' lives, you lose the right to wring your hands and go, alas, I didn't know. Alas, I was hoodwinked. It's your duty to know. I think I know why I woke up and in stone. I must have been swelled with a stench of Aurelu's dark magic. Maybe better if I mauled you that then? Answer me this. How am I supposed to trust you? How can I fight when we turn out to be plaything? Decide I can't. No, this is the end of the road for us. I can't go war chief. This is the part. Oh. If you decide to go, I can't force you. I'll have to win the war without you. You're planning to push on then. You still believe you can win? I wish I could believe that too. Look me in the eye and tell me, how are you planning to continue this crusade? Now that we know the cursed witch's schemes, why should I or any of the warriors follow you a step further, or faith of your victory? Yeah. Ryu's given me the power to destroy. I'll annihilate with their own weapon. Sorry, I don't trust. I'm not gonna justify myself. If any crusader doesn't trust me, they can go, but I have faith in my soldiers. I know most of them will follow me to the end. Alright, so our best bet here is either to... Actually might want to reload just to see all the different ways this can go. What? Army's building trust. I'm not gonna justify myself. Any crusader doesn't trust me, they can go, but I have faith and I know most of them will follow me to the end. I've led you to victory after another. Aurelu's given the power to destroy. I'll annihilate with my weapon. He's not gonna like this one because he's very superstitious. I've led you one victory after another. Yes, should dealt a heavy blow, but under my leadership we've suffered worse and survived. Alright, we'll go with the built on trust. I have faith in my soldiers. I know most of them will follow me to the end. He gives you a long hard stare, doesn't look away. Last says, I will trust you. Forgive me for what I said, War Chief. Face, spells, and sorcery began, but I'll be behind you to the very end. I kinda want to see more of that, yeah. I imagine it's pretty easy to convince him. I mean, they're not going to make a DLC character that easily leave you, but... I'll calm down. Oh, I'm calm, alright. Calmer than a turtle snoozing in the sunshine. I'm not even gonna rip your head off. The gods know I've got a damn strong urge to. What's this come to? We got a whole... That's right, you trusted me, and I haven't failed you before, and I won't do it now. Now, those words worthy of a war chief. Question is, can you back him up with action, or is it just hot air? Look me in the eye and tell me how you're planning to coast crusade. I've led you one victory. Yes, settle blow. I was over 5. Another person will be left reeling by this news, but not you. Not thus forward. I trust you. Forgive me for what I said. Interesting. There's a neat number of ways I can go with it. I don't mind. And I don't mind Isel being a bit out of their depth by taking on this leadership role here. Okay, we're not quite literally not built for this, but they've found themselves in this role and need to do so. Alright, everyone's got mythic powers now. Unrelenting Assault. What does this do? What does it say by use? The second half lies with the commander. Many mortal researchers have ventured in the scientific curiosity, the world wound. The secrets of the architect laid bare, all the remains to absorb them, make them theirs, grasp true meaning. The letters by the hand of a Relu appear to have a life on their own. Moments in attention disperse. Changing shape and move towards a page. They'll plain leap off, focus the text. The attention focuses on a couple words that only have seen just swap pages. The words freeze, though they never moved at all. By the corner, the commander sees several words begin discreet leapfrog. Alright, so I can't use it yet is what I'm getting out of this. Oh yeah, I should also take this time to get everyone's new mythic powers here. Greater abundant casting, always nice. Just more spells for the spellcasters are always nice. Greater enduring spells. What do you choose the mythic pack? Any means necessary. Hell Knight attacks are treated as good aligned for the purposes of overcoming damage reduction. Greater enduring spells. Any spells that last longer than 5 minutes but shorter than 24 hours is now 24 hours. Last stand on a wizard is not a bad option, honestly. It's basically just a stronger die hard, which is always good. Level 18. Mercy, paralysis. Pain, zeal damage also removes paralysis. Alright, some of these are 16 because they weren't with me for long. Woljif needs 2 levels here. I'm gonna say it's been certainly a lot of interesting playing as Isel versus when I was playing as Luce for the Kingmaker playthrough. Luce had basically no good skill checks, but was very good in combat, but I had to rely on the other skill checks. Isel's pretty much the opposite. Anytime I have to rely on myself and I'm not allowed to use party members, I can usually get something out because I've got a good amount of skill checks mastered. But the combat, well, I think the main thing that made Luce easier to use is that Magus gets Phantom Blade, which allows you to make your melee attack strike touch AC instead of regular, and that in this game would have been absolutely massive. Sickening critical. Spell magic greater. Eye bite. Each round targets waves of power, successful save, free effects. And of course the next one. Chain lightning and disintegrate. 17. Slayer's advance. Blind fight. Always nice. Slayer's advance. The 13th, increase the number of movement speed by 30, and movements do not protect. You can use this twice per day. Sneak attack and Slayer's talents. Dispelling attack. When an opponent dealt sneak attack damage by a character with this ability is targeted. Removed. The caster level is equal to the character's level. That's pretty good, actually, for stripping enemies' buffs away. Let's get Ember going here. Skill, focus, persuasion. I guess that would be accurate. Heal is always quite nice. Polar Midnight. Plunge an area to a brutal chill of Arctic night. All creatures take cold damage and dexterity. Negates the dexterity damage, but not the cold damage. Storm bolts. When you cast a spell, lightning comes forth from your body in all directions. Creatures in the area take electricity damage. Stigmatized Witch. Lay to rest. That's a hex that targets a single undead creature As of undeath to death. Will save negates. Whether or not the save is successful, you cannot use a hex again for a day. Cure critical wounds, mass. Superior summoning. When you cast a summoning, add 1 to the total number. Yeah, we're starting to reach the end game here. Let's see what our buddy Regil gets. Back to Armiger. Double slice. Bonus combat feat. Greater weapon focus. The gnome hooked hammer. Alright, I got a new gnome hooked hammer for him. Crushing burden. That's a really good one, actually. That's a powerful upgrade. He'll really appreciate it, I'd wager. Spell nullify. Beacon of Carnage. Full plate. Mithril full plate. Mystic Grace. Land time. Iron Will. Key power. Diamond Body. The monk gains immunity to all poisons. Combat ability. Dodge the armor classic and stacks of opportunity. Scroll Savant. What spells does she pick? Weird. Yeah, from my understanding, this is basically her ultimate. This spell functions like a Phantasmal Killer, except it can affect more than one creature. Only the affected creatures see the phantasmal creatures attacking them, though you can see the attackers as shadowy shapes. Fortitude succeeds. It still takes damage and is stunned. The subject also takes strength damage. Oh, wow. Things are about to get weird. Stone Skin Commute. Break Enchantment. Racking Red. Acidic Spray. Chin. Espionage Expert. Toughness. Use magic device. Heal mass. Oh, that's not recommended. He's getting it despite it not being recommended. Interesting. I'm guessing it's because he gets it through his oracle of his powers. Now for Isel's level. Teamwork feat. Jason to an ally. Allied spellcaster. Adjacent to receive concentration and checks may overcome spell resistance. Precise strike. The melee attack. Now for a level 6 spell. Full strike is death to death. True seeing communal. Fester mass. Circle of Death. Snuffs out loading force. Spell slays or living creatures per caster level. Those who are closest to the burst point are affected first. All creatures tonight are slain outright. Others take 100 damage. Blasphemy, Blade Barrier, Blessing of Luck and Resolve, Mass. I already have most of these due to the Angel spellbook. Death to Death, Umbral Strike. Half this damage is cold damage and half is negative energy. Holy Word, Evocation. Good, Sonic. A non-good suffers the following stuff. No, that's not really going to do anything. Caster level -10. We don't get enough trash mobs for that. Arbitrament. Anything not neutral suffer. HDs up to caster level minus... Dagger and Sickened. And basically everything here is above our level, so this doesn't actually do anything for us. Blasphemy. Evil. Sonic. Inspire and Recovery. Litany of Madness. Target is confused. The DC of the spell next round. Against the confused effect next round after receiving the effect. Never round after that. If fails save, it continues. Arbitrament. Kill a creature. Target. This can bring back to life party members. Inspiring Recovery. Creatures killed by death effects cannot be revived with this spell. Spells function as faster, but affects multiple foes. Will partial. Will save reduces or eliminates. Falls to the ground, believing divine presence. Creature is considered to be overwhelming present. Target creature in range. Your presence inspires awe. Creature will negates though. It makes the initial save is merely staggered. Death to Death. Snuff of the Light Force, killing him instantly. A spell slays dead. Will negates. They usually have bad word. They usually have bad will saves though. True Seeing. Communal. Allies 30 feet are affected by True Seeing. Overwhelming presence. This is lore accurate, so even though this doesn't do much, I'd like to... It's not going to do much, I'd like to have it. Where's the Bard's Black Arrow here? I think it's just usually called the Black Arrow in The Hobbit, but I've seen it called Bard's Black Arrow, and I'm guessing that's because, to specify it a bit better. Fave spells and Trixie Bedamel will be behind you to the very end. You're extremely... Nenio gives you a vague look and stays silent. You seem extremely quiet. I'm just busy, and not busy at the same time. I feel like I have to do something, but I don't know what. Feels like I've forgotten something. It's an odd sensation. You two are here. Shall we be silent together? Do you like silence? I used to talk a lot before, and all of it was a lie. My words ruined so much. I like silence a lot more now. We're back in Galaran. Will Desna keep you safe now? No, her gift did not come back. She's not going to rescue me from danger anymore, but I'm not afraid. I'm no longer alone. I have allies who won't let me die. I have friends now. The shadow called Venomous Butterfly. I poisoned him. My lies are capricious. No, let's talk about something else. I'm sorry, I don't want to remember who I used to be and what I used to do. See. So she can't die because it's a case of you need to determine what her future will be after all. Jorgus. This is my first time on another plane. I feel like a stranger here, but I guess I feel like that everywhere. You're talking to Cthulhu, what can you say about her now? She was laughing so soundly, but you know, I think it's just that she couldn't cry. She has so many servants, but not a single friend. She has lovers, but no one to love. So much power, and she uses it all to hurt herself. I hope she can change her life. It'll be so sad now that she's alive like if I've noticed a shadow behind you. Yes, I saw them too. They come and go, but don't do anything bad, so I don't think they're scary. What an interesting discovery. She who was considered the chosen of the gods, who was destined to liberate the world, taught to be creation of the worldwind's architect. I did have my doubts about nature or power, but the reality exceeded every creation. The source of my power is relevant. I am who I am, and Aurilu cannot control me. Suppose you are right. If Aurilu or Nakatul had direct access to your consciousness or any other way to blackmail you, they would have acted by now. On one hand, I'm astonished they decided to grant such colossal power to an entity outside their control. On the other hand, that is peak demon behavior. One way or another, I consider myself warned that I will report a discovery to my superiors, and I'm now ready to answer. I will have to report a discovery to superiors in the Hell Knight hierarchy, and now I'm ready to answer questions. You know, maybe Regula has a good point. Maybe we shouldn't keep this a secret. It's after all, but then again, it's going to destroy morale. Well, the queen, at the very least, we should tell the queen about this and let her decide. We still need to address what's going on. Apparently, Nauticula has basically said that she's incompetent and wasn't able to figure anything out in our absence, which is a problem. We're gonna have to find a way to do this here. Thank you. Until next time. What brings you here? Galaran. I should probably save now just because we've gone through the difficulty of leveling everyone up. There shouldn't be any enemies left in here. Oh, magical barrier. I don't see any shopkeeps, so... Ah, yes. To Dresden. She's not able to get all of them. We're probably gonna need as much money as we can, so let's do it. The way back. Oh dear, we're gonna run into a fight right away, aren't we? It is what it is. Time to prepare. The noble. Is he stealing? Yeah, yeah. I have a feeling we want to follow him.
No reason to pause.
I'm guessing this is specifically to lead us to this particular exit. Is under siege? Right, I did set the difficulty back, right? It won't surprise. Yeah, I did. It won't surprise you, but when I did the
I will resist.
Abu Warrior. Smite Evil.
Into the fray. The inheritor, guide my blade.
Oh my. Bane time.
Prepare yourself.
Okay, good. The Merrill isn't getting a turn. Disintegrate this guy. Fails to overcome spell resistance. Fails to overcome spell resistance. Staggering critical. Chain lightning.
Take you. Desna, guide my hand.
Destroyed him.
You require my unbiased opinion?
Right, I forgot to put this all the way over here. Somewhere. I guess I can have it here. Right, I forgot to redo my hotbars. Is that Anivia? Hold it. State your names. A march will shoot you. The voice familiar. You don't even have to guess. Anivia, it's you. Commander. Visibly fights a desire to pull you into a hug. Ha, I bloody knew. I told him to come. I got some winnings to collect. I thought it was you the second I saw you. Why are you here? I'm on scout patrol, slaying demons that reach as far. It's kind of routine these days, but this ain't the place for conversation. We gotta move fast. We're on the bed. Do I get a share? I'll donate your share of the treasury if we survive. That stuff's going on right here, and right now, Commander, it's a long story. What happened while I was gone? Everything went to shit, to put it mildly. Let's get back to the base. I'll fill you in when we get there. Base? I thought Dresden was our base. Not anymore. These days we make do with what we got, and what we got is sod all. Let's talk to more suitable. Okay, but I got to warn you, the news ain't good. There you have it, Commander. Our temporary camp. It's embarrassing to have to show you how things turned out, but we gotta do something about it. You got nothing to be embarrassed about. You survived and you're still fighting. Thanks, pal. You always know how to cheer a girl up. What happened in Dresden while I was gone? Yeah, curiosity matters more than trying to be here. Anything else? Things were quiet at first, you know, as quiet as they were when you were here. I mean, the Queen took a hold of the reins, but she wasn't gonna go against her wishes, so she kind of left everything as it was. She told everyone to hold on, you'd be back soon. Things carried on for 6 months. I was gone for 6 months. Yeah, you're surprised? I'm no expert in demon stuff, but it hasn't been that long for you. There's definitely something fishy going on, a magical trap or something, right? So 6 months have passed. What happened? And next. So, listen, 6 months, that ain't nothing, you know? After a while, we realized you maybe weren't coming back. The Queen was real cut up. She was always praying to Iomade, asking for counsel. One time over to her, blaming herself for sending you there. But you know, Galfrey, she's laid lots of friends to rest in her life. If she called the crusade after every death, we'd have lost the demons a long time ago, right? That sounds just like my dear cousin. If we encounter her while she's amongst the living, maybe first to greet her open arms. Does she miss me? So Galfrey pulled herself and made a decision to push forward before the demons recover from their defeat, to go on one last attack where they thought of doing the same to us. You were declared dead, see? We did things properly, though. Threw you a big funeral feast and everything. Everyone was bawling their eyes out. Even Beth shed a tear. The Queen took the Sword of Valor, but she left the Ward Stone here, and a detachment of soldiers to guard it. She said anybody wanted to stay, but they should know one thing. You weren't coming back. Me and Beth wanted to leave at first. Then I started packing my stuff. But then I realized I couldn't. I kept thinking, you're my commander. We've been too much together. I kind of dumped all this on Beth, but she was thrilled. She said to me, read my mind, no one, you persuaded Galfrey to retain. No one has removed the commander from her post, technically, so we're still under her. We're not the only ones, you know? There's a whole gang of us, a ragtag crew, but we're all united. We're fighting for you, except less than a week after Galfrey left, the demons got us in a pincer. Olga on one side, the fat hog, and the other side, the bitch up Canabricious. There ain't many of us. Our blessed cleric from Canabras just took off recently. Heading to who knows where. Said he had a dream about some sort of gallant fella named Mustafa, and there was a waterfall. So the populace of Dresden's been evacuated. Yeah. The Queen's got many people as she could. Those who agreed to go, that is. Even dungeons were emptied for the prisoners evacuated. I did hear someone might have escaped. I didn't ask for details. That's not our problem anymore. Of course, they couldn't move the bodies of those poor people whose souls were stolen by the jeweler, whatever his name is. They've been sheltered. Arisino's been looking after them, and Sila's pals from the Houndhearts have been guarding this whole time. The demons attacked a few times and gave the knights a thrashing. Only Ellen was left standing, but none of the victims came to any harm. By Desmond, I hope their souls are found so this won't have been for nothing. Where are the Mongols? Why didn't they help you? Deserted, they did. I didn't see it coming, I admit. They were good people, strong. There were no signs anything was wrong, but one night they all just went up as one and left. The guards as the gate tried to stop them. Fat lot of good they did. The guards throws and vanished in the wound. No one knows what happened to them, but there's been rumors. Alright, we've covered recent history, but what's happening is right now. It's all hands on deck here. The One-Eyed Devil's squad is holding in the tavern. High Lord's in the dungeons. Storyteller and Erebeth are in your study in the Citadel. The old fella had some vision about you and the Queen. He took off running, saying he needed to touch her things to find out where she is. Erebeth went after him to make sure he comes back in one piece. The Calpin Silicon, remember him? Was given the boot by his superiors. He wasn't getting any along with them, and they tossed him out of the ear. Silicon, the captain of the Blackstone Company, elite mercenaries. Queen Galfrey paid the company to fight under your command. And ear, this guy walks right through the city, gates packed on his back, heading west like he's gonna stole. What happened? He didn't see eye to eye with his superiors. The higher-ups didn't like the way Silicon was assigning more and more soldiers, surveying the territory, leaving less for military actions. The captain had a dream of discovering a surviving village like Wintersun, and he got carried away. A couple knights showed up to strip him of his rank. He started yelling about how once again the nobility's neglecting the interests of the common folk. He said he was trying to carry out a rescue mission, because that's what he called it, while the top brass were only interested in glory for winning battles and the gold Godfrey put in their pockets. He was about to get thrown out on his ass, but Silicon beat him to it. He just disappeared. He left Dresden and went who knows where. A new captain was set up to replace him, but the Queen took him and his soldiers when she left. Where do you think he went? I can't tell you where, but I can definitely tell you the who. He's gone off searching for beloved Sarkorians. It's a damn shame we lost him, too. We could do with another decent officer around here. Bloody amateur archaeologist. He didn't deserve to be treated like that. He's a good man. You're right. I hope he's still alive. If you come across him, tell him to come back, will ya? Maybe his career isn't over yet. Where'd the Queen go? Has there been any word of her? She didn't say anything to those who were staying behind. In the case the demons got their claws on us, you know? They could force the information out of us. I don't know what the storyteller saw was a dream or vision, but he dashed towards the Citadel, said he was going to hold some of Gaffrey's things and find out where she was headed, because the commander would be back soon and be asking about it. That's the last I heard of him. He's been gone half the day. I've heard better news. What are we going to do then? Now that you're here, there's one thing left. We gotta win, but to do that, we gotta hit him with whatever we got. One and done. Here's what we do. You head for the Citadel and send everyone who's manning the outpost city back to me. I'll get a squad together, we'll meet up again, and sock it to him in one final punch. One more thing. Remember the Bell of Mercy, the relic you returned? You'll be walking right past it. Give it a good whack and make the demon's eyes pop out. At least give us a fighting chance. I've heard it's good at frying a scum of all kind. Alright, it's time to do my duty as a commander. Alright, because I was able to retain my title, they were able to pull a technicality. And don't worry about your pals in Fane. I'll get you in one piece. Step away from defeat. Alright, we've got a lot of stuff to do in this chapter. Statue of Yomade above the paraphernalia of the temple. I don't think there's any loot's gonna be valuable here. What I could actually use right now is a shop, honestly. Supplies here for a short rest. We might want to do that. Just because to restore everyone's spellbook. So let me just do everyone's magic while we're here. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Good. Arushale, blessing the Salmon. This might be decent enough support, although she's one of my main damage dealers. Summon Nature's Ally. Summoning allies might not be half bad, honestly. Maybe I should go for that instead. Yeah, we'll go with the summoning setup here. I do want to keep this one, though. Alright, her spells are, Angelic Aspect's probably the good one here. Stow Grace the Champion. Has no effective cast on a paladin. The target has to be lawful good. Holy Sword. Channel Holy Power. Angelic Aspect's probably fine. Right, let me go with the Angel spellbook here. Yeah, see, I could use this. Wall of Light, what's this? You create a Wall of Light which deals 6 damage at cast level for anyone going through it. Neutral creatures' ability to deal initial holy damage on the next attack. Good or neutral targets charges through the wall, instead deals holy damage on their next attack. Ward against weakness. 24 gain immunity, exhaustion, nauseated, ability for 10 minutes. Yes, please. Radiant Ground, Jolting Portent. Radiant Ground, Wall of Light. Round. Create an aura for a number of rounds. Caster. Each creature is healed for per 2 caster levels. Wall of Light. Him, ward against harm. They are sickened. Exhaustion. Sure. Eagle Soul. Surge of Power grants you the following benefits. Sacred bonus to AC of Force Strength. Rival Persuasion. Luck and Resolve. Mass. Holy Hymn. Inspiring Recovery. Bolt of Justice. But evil side. Blessing at one ally in close range. The effects of protection, ally, and displacement for 1 minute per caster level. Actually, this might not be a bad idea. A minute per level. Restoration. Blade of the Sun. 6. That's gonna be good, I think. Restoration greater. Why won't let me rest here? It let me a moment ago. It's over here then?
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Look, it's the commander.
Do not waver!
Make your
Death from above.
No glory without risk!
Oh, the Crusader didn't last at all. Yeah, Mariliths are a pain in the ass because
I will resist.
Into the fray! This will leave a bruise.
Now, Morma.
oh, it's a mythic, so it's coming back soon. Let's coup de grace since I've got a moment here. Target is now the required condition. Helpless, sleep, unconscious. Oh, it took a lot of damage coming back up, that's for certain. Destruction. 180. Phantasmal killer.
You call? Inimos, Clarice.
Na, ora. Esmo, axe, yes.
Quick run. It was your idiocy or cowardice that got you killed. Leave me alone, you miserable runt. Who's that? Ha, well met, your city's burning and you'll burn with it. Staunton is dead.
Prepare yourself.
Damn dwarf. You were useless in life and you decided to cause even more trouble and death. Destruction. Fails to overcome spell resistance.
The light, take you.
Desna, my hand.
Staunton Vane, finally my revenge. My downfall has been avenged. Now I can rest in peace. I thank you, Isel. Staunton, I never thought I'd see you again. Staring at the demon corpse. The dead night offers a soft moon. I had to get my revenge. No grave could keep me in its cold embrace. I rose and startled, roaming the city, quenching my insatiable thirst, the blood of my victims, guilty and innocent. I killed crusaders and demons. I was a wild beast out to take revenge. Realizing that's difficult. How'd you find Minago? By the stench from her lying rotten heart. The moment she set foot in Dresden's cobblestones, I could hear the sound of her footsteps echoing my soul. My craving for vengeance set me on trail. How'd you come back to life without a necromancer? My rage was too strong. It's chained me to my body. My raging spirit returned to this rotten flesh, making it whole walk again, reaping a bloody harvest. Mythic path. I've suffered far too long. I'm ready to accept your sentence. Coup de grace. You're relieved of your duty. Rest in peace. Requires angel path. Fill the suffering soul, the tormented crusader with light. Fill its soul with light. I give you peace. Stand before Fraz and may she judge you fairly. Blinding light bursts out of his eyes, mouth, and gaps in his armor. The dead dwarf is terrified, howls a deafening roar. Sound of wildfire keeps rising until it's like your ears are bleeding. All of a sudden, everything stops. A plume of smoke rises. Breathless body. The armor on the ground is covered with black, greasy soot. The charred remains bear no resemblance at all to the brave but unfortunate crusader, whose soul, relieved the burden, is now rushing to the boneyard to be judged. Can I get anything good out of that? Energy source. If they can channel energy, they can do it 2 additional times. Yeah, I think additional source would be quite nice here. Yeah, 2 additional sources of channel energy is quite good. Energy source, cloak resistance, headband of inspired wisdom, glaive, adamantine full plate, belt of physical might. The ward stone's still here.
Bend my dream. Make your peace. Amaranda gratior.
Oops, I moved a little too far. Oh well.
No glory without risk.
I will resist. Something is not right here.
10 diamonds.
I sense something. I finished here. Is there more?
Hello, Tempest. Welcome. I actually found out that I missed something last time that was on the list of things the guide told me not to leave before. What's funny is I made a note for myself not to do it before leaving, but I guess I was so caught up in the DLC store I forgot. But yeah, I forgot to grab this, so I had to do a quick rundown on easy mode through the dungeon again to get it. Pretty sure I still have everything else. Like, yeah, I got the fresh stone here. But yeah. I don't think I can properly use it since I gave Gaffrey the other one, but yeah. I figure I already proved I could beat on normal mode, so rushing through quickly wouldn't be a bad idea. What I'm saying is it's not the biggest deal. Well, it just gives another mythic level later, but it's gonna be nice. Alright. The one-eyed tiefling wipes sweat of us out. Don't be scared, lads. We'll get through this. The walls are sturdy here. You'll see. It's been a while, my friend. Commander, the wait's over. I'm not dreaming. I can believe it. I tucked Olbrich down. Honestly, it was very easy to convince him, I notice. Basically, you either have to, as long as you either stand your ground or just tell him that it's his choice, it seems like he's fine. But yeah, he was always pretty superstitious, so I can understand. So I mostly just assumed, well, just insisting, saying I'll use the power against her is not gonna be enough. I need to convince that it's either trustworthy or use my action so far as proof. He gives you a hand wave. Commander, good to see you. We had a grand old time at the funeral speech, and we even have a better time at your home. We'll have an even better time at your homecoming party later, of course, after we fight off the scum. It's a shame this suffered so much damage. You call this damage? It's only a little messy. We fought off demons first, and we'll renovate this place so it's better than ever. I'm already planning a new order of the counter. Yeah, I figure appealing to the use of the powers on enough. It's either we have to prove that our actions so far prove we can't it can't have all been a trick, or that we are still going to continue fighting the fight whether or not he's there. I reload the save a couple times to see the dialogue, but either he's very easy to convince, or everything fitting for the character is enough to convince him, because the most obvious ones work. Either way, he doesn't mind. He promised to be here till the end. I imagine that conversation's very different if you chose to romance him. I'm already playing a new order. I'll be waiting to renovate the ceiling as well, still doing the rest. Maybe I'll change the floor, too. Time to move. Yes, Commander. Fall back, lads. We got nothing more to do here. Meet One-Eyed Devil. Yeah, I only just got in here, so it's quite nice. I also had forgotten to redo some of my... Ooh. I'm sure he wanted us to grab this. I mean, it's not much, but I appreciate the effort that he left it for us. And yeah, I did notice that Nuvia mentioned that she was able to stay behind on a technicality. So, wait a minute, the commander technically was not stripped of her title, which means we technically work for him this whole time. And so... Leave it to Nuvia to manage to succeed on a technicality like that. Yeah. Legend going well, cleared the map, upgrade all the forts, doing character quests. Ah, nice. Yeah, my only regret about Chapter 3 is that I didn't save Ulbrig's for later, because Ulbrig's was definitely a difficulty spike, and if I had been using my guide a bit more proactively there, it would have immediately said, oh crap, oh, did something happen if you're a lich then? Oh, but yeah, it was a bit of a difficulty spike. Again, if I'd been using my guide, it even warns you, warning, do not do Ulbrig's quest right away. It has a big difficulty spike compared to anything else going on in the chapter right now. So, yeah. I was trying to avoid using the guide too much during most of the game because I wanted to feel natural. But for the Chapter 4, I used it quite liberally because, well, it's the weaker part of the game. So I figure going all out wouldn't be a bad idea. Buff some allies. These Crusaders are falling like flies. Hopefully I can get them to focus on us a bit, because we can actually take it. That said, it does definitely not escape my notice that these enemies are chumps. Like, this is still normal mode, but nothing in here is remotely a threat. But then you have, like, you have enemies with, like 30 AC, but then Baphomet has 80. It's quite a jump.
Prepare yourself.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of, I don't know what it's called, jump scare difficulty. Yeah, where just one enemy's gone way, way, way stronger than the others. I get thematically why, don't get me wrong. I mean, Baphomet is Baphomet, after all. Oh yeah, and I found out Sithud is actually not an original character to this game, like I originally thought. Apparently after this, a year or so after the game and the DLC came out, he ended up becoming a much more major character in the Pathfinder lore. Huh. It started making me thinking, maybe Paizo asked Owlcat, hey, maybe you could make Sithud the focus here since they're going to be making a return soon. Cross-promotion's a thing that happens, after all. Yeah, I'm glad I got the mythic power that gives me more Bane uses, because this is a lot. Because I really want it for a lot of this. But yeah, these Crusaders are dropping like flies. Ugh. Luckily the Dominator's not too rough. Okay, we saved one person. That's better than the 0 I thought it was going to be. I believe that's good if we need to take a rest somewhere. Let's go to the prison. Commander, you've risen from the dead after all, and not a minute too soon. I suppose this means I owe Anuvia money now. I've never been so happy to lose a bet in my entire life. Hey, you bet that I wouldn't come back? Why? Truth be told, Commander, I'm a practical man and I never count on miracles. That doesn't mean I'm not happy to see you, and on the contrary. I suppose a miracle you don't expect brings the most joy, especially if it saves you from certain death. Alright, where'd the prisoners go? The Queen order or them some to be executed, and the ones who weren't rotten to the core a second chance. They now serve in the condemned, atone for their mistakes, so to speak. It's time for us to move. Right you are, Commander. It's time for drastic measures. Pathfinder Venture Captain dies. He'd fighting, sword in hand. Right. The guy in the abyss died. I guess sleeping in the prison might not be a bad idea. We need to restore everyone's abilities. Especially since... Did you know what we used to do to witches like you? Lock them up in the threshold and throw away the key. I wonder, do you perceive a logical connection between this deplorable custom and the subsequent demise of the country in which it was practiced? Oh wow, Nenya is actually defending herself rather than blowing it off. She's basically saying, yeah, and look what happened to you for doing that. Whatever. Now, I mentioned it earlier, but a nice thing about Isel compared to my Kingmaker character is, Isel has a lot of really good skill checks. So even when I was not allowed to use party member support, like during that big airship segment, I was actually able to pass basically all of them without much trouble, just because I have so many good checks to do. Meanwhile... So of course, Project himself with moral practices. Yeah. Aurilu is absolutely a mad scientist, don't get me wrong, but she's also a mad scientist who is driven mad by their practices against arcane magic. So there's definitely some level of nuance there.
Oh, yes, what?
Alright, we have to use this on our melee fighters here. Hope we don't get dispelled, most of all. Probably not, but at the same time, I'm imagine being arrested and tortured did not help her disposition, you know what I mean? And yeah. Alright, weird. My understanding is that weird is basically Nenyo's ultimate skill, so we're definitely going to be taking advantage of that. And it makes sense. It's the strongest illusion spell and 32 difficulty class. Not bad, actually. Yeah. Enemies will probably still make it, but then again, they have to technically pass 2 checks to be immune to it.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Doesn't he have Mass, Blessing of Luck, and Resolve? Yes. Stone Skin Communal. I can't forget Stone Skin Communal. This is a very powerful skill. And of course, the Sword of Heaven, I need to be using a lot more liberal. And yeah, 25 uses of Bane. I'm really glad I got the mythic power that gives me more Bane uses, because I really rely on that for my character's ridiculous damage. Keen Edge. Do two-handed weapons count as primary hand? I'm pretty sure they do. I guess I can just buff everyone's while I'm here. I think the weapons already have it, but you know, why not? My character has a pretty good amount of buffs. No reason not to take advantage, right? Flame Wall, I'm definitely gonna want here. Breath of Life.
You are my favorite egg.
Nenio, give this to Isel. There and back again. I guess between that and the Bard's Black Arrow, I'm making a good amount of Hobbit references to The Hobbit here. Then again, I guess that is kind of appropriate. I mean, Tolkien fantasy is a huge, it's basically the primordial soup of a lot of modern fantasy concepts, after all. Holy Crusader who sacrifices life for Golaren. We can use that later, I think. For now, we gotta clean up as much as we can here. This city needs to be cleansed. Alright, we got 2 of them. Who else is left here? Huh, Secrets of Creation is finally going to fail if I don't do it now. I can do that later, I guess. Treasure of the Midnight Isles. Tracking. There's no way back. Something tells you haven't heard the last of the Bone Ship and its helmsman. Yeah, for the record, the only reason I didn't do Treasures of Midnight Isles and the Marsh investigation is because my guide did warn that if it's your first playthrough, doing that will over-level yourself, and so it could make the game a bit too easy when it wants you to fight upward, you know? Although I guess given how rough the game is, and admittedly my builds are not exactly optimal, maybe it wouldn't have been a bad idea, but whatever. I've made my choice and I'm sticking with it. Yep, we completed everything for Midnight Isles. City of Locusts. Yeah, I guess we kicked Baphomet's ass. It's only natural we kick Daskari's next, and we have a personal beef with him. Although, given what Aurilu did, it's entirely possible that she used his stone. Then again, she said our stone is different from the ones the other mythic demons have been using, and it's been very special. Oh, I can't go that way, but I can go this way. Okay. I did meet Minago and finally kill her. I assume Vaughn still attacks you even if you spared her too many times. Honestly, it's kind of anticlimactic this time. I don't want to go to the palace until the end, so...
Us or them.
1, 2, 3. Marilith. We need to kill that Marilith because holy crap, 12 attacks. Yeah, see, that's precisely what I wanted to avoid. Let's use on this guy and have her take his attention. Weird. Alrighty. Get ready. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, instantly killed the big boy. Activate Sword of Heaven. Yeah, I've got the extension ability so it lasts longer, so I'm not worried about that. Man, all these Crusader corpses are... people are dropping like flies. We need to get rid of all these demons and we need to do it now. You know, I just realized, they mentioned that Gaffrey took the, oh right, let's see if Nenio can learn any new spells. Yeah, she took the Sword of Valor with her into battle, which... I only now realized, she did the exact thing Staunton Vane did, except she was alive when that happened, and so she should have known that was a bad idea. There we go, Nenio's got a lot more spells in her book. And it's like... strictly speaking, she doesn't need them. In fact, I doubt she's ever going to cast most of these, but I just like having them. I just like the fulfilling. How? A familiar gold-haired healer brushes some ash from his sleeve, shakes his head as he inspects a pile of charred demon. They're too stubborn to retreat. Hacelia. Oh, that's Halasilax, the gold dragon, Hundedev's mentor. They were too stubborn to retreat. Their determination could have helped them in life, but instead they only led to their untimely deaths. I regretted having to kill them. Let's recap. Who are you again? Hacelia, a gold dragon. You heeded my advice and spared the young servant of Baphomet instead of killing them. We parted ways, but I promised we would meet again. And here I am. I have to say, the spirit of the dragon is strong within you. News of your heroic deeds has spread far and wide. People call you the hope of Mendeleev and the hero of the Crusades. Many of them refuse to believe you are dead. They clearly hold you in great esteem. It's kind of weird. I mean, Anuv even said that they were basically just holding strong. I thought, yeah, even if all that she did this whole time is hold strong, that's basically all she needs, since once we get back, we can just all go together, but I guess strictly speaking, though, I'd still say this is all Discari's problem, even more so than, Discari's fault, even more so than Gaffrey, because, well, Gaffrey did screw up. It was that stupid time skip that Discari and his Echo put me in that caused this whole thing. Gold Dragon would also be a valid option for the kind of character running. It does feel that way, given how he is. Do no harm, but take no shit. I mean, just look at this guy. He's surrounded by dead demons that wouldn't heed his advice after he said to stand down. What are you doing here? I debated a long time whether or not to interfere in Dresden's affairs. However, the words of the loyal warriors who remained behind to defend the fortress touched my heart. I was persuaded to get involved. And none too soon, it seems. What happens to the cultist I spared? I heard he became a healer. I do not know if he still worships Baphomet, but even if he does, I'm certain he'll bring more good to the world than evil. You should be proud of yourself. You chose to spare him, and thanks to your decision, the world is now has another caretaker of the afflicted. Please come. You can help me drive the demons. You are not heading a large force against the demons, and that leads me to believe you do not want to attract attention. And a gold dragon entering the fray is something that typically attracts a good deal of attention. Trust me. Furthermore, he regards me intently. I wish to see for myself what you have achieved since we last saw each other. I wish to observe how the dragon spirit manifests within you. Have to go. Huh? Yeah, given this is actually a Pathfinder, actually from Pathfinder lore, I'm willing to guess that trying to fight with him at any point is a very bad idea. Even if my character wasn't the type who isn't chaotic stupid. Very well, Commander. This will be a difficult fight, but look within yourself. You'll find the spirit. The spirit of the dragon cannot be defeated. If you feel the desire to follow Terendelev's example, come and meet me in Dresden after the battle. If you do not, I guess this will be our last meeting. Ah, Balor Ravager. We've come a long way. I think that might actually... Oh, wait a minute. I said we would come a long way, and I've realized that's probably why this whole segment is here, to show you just how much you and your companions have come, that these demons are no longer a threat to you. Whereas for everyone else, they're slaughtering them with like flies. You got a lot of health, my dude, but that's not going to save you from what comes next. I guess just so he can't inflict fear on us would be nice. Death from above. Yeah, I'd be fine, even if Olbrich ended up leaving, do a legend run at some point, see how far you can go. Honestly, I'm kind of glad the legend path exists. The one where you reject all the mythic paths and take a different one here. Usually a lot of games that have you taken different paths don't have one where you don't pick any, or ones where you do is clearly is clearly not as good as the others, but it's nice that they put, I hear they actually put quite a bit of effort in that one, so it's good to hear.
Rely on me.
It really annoys Nocticula when you're a legend. Probably. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised she and Arulu aren't bothered. I'm clearly going Angel. Now, granted, I do know, I can let the cards on the table. I am aware that I will get a chance to change my mind, as that's where you get some of the bigger mythic paths later on in the game, but... Rather than going this way, I'm gonna go this way and see if I can clear anyone else out. Okay, never mind, I can't. So yeah, I'm aware that... So maybe they're allowing me to do this because they're under the impression that, yeah, you can choose another path later. In which case, they're about to become very sorely disappointed. As long as you deal with the world wound, they don't care what path you take. Mostly. I imagine they care if you pick Swarm that walks. On one hand, I do appreciate they made the blatant evil path, the genocide route, like in Fallout, Undertale, and all those others. But on the other hand, and it's definitely one of those earn your bad endings. Yeah, Gaffrey did at least fulfill her promise to seal off the Midnight Fane. She didn't do all of it, but she's not omnipotent. She's not gonna get... She did what she could to try and protect us from demons. Yeah, even if Gathry's isn't exactly as competent, she at least does mean well. And like I said, I still blame Discari more than anything else in the world, because at the end of the day, his weird time shenanigans are what caused this problem. Work together to try and stop you. It's always a pretty good evil ending when the big bad and the big good are forced to put aside their differences. Let me check my guide here just to make sure I'm not missing anything, because I get the sense this is another place where I won't be allowed to come back once I finish it. So, let's see. Yeah, even the guide says, Staunton Vane may have been a worthy enemy in Chapter 2, but he's not even a speed bump now. Minago's not much better either, despite having gotten stronger since her attempt at ambushing us at the hideout, which leads me to believe that, yeah, this part is definitely a way to show how far you've come, returning in triumph. Now, is there anything I need? Okay, I did miss something. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna want to go back to the prison for this one, because apparently I missed an important item there. Alright, probably use the Angel Paths on. Yes, I did. I'm guessing doing that will prevent him from coming back again, which is... Honestly, I don't know why I didn't do that to start with. Then again, I guess since I'm not doing the Lich Path myself, it would make sense.
Something is not right here.
Yeah, this is the big reason I missed the book to begin with. Because that required passing a perception check, which, of course, my character is good at those. I mean, look at this. 41 perception. But the problem is, since my character's a backliner, he's all the way in the back here, which means he can't really do these. Now, in a regular tabletop, he's currently my undead minion. Well, hopefully at least gives him a better ending then. And he was quite on the rampage of slaying both demons and soldiers there. Or the poor cannon fodder. I imagine that finding secret items is a bit easier with tabletop games, since the GM usually just asks everyone to roll theirs, whereas here, the video game concept requires... I did promise to let him kill Minago, of course. Ah, I'm guessing you're allowed to fulfill that promise then. I probably should have played something here for my triumphant return, but it wasn't... The music here was a bit, Definitely could have been better. And of course, I'm well aware there's about to be a boss waiting for me in here. I doubt they'll be... And, right, this game has jump scare difficulty, so they're probably going to be a bit tougher than I'm expecting. But it is what it is. Yeah, 2 additional channels for, our buddy here is kind of nice. There and back again. I should probably think of more Hobbit references to the Hobbit to make. Oh, I guess she was slowed or something. She's taking her time a bit. Ah, good, I did check my guide. It says here I'm about to choose the permanent path here. So I'm definitely gonna want to make a hard save. Guessing it's all gonna be in the throne room. So first, let's go to my old room. Check. Huh, nothing for...
I finished here.
Here.
Is there more?
Is that it? Alright, the last one's a storyteller and... Storyteller. Long months have passed, Commander, but while you were away to another plane, I could hear your brave heart breathing. The sound never stopped for a second. Erebeth looks at you as if unable to believe what happened. Commander, you... For a while, she stands speechless. Finian, you're a lively one, Grandpa Elf, always finding yourself in the most dangerous spots, but I'm glad to see you, although you'd be safer tucked up by a fire somewhere. How have things been these past months? 6 months. The Queen showed us nothing but respect and fair treatment. After she decided to proceed with her crusade, many of us chose to stay with the unit ordered to protect the Wardstone until your return. It was an easier decision for me than others. I had encountered you in the Abyss, so I knew you were alive, but not everyone believed me. Yeah, I guess that's a thing. In retrospect, perhaps I should have given him an insignia or something to prove it, but I'm not sure what exactly. Then again, and it was hinted the Queen might have been keeping my information under wraps. I guess we'll have to speak with her directly to figure that out. I encountered you in the Abyss. And yesterday I had a vision. I was leafing through the pages you'd collected with me, and I saw a future. Not a future clamoring to be told by the page in my hand, but your future. The future of the person who first brought this page to me. In my vision, you returned from the Abyss, marked by new powers that wound around you like snakes. Your voice sounded like it made the earth tremble. People and demons dropped their knees, and Yomade herself extended you a hand. The only thing you were concerned about was the whereabouts of the banner that Gaffrey had taken with her. Hello, Cheeseburger. I know that it's difficult to believe, but I'm of the habit of my visions. So I hurried to the Citadel and laid hands on Queen Gaffrey's positions to discern where she went and where the banner is now. My story's simpler. Anivia and I agreed we should stay here and wait for you. We're supposed to serve the Queen, but our hearts are here. Besides, you're still the commander of the Crusade, and I have no right to abandon you, even if there's no hope left. Although I must admit the storyteller's tale of the vision of your imminent return was quite vague. I followed him here to make sure he didn't accidentally hurt himself. I'm glad that it'll be proved right, and you really have returned. Do you know where the Queen went? It wasn't easy. I see the Queen's future and her past as if looking through shattered glass. Multiple visions, distorting it. The Queen's in mortal danger and at a crossroads of her fate, and her every step may prove fatal. But I did not give up. Fortune smiled upon me. I touched her goblet and learned where she's putting her army. She's marched to Iz. A bold move, one worthy of a queen who is not accustomed to hiding. My, that was indeed a bold move for my dear cousin, no doubt. As bold as stepping into a volcano. This is an utterly unscientific method of acquiring information. That's what it makes it so interesting. I'll have to conduct a series of experiments involving you to establish how you react to various objects and identify patterns in the amount of information you receive from them. You've already said that in exactly those words. You even conducted your experiments. You handed me some shards to hold. Once you brought me a huge club. Another time you gave me a live hedgehog. And then you said the experiment was a failure and immediately forgot all about it. Really? Well, if I decide to forget about it, that must mean I didn't learn anything. I won't remember this time either. She blinks, looks around. What are we talking about? Yeah, something's definitely up with Nenio. I think she might literally be enchanted. Like, I guess she's the comic relief character. And it isn't meant to be taken seriously, but the ability to just, on a whim, make her memory go away, that's not something people have. We must hurry and help the Queen. Let's take Dresden back, Commander, then we march onward. The place sounds familiar. Can you remind me? Oh, the city that hangs over the abyss. A quest to get all the answers. I imagine so. Oh, the city hangs over the abyss. I tried to avoid as many spoilers for the game as I could. Some of them I couldn't avoid, hence why I knew that I was going to get another set of mythic options, but... Oh, the city that hangs over the abyss. It was once a citadel of legendary rulers, the capital of Sarkoris, but now the demons are tearing it apart, making a mockery of its former glory. 2/3 of its magnificent streets and towers have collapsed the world wound, but the city holds on just as Sarkoris does, defeated but refusing to die. The Queen did the right thing. We mustered enough strength to try and go on the offensive for the first time since the First Crusade. If we don't capture now, who knows how many years we'll have to wait for another opportunity. 2 arms, it's time for the final battle. Yes, your arrival has changed everything. Attacked by 2 armies. We felt like a dilapidated palisade on the verge of swaying by a giant wave. With your return, we have become an indestructible wall that will withstand any blow. I was afraid I would not be able to succeed without the banner. We may not have the banner, but we're still here. We live to see you return. You are truly our banner, Commander. 2 arms. Oh, there's one more thing. He pauses. The shattered fragments inform her fate. I can sense your presence. I'm convinced the Queen could as well. No one can say what your next encounter will lead to, but I know one thing. The fate and yours are tightly entwined. Yeah, I have the feeling Yeah, the way I get... Since given her... She caused things to go to shit, I'm guessing there's the possibility of taking the crown from her. But my character does absolutely not want to be a king or queen of any kind, so... It might be better to entrust it to someone else entirely at this point. Then again, Queen Gaffrey seems to have affairs of state just fine. It's just, the Crusades she doesn't seem very competent with. I mean, let's be real here. If she wasn't very good at running the country normally, she would have been ousted long before the 5th Crusade. So there's got to be other things that she's also good with. Well, like I said, we'll find out for sure when if she really was jealous this whole time and betrayed me, then we'll answer that problem there. Perhaps this is when the Queen made this letter to you. I touched her goblet. I saw her hiding in a compartment. I managed to find it. I don't know what it says, but I can sense the emotions. I don't know where you are now. Are you alive? I don't know what to do, but I'm Queen. I must act. I don't know why I'm even writing this. You're unlikely to ever read it. Forgive me. I think I'll be able to tell you about the feeling she was experiencing in the moment. If you wish, you can come back to me later. When everything's settled down, I'll bring this letter with you. We'll look into the past together. We got a few more pressing things right now. Mythic power. Oh no, there's too many of them. This is useless, we're done for. Don't fall back, hold the line. Orangolfa. The huge, oily Nelfishne is waiting for you with his arms held. Here comes the commander, kids. So, Commander, do you like what you see? You've arrived just in time to hear your friends screaming for help. They trusted you, and look what happened to them. Do you actually think you can rescue them? Haha, what do you think you are? You shouldn't have angered our master, mortal. He'll take away everything you have, mind and flesh included. You belong to him now. Who sent this army? A pawn of issues. Who sent this army, you beast? We serve our little master Baphomet, Lord of the Labyrinth. He promises Dresden, your skin is a doormat. You only get Dresden, Orangolfa. The skin is mine and mine only. You look splendid in thy chambers of the electable prison. I'll do what that idiot Monago failed. I'll destroy the wardstone as you watch, little commander. Then I'll admire the frozen... in despair and frozen face forever. Power just is mine. I'll rescue my friends. I wish you made friends. And how exactly would we do that, you pathetic Galar maggot? What can you do on your own without your army? Yell inspirational speeches? Oh no, I'm so scared. Then all pathetic defenders of Dresden will be inspired and turn to invincible force? Oh yeah, that's how it goes in fairy tales. You know, that's a good idea. Perhaps we should do precisely that. Do you know what happens next in real life? Your friends will rot in the Lord's dungeon, and their bones will join the myriad others. We'll wipe your army out, and you along with it, but I won't kill everyone. I'll lock you in a cage. Start torturing your friends. Once I'm done with them, they'll come and spit in your face. They'll tell you themselves the torment you doom them to. It's time to end this, mortal. Oh, they've got nothing left to surprise us with. You're just a jumped-up mortal insect. You're a nobody. Ah, yeah, so this is the path that determines my path, then. Gold Dragon, hearts full of compassion, my spirit's relentless. I will allow those who want to leave. But yeah, I'll destroy. Huh. Reveal life, heaven. Let the darkness perish. Be gone from my world, demons! Power rushes through your body, almost ripping it apart. The wound in your chest bursts a spray of bloody droplets. The might bestowed upon you by the abyss Narilu erupts this world, and you pay for it in the purest agony. Light suffuses you, bright and shining. Light and the desire to protect your world at any cost. Demonic and divine. Face two great entities and make your choice. You know, the only reason they haven't done a thing demon so far is they have to consider mortals. They can't risk, if the demons slaughter every mortal, what's going down to? Wait, is that what I think it is? Yeah, when I first met him, Hand of the Inheritor directly says that. He says he would love nothing more than to bring the heavenly host around and slaughter the demons and close the world wound himself, but the problem is that's going to escalate the problem. As far as they knew at the time, only 2 demon lords there, but since demons love to fight angels as a way to prove themselves and move up the ranks, as well as, you know, just so both glory and sadism, that would encourage others to come along. And sooner or later, that could be a huge hell on earth between heaven and heaven and the demon, heaven and the abyss, and that kind of war would just wipe out the humans without even trying. An incredible silence descends over the city. It's broken by the solemn sounds of fanfares that seem to come from far away, everywhere and nowhere all at once. All eyes are turned to the huge stained glass window of the city's main cathedral. It begins to glow in a soft light. In the next breath, a lone figure steps out onto the cobblestones of Dresden.
Knight Commander, at last we meet.
There's no mistaking her. That's Iomade. I thought that was her. Wow. And yeah, on that note, I am aware that the Pathfinder gods aren't like some of the other gods of other tabletop stuff. They don't, they don't specifically micromanage their minions and followers. Yeah, they don't micromanage their followers. They usually have their own goals and devices they're typically up to, and mostly just pay attention to the followers on the needs basis there. Or at least that's my understanding. So yeah, it makes sense there's a lot of reasons that they aren't doing this directly. Plus, well, as I said, Hand of the Inheritor directly tells you that gods coming down, all that would just cause humanity, the mortals to all be destroyed, and that would suck. So it's understandable. Man, I need to sip my drink. Hold on here. And yeah, if the demons also succeed in slaughtering all the mortals, then they can't. Then yeah, that's a problem because then the gods have nothing, and the heavenly host has nothing stopping them. So there is definitely a stalemate there. Plus, well, as I said during the Third Crusade, the Fifth Crusade, during Chapter 3, it definitely feels like it's at a stalemate, not just because of the political reasons, but also because both sides are kind of idiots. Like, demons, they are anywhere from they've got someone in the room right now to their incompetent boobery backstabbing one another. So they can't go anywhere with that, and the Crusaders are often a bunch of hypocrites and assholes, so yeah, a bit of a pain there. But yeah, that was kind of... So we needed a game changer, and it seems that's what my character's here for. Yeah, let's show respect.
Rise. I have not come here to receive homage. I suppose you're asking yourself why I am here. Gods must not interfere directly in the affairs of mortals. But what is happening here, in the World Wound, is no longer the concern of mortals alone. And this is proof. This fortress has witnessed so many horrors and miracles. It makes me wonder how it still stands.
For a moment, the goddess diverts her eyes from your face and looks over Dresden, surveying the chaos and the manifestation of your power.
I know how much light and hope you have brought to the Crusaders. Your achievements are indisputable. But during all that time, your followers believed that their leader was Heaven's chosen. This is a bitter lie. And goodness and justice cannot be based on lies.
Yeah, having this information public is gonna suck at first, but it's better people know in the long run.
The light that emanates from you is deceiving and dangerously bright. It burns your companions, and one day it will burn you too. But I did not come here to reproach you, or to bewail the fate of the unfortunate defenders of Dresden. I wish to stop the forces of evil and defend Golarion, both from Daskari's violent rage and from Nocticula's insidiousness. But that is not my only goal. I have come here to restore justice, for justice is the birthright of all. That's why I hail you as a heroine who has triumphed over the demons many times. At the same time, I grieve for you, as for a soul that is caught in a web of demonic deceit and villainy.
Oh, I like this one. Heart, such heartwarming concern. Now be honest, what's your real reason for coming here? Maybe I did acquire a Buddhist or source. Maybe I did acquire some Buddhist source, but I will follow my path.
You may think so, but alas, this is not true. It can be, however, if you accept my help. In that moment, when my poor Herald was being torn apart by monsters, he found the strength to send me a message about what he had learned in the Abyss. You were in Alushanira, where you spoke with the Lady in Shadow and the Architect of the World Wound. They confessed what they had done to you, but they did not reveal the whole truth. Both you and this unfortunate world will have to pay dearly for the power that they so generously bestowed upon you. But all is not yet lost. That is why I have come.
Before this game, I was aware that Wrath of the Righteous, the module, had a few controversial stuff in them, and meeting Yomade was supposedly one of them, but I wasn't sure if the game would actually have a scene like this, since by and large, the game has gone its own direction completely. And my understanding is Kingmaker basically did the same thing. So, I did not take the module as evidence of anything that would happen aside from maybe some familiar names and such. The walls. The walls of Dresden shake again. With a ringing laugh, a black shadow appears before the shining goddess, Nauticula in the flesh, and just standing beside her is a Rilu, who stares the goddess in ice-cold rage with her eyes.
Who here has been taking my name in vain? Ah, it's you, the Inheritor. What's this? Our worst fears have come to pass. The gods are flocking to Golarion. This merry little tinderbox could ignite at any moment, reducing the material plane to dust.
Yeah, Nauticula's definitely got something going on here, because even with a sneak attack, she's nowhere near as... The Demon Lords are nowhere near as powerful as the gods are. I mean, she's nowhere near Lamashtu's level, let alone Yomade.
I did not come here to fight.
Oh, really? I didn't realize you were good for anything else. Forgive me, that was unfair of me. Judging by your successes over the last 100 years, fighting is not your forte. After all, the wound is still there, as far as I know. So why are you here? If you have come to meddle in my affairs, don't expect me simply to stand aside.
You know, Kato was immortal too. Wonder why they don't mock him for that. There's actually a handful that were originally mortals. Like, I know Nephis was originally a mortal mage that ascended to godhood. And that's why a lot of wizards and sorcerers do follow him, in hopes that they can achieve something similar. And I do admit I hate that there's a lot of details between all of these, and as well as reasons why people had followed them. I mean, even Kingmaker gave some good reasons why some of the evil gods, like Asmodeus, might be followed regularly. This party's really getting started now. Who's next to arrive? Eva, Cade, and Kaelin, perhaps.
The two of us will be more than enough. Listen to what I have to tell you. If she wishes to be present for this conversation, so much the better.
Interesting that even Iomade is willing to...
Do you hear me, Nocticula? You and your servant are under no obligation to leave. I have come here to shed the light of truth. Let us see if you both can withstand its merciless radiance. I cannot change the flow of mortal history by force. After all, the world wound is their doing, although committed at the behest of the Abyss. But sometimes force is unnecessary, and truthful words are all it takes.
The goddess who was mortal not so long ago is eager to judge us for our sins now. My sin, to be precise. What lies behind your eagerness, proud Iomade? Righteous wrath? Or perhaps fear? Watch out. A simple mortal woman has learned how to grant powers to others. Powers which are beyond the wildest dreams of many Imperial lords. This must be stopped, forbidden, taken away immediately. After all, what need will we have for all these arrogant gods once we become their equals?
Well, first of all, yeah, there's a handful of gods that were originally ascended mortals, so I don't think that's as big a threat as you might think it is, Rilu. Also, for as much as she claims not care about anything, she actually did care about Suture after she discovered I rescued him. And rest assured, I did point that out. When it comes to dealing with the demons and evil creatures, I was fully aware that they're always going to try and mock them for being a being of light, and maybe not so light. But that's also what a simple denial is not going to be enough. But pointing out that they're not demons and evil creatures are not fully evil to turn it around on them could be a nice one. Kind of like what was quoted by Etogona earlier in the story. Yeah, the clouds can hide the stars, but the light in one's soul cannot be hidden from me.
Silence. It is impolite to interrupt your elders. But you know, Inheritor, she does have a point. What are you going to do now? Break my weapon, which has made so many victories possible, and only because she received that weapon from my profane hands, and the entire affair must therefore be profane also? What real reasons do you have, save those born of your envy, your capriciousness, and your suspicions?
My reasons are quite real, as you well know. That is why you appeared here in such haste, is it not? You have woven a delicate lace of half-truths, Nocticula. From you and your servant, the Knight Commander has learned that she is bound to the world wound, that she is slowly dying because of its influence, and that she is yet capable of closing it. But you withheld a crucial piece of information. You never told her that closing the wound won't save her from death. For this lock will destroy the key to which it is bound. The one who closes the world wound will die along with it.
Oh my. Yeah, I can kind of see why they hid that detail from me. That kind of changes a few things.
That is true. I tried to tell you back in Illusionera, but I was not allowed to. It is an unavoidable consequence of this process. To stitch two planes together as I have stitched Galarian and the Abyss, the soul of a mortal must be woven with the essence of the Abyss. To undo this seam, the original soul, the key, must be ripped apart. No one could survive such a process.
In other words, I die if I close the wound, don't close the wound, and die if I do.
It is true. Now do you see the perils of accepting a demonic gift? No matter how much power the Abyss gives you, that power will always be tainted by lies and misfortune. This is the justice I promised you. The right to know the whole truth, and not to be a plaything in the hands of abyssal spawn.
Unfortunately, I got it long before the story I was even aware of it, so there's nothing to do there. Noctula, we're trying to hide this from me.
Trying, you say? I successfully hid the truth from you for as long as I deemed necessary. Are you expecting me to explain myself? My goal is to close the world wound, not to grant you a happily ever after.
I mean, my character should have made it clear by now. Oh, I'm not exactly going to be. He is stopping even with this. What happens if I reject the power?
You will live.
You will lose everything that makes life worth living.
You will spoil a brilliant endeavor and destroy the lives of thousands of mortals who will be devoured by the legions of demons coming from the Abyss. Aside from that, you won't do anything extraordinary at all.
What if I'm willing to sacrifice myself? It means closing the world wound.
Oh, how noble. For a brief moment, I even felt some regret that we demons are incapable of such lovely feelings. You see now, Inheritor, my little protege has more nobility in her than you expected. Shame on you.
This nobility is exactly why I came here. To help the Knight Commander learn the truth, and to show her that she has been used. Besides, I do not believe that you have been acting for selfless reasons, Lady in Shadow. Honesty and nobility have never counted among your virtues. You own the main source of Nahindrian crystals, and your servant Arilu has learned how to break the laws of the universe with their help. Can it be that the ruler of darkness and mistress of assassins has not conceived a way to use this formidable gift for her own benefit?
Accusations, suspicions, all completely hollow, just like your bright-eyed pretty little head. It's a pity you inherited Eridan's sword, but not his sharp mind. I have but one goal now, to stop the armies of that lecherous billy-goat and that gluttonous bug from strutting around my domain as if it were their own. I don't give a fig whether it will help mortals or hurt them. If the enemy of your enemy makes you a mutually beneficial proposition, you would have to be a complete idiot to say no.
Gosh, who can help me cleanse the soul, the influence?
Arilu has planted a piece of the Abyss itself in your soul. The only thing that can cleanse the soul of such a taint is that same soul. But I will be near. I will show you how to root out the demonic corruption. I am not a demon, and I do not offer any simple solutions. You will have to go your own way, no matter where it leads.
Starting to finally understand the rules here.
Yes. The power that Nahindrian crystals grant you will bring about nothing but your own demise. The branches of the Tree of Sin are vast and verdant, but its only fruit is death. You will not be able to save yourself unless you reject everything that has been foisted upon you. Now you know everything.
No, we're not quite finished with the revelations yet. Few secrets remain to be revealed, but they will be worth the wait.
Her voice rings with a surprising, somewhat feral delight. Yeah, I guess a mad scientist would be all too eager to just make even more discoveries.
Does this look familiar? Do you remember the similar wound above your own heart? I have given you enough hints. Come on, ask me the question I have been waiting for.
With a flick of the witch's wrist, something changes in her, as if a veil has fallen, one so thin that's almost invisible, but has cloudier vision nonetheless. Now I can see what's hidden before, a deep open wound above Arilu's heart. The wound pulsates as drips blood from it. Oh, so she has the same marking. So she was her own prototype for the concept before doing it. Alright, I should check the guide here as well. Could be interesting. Let's just see here. I have a knowledge arcana. Huh. Why are you doing? History tells us curious things about Whirlwind's creation. Succeed at knowledge world check. After it was first opened, the wound stays unchanged for quite a long time. Only 30 years later, it grew substantially larger and mightier, instantly and just once, practically overnight. All signs indicate the second growth was provoked by a similar process to the one that led to the initial emergence. Your wound. Succeeded, without a doubt, magical origin, eerily similar to one that nearly killed you back in Canabres. As I learned Lexicon Paradox, create and expand, you needed creatures of its
That's
key.
right. While stitching the planes together, I took souls and fused them with the abyssal essence. That's what happened to you when I expanded the wound a year ago.
Why are you doing this?
Certainly not to curry favor with the demon lords. Because frankly, I detest all overlords equally, whether they hail from heaven or the abyss.
How interesting.
I received the wound because you implanted something in the essence of my soul when you expand the world. My question is, why do you have a similar one? Did you use your own key, soul as a key when you opened it?
Good question. Just imagine. I have wasted so much time chasing the key to the world wound, and the key was right under my nose this whole time. Rilu, my love, come over here.
Aurelia does not look like someone who has been cornered. Without a trace of fear, she gives you a faint nod and then makes a barely discernible gesture and disappears, as if she was never there.
Wait, I said wait! That little bitch. I knew she would betray me sooner or later, but I never expected such an idiotic stunt. But everything seems to be falling into place quite nicely. You see, you don't have to die after all. Arilu opened the world wound, and Arilu will be the one who closes it, whether she likes it or not. Although, someone will need to catch her first, and this will require certain powers.
So we can have Aurelia be the one to sacrifice herself instead.
Yes, Arilu Vorlesh will pay for her crimes with her life. Her flight confirms that our suppositions were correct. But now we know that the world wound can be sealed with her blood. You have no reasons to remain indebted to the Abyss and indulge the Queen of the Succubi. Reject her gift and secure your victory while being the person you were before Arilu Vorlesh corrupted you. Win as a mortal and become a legend among mortals.
She's talking rubbish. True, we gave you the power, but it was you who chose how to wield it. It belongs to you, and it will remain yours, so you can do whatever you want with it. But first, you must use it to close the world wound. You aren't going to catch this world's most powerful witch, and a half-demon one at that, with your bare hands, are you?
Before I make a decision, I want to ask Yomade a question.
Ask, and you shall have your answers.
You gained your own power from the Starstone. How is my power any different?
My ascension was not accomplished in one day, and even the test of the Starstone was only one of its stages. I did not merely gain power, I embraced a sacred duty. Your power, on the other hand, stems not from long hours of study, not from trials. It is not the natural talent you were born with and carefully honed throughout your life. It is the result of an evil soul's deranged experiment with the blood of dead abyssal lords.
You imprisoned an entire host in the Wardstones. What did you do to that to them?
Every one of my angels volunteered for that mission. They all knew what kind of watch they were going to keep. They knew that it would be a hard and exhausting battle, but that the lives of mortals throughout Golarion would depend on it. Alas, angels' minds can be as fragile as the minds of mortals. In less than 100 years, many wavered and wished to break the oath they had sworn. I do not blame them. I blame myself for allowing them to take on a burden that was too heavy for them.
Did you send your herald to follow me, or did he go of his own free will?
He acted on his own noble impulse, and I did not stop him. I also did not try to dispel his misconception about you being my chosen one. I do not lie, but both celestial beings and mortals can be mistaken.
Alright, so she won't bold-face the lie, but she will lie by omission. At the same time, though, we did rely on him quite a bit, and he was necessary for everything we did there.
She doesn't lie, sure. She merely withholds some of the truth. For the noblest of reasons, of course.
Do you know what happened to your herald?
My herald, my loyal companion, was captured. And now demons are using him to attack Dresden. They're holding him in the Ivory Labyrinth, Baphomet's realm of the Abyss. It is a place I cannot go, not even to save my faithful friend. For doing so would start an interplanar war. Right now, as we speak, Baphomet's servants are torturing the hand of the Inheritor. Tormented and anguished, he reaches for you with his thoughts and his soul. I cannot tell if he sees you as a great unfulfilled hope or a last chance. But Baphomet knows well how to exploit such desperate yearning. He has turned my herald into a source of power to open temporary portals. They do not last long, but they lead from the dungeon where the hand of the Inheritor suffers, right to your doorstep. Baphomet does not need to lead his armies through the rifts. Now he can send them right here. As long as my poor herald remains in the hands of that monster, this will not stop. I cannot say if it is still possible to save him, or if putting him out of his misery is the only way. I cannot openly ask you to intervene. But if you decide to do so, you will be helping both yourself and the one who chose the martyr's path when he followed you into the abyss.
Ever since I obtained these powers, everyone thought I was the Yomede's chosen. Why didn't you do anything to dispel this misunderstanding?
At first, I did not know who you were, or where your powers originated. This was revealed to me only when my herald offered up his dying prayer from the depths of the abyss. And following his desperate plea, I sought to confirm my suspicions. Until that point, I had observed you without intervening. After all, your crusade was securing victories, the first Golarion had seen in many years, so even if it was not I who had sent you into battle, it felt unfair to undermine you.
In other words, our Imperial guest had no problem with your power, as long as she didn't know where it came from. She didn't even share her suspicions with her own herald. And after all that, someone dares to claim that demons are the most deceitful creatures?
Now, I do know Nauticula is specifically trying to turn me against her, so I'm not going... But she's not wrong at the same time either. This is definitely an example where the truth can itself be just as powerful as a weapon as a lie, and that's something to be very wary of.
You should not blame someone else if you base your accusations on vague suspicions rather than solid proof. You call my behavior deceitful. You, of all creatures, who kept the commander ignorant of the fate you had chosen for her? Indeed, the insolence of demons knows no bounds.
I guess that is a good point. Attempting to act on something when all you have is vague suspicions isn't going to go anywhere. Demon Lord stands before you. Why not destroy her right now?
I could. But then every other demon lord would decide that he or she was next and stand against me. In response to that, the Imperial Lords would take up arms. Then Hell, Heaven, and Elysium would join the conflict. A war would break out, one which mortals could not hope to survive.
Yeah. I guess between this and Inherited, it shows that a lot of the information here is obtained from multiple different sources. That way, regardless of what story path you get, the most important stuff will come by. Why have you decided to ascend to the realm mortal this particular moment?
As I have already said, I am here to open your eyes to Nocticula's lies and to prevent more calamities in the future. You are at a crossroads now. I will not force you to do anything, but you needed to learn the truth and have the chance to cleanse yourself.
Why did Aurelu do everything possible to lead us to the idea she was the key too?
The impulses that drive a soul as black as hers are beyond my comprehension. Perhaps she was startled by my arrival and decided not to bother keeping a secret that was bound to be revealed. Or perhaps she is up to some cunning scheme. Be on your guard. The architect of the world wound will surely try to bring you down. For if she truly is a key, then it must mean that she will die sooner or later due to the influence of her own horrible creation. And that means that sacrificing you is her only chance of survival.
Explain to me again, how can I cleanse myself of the abyss?
Aurelu has planted a piece of the abyss itself in your soul. The only thing that can cleanse the soul of such a taint is that same soul. But I will be near. I will show you how to root out the demonic corruption. I am not a demon, and I do not offer any simple solutions. You will have to go your own way, no matter where it leads. It is time to make your decision then.
Nauticula, I've got some questions for you as well.
Of course
Oopsie.
I do. Firstly, you'll need those powers to catch Aurelu and bring her to Threshold. Surely you don't think she'll willingly fall into your hands, and the demonic hordes will politely make way for you. And secondly, the powers Aurelu gave you protect you from dying before your time. None of us want the wound to kill you prematurely.
If you have questions, ask away. Well, now that we've decided to use Aurelu to close the wound, why do you still want me to keep the powers I acquired? Of course I do. First of all, I need them to catch him, and second, I surely don't think she'll fall in your hands. The powers will protect him dying.
You are extremely useful to me alive. After all, if you let Aurelu slip through your fingers, we can always go back to the original plan for closing the wound.
Why'd you hide the fact that closing the world wound would kill me?
Because if I'd told you the truth, you would have refused to do it. But you're not angry with me, are you? After all, everything has worked out perfectly fine. We found another key. So now you can live and enjoy your life. Provided that you catch Aurelu, of course.
She deliberately led us to the idea that she was a key too. Why?
Apparently, she understood that her secret was about to be revealed anyway, so she decided to leave in style. What human female over 100 years old wouldn't feel flattered at being the center of attention? Although she could have other reasons. She obviously wanted us to understand everything and immediately rush off in pursuit of her. She's probably been preparing for a war of all against all for a long time, and now she wants to wage it on her own terms. Expect treachery and traps wherever you go.
Where could she have possibly fled to?
No, let's think. She's hidden in the abyss before. She won't dare to return there now. Not only to my realm, but to any other either. Even if Baphomet and Discari both take it upon themselves to guard Aurelu personally, That won't stop me from sneaking in, slitting her throat, and leaving undetected. And she knows that. If I were her, I would hide in a place where the powers of her enemies were uncertain, and her own power was close to unlimited. I say you should look for her here, in the World Wound.
Aren't you afraid to stand in the presence of a goddess?
Tut tut, how rude! I wouldn't say the girl is that hideous. I admit her face is far from perfect. Her body too, to be honest. But all in all, not bad. I've seen worse.
Your theatrics are too transparent to offend me, demon. At least, they can hardly offend me more than the very fact of your existence.
I guess Ioma is not above making some wise-ass remarks herself. You really plan to use me to become a goddess yourself?
That is nothing but the wild speculation of a little girl who gained celestial power through no merit of her own, and now fears that others may do the same, forcing her to share her place in the spotlight. Do I want to become a goddess? Of course I do. Who wouldn't? Can you help me with that? Sadly, no. Of course, Aurilu used to blather on about how her brilliant invention could bake gods like pies. But between you and me, the cleverer the inventor, the larger their ego becomes. So far, she hasn't managed to create anything stronger than you. And no offense, but you're no match for any deity.
Don't want to become a goddess? Of course I do, so saith the Redeemer Queen. Yeah, indeed. We have no idea if what Ember said is going to actually cause anything in her mind, but who knows? At the very least, it caused a much more interesting reaction than I was expecting. But interestingly, notice how she said that we're the strongest creation that Aurilu has created so far. That would include all the other demons that have been made into mythic powers and possibly even Aurilu herself, which is very interesting. Interesting. Huh. Oh, that is interesting then. Maybe that's another thing they were planning already and decided to incorporate in the game and somehow, like Sithud in his return.
Very well. It's time for you to make your decision then.
I'm not so much ready. Hard to say. Like I said, the Sithud thing could have just been a coincidence, but the fact that he rose back to power in Pathfinder canon shortly after the game included him when he was supposedly a forgotten god slain by another one, a forgotten demon lord slain by another one already, is interesting. It could just be a coincidence, though. Hard to say. I mean, Sithud being of previous... I mean... There's lots of stories about demon lords being slain to be taken over by another one, so an older one coming back is definitely within the realm of possibility within regular imagination. I mean, that's how they have a lot of... Oh, wait. Let's ask companions. What do you all think?
Perhaps your power came from the abyss. Your beautiful soul has cleansed it of all evil. Don't reject this power, for you have already proved that you are worthy of it.
I guess Arushale, of course, would be just... I was here supporting Arushale through all of her, redemption, proving that evil can turn to good, so of course she'd be all too eager to return the favor.
Your power doesn't lie in magic tricks. You know it doesn't. Your real power is inside you. You can win without tricks. I will help you.
Yeah, Ember's probably the biggest staunch atheist there, so... The only time she rejects is when you're on the pure evil path. Would make sense, yeah. And yeah, Ember's been the hardline atheist the whole time, so of course she doesn't want any power from gods or demons.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but how can a demon grant the power of an angel? Listen, if you had no goodness inside, you couldn't have reached Lariel in the caves beneath Canabras. I remember how once, long ago, you showed me the light of heaven. Maybe I didn't believe in you right away, but I believe in you now. You've proven time and again that you deserve the light of heaven. You are my commander, marked by an angel. This power rightfully belongs to you.
Yeah, Ember's staying for a little goss and doesn't budge. You gotta love it. Indeed. It's a shame that there's no Ember Quest to have her speak with, or is there? Then again, Iomade just seems to be... We don't know if Iomade is actually going to stick around or just be cutscene only. And yeah, I guess it makes sense Lan would be all too eager after we chose his path.
As a member of the Order of the God Claw, I ought to advise you to obey the will of the goddess, or at least to take it into consideration. But as your companion, who has spent a lot of time with you, I can't help but notice you have reforged demonic Nihindrian power into angelic power. This is a sign of order triumphing over chaos. Perhaps there is room for maneuver here. That is why I advise you to weigh all the options and make your own decision.
I think that's Regal's way of saying, either, you know what, both of these are good, I'll support you either way. Regal may speak in a cold, calculated tone, but I get the sense he actually cares a lot more than he says he does.
It's not my place to gainsay the will of my goddess, but the thing is, I can sense evil. And I don't sense it in your power at all. I just don't. Whatever those horned monsters had planned for you, you definitely aren't playing by their rules.
Yeah, this is a big deal for Seela in particular because Iomade is her goddess, so that's a point. It's not just an adjacent one since since my character is still a Sarenrae follower and the two goddesses are allies. But Seela, it's just direct. Your goddess is right there and giving an order.
You gave hope to the Crusaders in their darkest hour, even when all seemed lost and only despair and death lay ahead. With these powers, you have saved countless lives, and you will save more. Of course you must keep them.
Someone pinch me. We are standing in the presence of the most pompous goddess in the world, debating whether we should listen to her or send her packing along with her invaluable opinions. I shall remember this moment for the rest of my life. Even as I stand in Pharasma's court, I shall tell this story to anyone who will listen.
Of course, Darren's just loving being here.
As to your original question, I'll be honest with you. Your power turns my stomach like sour prunes. Reject it, it can't hurt.
These dames are tough. But Iomade is as tough as you. If she tells you to do something, you better do what she says. I can feel it in my tail. You're good and righteous and all that, so do what the righteous goddess is telling ya. Maybe it'll even make my life a smidge easier. After you, become more like a human.
Experience tells me that it's wiser to trust yourself and your own abilities. You can't trust what clients tell you. One day you're a hero, the next you're working for the enemy. Sorry, but it all looks like a setup to me. First they tell you to lay down your weapons, and then, once you're unarmed, they finish you off in some back alley.
Your powers are interesting from a theoretical point of view. You are an experiment started by Arilu Vorlesh, and terminating it before it is complete would be foolish, not to mention impolite.
Listen to the goddess, War Chief. And if you won't listen to her, then listen to me. You don't need these thrice cursed powers. You're the strongest of the strong, and the bravest of the brave, even without the gifts of a mad sorceress.
I am waiting for your answer.
Finally at level 10.
I hope you will choose wisely.
Quite right. Make your choice, and make it the right one.
I only have 3 paths, it seems. I've not made enough Azad demon choices for that one. These are all locked, of course, because I didn't unlock them there. Gold Dragon is a mighty dragon, almost omnipotent creature who possesses power beyond all others. The gold is the embodiment of goodness, hope, and redemption. Legend. One doesn't need to be a mythic creature. her, an otherworldly being, or a deity's chosen to become a hero. This path may be grueling and full of temptation, but the mortal who treads it fully earns the right call themselves a true legend. I do kind of like how each one of these has their own unique outline, their own unique border to it. It's a nice little touch. And little stuff like that really do add a lot to the experience. Yeah, we're going with the Angel one for this. Continue on. We lose all of them if we choose that one. Alright, we keep all the mythic stuff, but we lose everything else. Sorceress Reflex. First level 2 lowers the maximum speed. Destructive Shockwave. Whenever you miss with a melee, it takes damage. Expand Arsenal. Magic School. Now apply that school magic as well. Mythic flawless attacks. Resolve. On all saving throws, you also gain a number of additional hit points equal to your mythic rank. All saving throws doesn't seem to... Minus on iterative attacks have -5. Boss attacks or mythic resolve seem like the smart decision here. I only get 2 more though. Greater Sword of Heaven. 8th and 10th, we get stronger ones. 8th and 10th ones are stronger. Bestow. I can now imbue the weapons of others. Light. The wielder is now under the effect similar to haste, but granting 2 additional instead of 1. All speeds. Make all spells 7th level or lowest quickened as though using quickened. That sounds absurd, given an Inquisitor's spellbook is 6 and lower. Abolish Undeath, abolish Poison, abolish Guile. Demon Bane. I've already got Bane, so I don't need that. Bane everything. Attacks mark the target. Overwhelming Flames. Attacks made now additionally deal damage to all enemies. Speed of Light. Grand Blessing required. 1 minute. Maximized. Guide the Faith. Guide the Faithful might not be half bad just because of how much I need to reduce the enemy's AC, that's for certain. But I have to actually hit something first, and it's not helping much there. This will be good here then. Let's stick this path. Your choice is made. All you have to do is announce it to everyone. Aeon, Azada, Demon, Lich, Trickster, Dragon. Seems Devil isn't here. Interesting. Then again, my understanding is the person who unlocks the Devil path doesn't join you in the Angel route, which, you know, makes sense. Sacrifice your humanity, serve the force of good gods. Do not judge me if I choose to do the same.
It pains me to hear that. But I am not your judge, and I shall not stand in your way. At least not until I see that Golarion is under threat. You have chosen your path. Farewell.
A strange expression appears briefly with the luminous face of the goddess, something like amazement filled with understanding, and she nods.
I don't know what being mortal means, but I do understand how hard it is to change your own nature. And yet, you've done it. For all of us, and for this beautiful world.
It would have been so foolish for you to reject your powers. So many victories, so many achievements lie ahead for you. Well, go now. Capture Arilu, and prove which of you is making the best use of her invention. I'll be watching you.
Strike the bell. Oops, I forgot the strike the bell of mercy. Does the striking the bell of mercy do anything? Do I need to reload and do that? I don't want to have to do that all again, but I failed the quest to do that. Well, the worst part is it's taking forever to load, so... Well, to be fair, Kingmaker was a lot worse. Wings, my main character, going in that direction. Right, I forgot to hit the bell. I probably don't need to, if we're honest. It seems like I'm probably going to be maxing out level long before I run out of quests to do, but at the same time, I don't see a reason to stop. Where even is the bell? Yeah, where even is the bell, actually? Bell of Mercy. Oh, here it is. That's gonna be a bit of a pain. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink since this is gonna take a while. Oak. And yeah, I do realize doing this, going back just for that little quest, undermines basically the entire thing that made that scene amazing. I'm sorry, but that's, how it's gonna go, I suppose. Might as well check the guides. I've got time here. Huh? Is the Ruchelet slowed or something? Did I accidentally not have her selected? Any new spells for Nenio? Does not look it. I guess the bell was supposed to help. Yeah, the mythic theme is really good. I love it. I get the sense the Legends story path has a lot of good stuff with it. Light protected in cost.
Knight Commander, at last we meet. Right, I suppose, at the same time, I grieve for you. As for a soul that is caught in a web of demonic deceit, you may I did not come here to fight.
Oh, really? I didn't realize you were good for anything else. Forgive me, that was on
the two of us. Do
The god
silence.
That is true. I tried to.
It is true.
Trying?
You will lose everything.
Yes.
No, where does this look familiar?
Oh, there's an Arcana check
you remember
passed.
the similar wound above your own heart. I have given you enough hints. That's right. While stitching the play. Certainly not to curry.
How interesting.
So you can cast an Arcana check to bypass this, but you can also get it by going through the evidence you already have, since I've already done some research on the lexicon. I opened both lexicons.
Good question. Wait,
Yeah,
she's talking.
ask, and you Arilu, my every one of yeah,
She doesn't lie.
my herald, right? As long as my poor.
In other words,
You should not blame someone else if you base your accusation. I could, but then every other As I have already said, I am here to open your eyes to the impulses that drive a soul as black as her. Aurilu has planted a piece of the... It is time to make your
If you have because if I'd told you the truth, of course I do. You are extreme. Apparently. No, if I were her, I would tut tut.
Your theatrics are too...
That is nothing but the wild speculation of a little... Of course, Aurilu used to blather on about how her brilliant invention could bake gods like pies. But between you and me, very well.
Perhaps you're
As a...
You get...
Someone as to...
Experience tell...
Your power.
Listen to the goddess, Warchief.
I am
quite right.
Soul's gone stronger, making your whole existence a miracle. You get new power. Or is it that can ascend you beyond the limits of mortals? You know, thinking about while Speedlight is better, remember, don't know why I didn't realize this. Isol's role is a guide. All I have to do is announce it to everyone.
Lady Arena's experiment goes on. You know, girl, if it is successful, I will immortalize it in my encyclopedia, and I will mention your name too. If that happens, then I suppose I'll finally have to try to remember it.
It would have been so foolish for you to reject your powers.
Yeah, but I think Ruchelet's response was the more fitting one given. Although it is kind of neat that all the party members have one. It's just a shame that I'd have to reload the scene several times to see all of them, you know? Thanks for the resub, Ty. Reload a favorite isekai. It certainly has something, that's for sure. Present's finally being rebuilt. And I'm gonna have to dump out so many items here. Oh, it's not just my main character. A lot of people with wings around. I'm guessing because choosing the angel path got a lot of other angels to join around. I can't believe it. Victory! And what a victory! Light has returned to Dresden. The demons are running crying back at their mommies. Dresden's been lost again and again, but again and again we win it back. You win it back, Commander. For light, for truth, for life. What is the city like now? It's been cleared of demons and it's shining bright as the Temple of 1,000 Candles. I don't think it looked this good even when it was first founded. This isn't victory yet. Knock back the demons, the kid return. And torment the innocent. You betcha. Ha! These scum didn't know who they're messing with. How's the situation in the front? Unknown. Her Majesty mustered the troops she could, raised the sword of valor, and advanced on the demons. There's been no word since she left. Perhaps she's boldly taking Iz even now. Maybe her bones have already been picked clean by the demons. We don't know, and I doubt anybody except you will be able to find out. That's not all. Baphomet's minions keep taking swipes. The scumbags are holed up somewhere. The Ivory Labyrinth, I'd bet. They keep opening portals to different spots, dropping off a dozen units, then closing the portal before we can get to them. We've lost more scouts than I care to admit before we even figured out how they're pulling off this little trick. So here's what I'm thinking. Maybe you could get one of those portals in time? You could be ready for them somehow, so that when one opens, you get inside and crack some skulls. They might even be holding the poor Herald in there. If he's alive, you could free him. How do you feel about seeing the gods in the flesh? My ears are still ringing from the trumpets after witnessing that sight. I don't think I could be surprised by anything ever again. You dared to go against the goddess, and she forgave you. My mind can't comprehend it. She laughs awkwardly. I was worried your impudence would be the death of us all, but now... Well, I think you're strong enough to stand against the abyss even without heaven's help. As you heard, I have to catch Aurilu. Where can I look for her? Do you know where I can look for her? Not especially. She's been roaming the Abyss all this time, but now that avenue's closed to her. Nauticula and her other demons are all slavering for a piece of her. I think she's someplace around here in the Wound. Some nasty place like Is, or maybe as far as Threshold. An entire army of demons enhanced by crystals is being sent here. It's being led by a demon named Stoffen. Do you know anything about that? Scouts reported movements of a large demon army southwest of Dresden. They are marching across a dried-out lake. There used to be a Sarkorian holy place there, I heard, but where they went, nobody knows. They're not headed for us, that's for sure. At least not yet. Go on, fly. Chase the demons away from us. Now I know for sure the 5th Crusade will be the last. It's all over for the Fiends. They finally met an enemy they could have never seen coming. Just do one thing for me. Come back to Dresden if you can. Folks are drawn to your light. Those who are left are coming back, and new people are arriving. They need someone to tell them what to do. They need someone who can show them, who can lead them forward. I have fairly important news. I will do my best. I will do my best to be brief. The Hell Knight's orders have not reacted well to the developments I mentioned in my last report, specifically the true source of your power. The very notion we've been cooperating with a weapon forged by Aureliu and Nauticula has caused discontent. Orders have not been issued on any official edicts, but many chapters and high-ranking knights have been recalled from their assignments and barricade themselves into one of our outposts. The one you know, in fact. I suggest you go there and resolve the issue between the Orders and Crusaders. That is a matter of importance. How can you think? Yeah, he's gonna. There's no point in saying this because he's going to report it. He's not allowed to lie or leave stuff out. So what I care more about is what kind of reaction should I expect from Hell Knights? Any and up to, including a formal declaration of war, which is why I must go to the outpost and resolve this before it devolves into open conflict. Very well, I'll go there as soon as possible. Excellent. This is all I had to report. I'll return to my duties so that you may attend to other affairs. Isel, my dream. A fire destroyed almost everything. The only thing that survived was a table. I've returned to my dream world so many times. The nightmare still lurks there, but I want to understand why this table is so important. Why did it survive the fire? I can't figure out what makes it special. It looks like a simple piece of furniture. It just stands there. What's it supposed to mean? What am I doing wrong? Is the nightmare still attacking you? Not openly, but it lurks in the shadows, gnawing at my soul from within. It never leaves me alone, but it hasn't tried to fight me again. Would you like to enter your dream again? I don't think that's going to help. We've already been there together, and no, there must be something else. I must look at it from a different angle, but how do you find the other side of a dream? The other side is called reality. Perhaps this table represents something you're supposed to do in real life? Maybe you're right, but what should I do? Find a table? Buy one? Perhaps I should learn crafts as a carpenter and make one myself? There's many possibilities for that, and I wouldn't know where to begin. Perhaps Desna can help you solve the riddle? It was she who asked me to solve it, though. I don't think she's gonna just tell me the answer. I have to find it myself. And where'd the table come from? Where? Oh, right, there was a loaf of bread on the table. It was Anuvia's dream, remember? She had just a wish to learn how to bake, and the bread went up in flames with all the others, but the table itself remained. This table came from Nuvia. Perhaps we should talk with her. I've been living among mortals for a while now, but there's still so much I don't understand about your kind. How you live, how you dream. You're right, we should ask. It's part of her dream, after all. That's a good idea, but could you please talk to her instead? I don't know where to begin conversations like this. It's so personal. Please ask her. I'll be nearby. Oh, Commander. Lotier. I'm sincerely gladdened by your return. I was delighted to hear of your recent victories. It's a shame my duties kept me away from the front line, and I would like to take up a place in the ranks of the Crusaders, and perhaps I'll have a chance to do so, but before that happens, we must address another issue. I suppose you've already guessed what brought me here. We parted ways after the discovery at Count Arende's estate. You and I both know the Count has become a conduit for an unknown entity known only as the Other. I retreated to Nirsen and went beyond Mendev's borders, looking for mentions of entities and ways to fight them. And now my search has borne fruit. I'm ready to tell you about it. Why did it take so long? Because we're dealing with a rare phenomenon, a true anomaly. The Mendev Inquisition amassed substantial experience in fighting demons, but here we are against something completely different. I had to trawl through our archives searching for cases that seemed in any way similar. I sent inquiries to our friendly temples and reached out to our nation's borders experts on the unknown. It was dull and painstaking work, but it was necessary. What have you learned about the Other? I must be honest, still don't know what it is. However, I found evidence of similar incidents. Individuals who, in a horrible moment of their life, became a gateway for an unknown entity. The most curious part is that all these cases appear sequential. They happen in various corners of Galaran, but no two incidents occurred at the same time. This leads me to think we're dealing with a single entity, one that's been secretly present in our world for a long time, merely changing its gateways on occasion. While I don't know what this entity is, it managed to find something of great value. A Varsan Arcanist managed to pick up a trail of the Other and invented a ritual to weaken and bind it. She died under very suspicious circumstances. Her decapitated body was found in her laboratory. Her head was never found. Yeah, whatever the Other is, it's been forcing Darren to decapitate people. But her notes survived, including the description of the ritual. I've discussed it with several highly esteemed experts, I'm inclined to consider it a reliable weapon. We can use it to lure it out, bind it, and exterminate, but to do that I need your assistance, Commander. What do we need to do? We must carefully prepare the ritual and bring Count Arundel to the designated location. Our ritual will lure it out, weaken its connection, and bind its essence to our world like an anchor. The last part's important. All the evidence indicates while the gateway is active, the other can travel freely. If we fail to bind the other, it will either escape or, worst case, drag us into the realm. Hence, we must lure it out and, I suppose, defeat it. There's also one more issue. Aside from the fact we'll have to fight this incredibly powerful and horrifying creature, the other suspicion must not be aroused until the very last moment. This means the Count must know nothing as well. The best course of action would be to take the Count to a designated location without telling him the reason of the journey. Then we must frighten him and make it appear his life is in danger. The other will believe its gateway is in peril, and I hope will show up to protect it. The ritual circle will work as a trap, but it's crucial, and I stress this, so we convince the entity we know nothing of its existence, and that it's Darren who is in danger, not the entity. Otherwise, there's no knowing what may happen. I don't want to give the Azar any chance to outmaneuver us. Do you think the Order will appear? Why do you think the other will appear? The Count's been in danger many times and nothing special's happened. You have a special connections to your companions, Commander. You've shared part of your mythic powers with them, who journeyed through the abyss with you and survived to tell the tale. I believe the others understands this. It also must understand how dangerous it would be if you were to become not a benefactor, but an enemy to its gateway. I'm certain that it will react to a threat coming from you as opposed to ordinary encounters and with the demons and cultists. How dangerous is it? It's extremely dangerous, which is why I've come with this. All the evidence I've collected, in particular the list of victims, which include powerful demons and strong mortal mages, makes me certain we're dealing with something extraordinary here. It's stronger and more dangerous than the Balors and other generals of the Abyss. In that case, yeah, I guess our mythic powers are the only thing that stands against it. I also suspect the oracle powers the Count developed came from the other. As a rule, only gods, imperial lords, and other extremely powerful beings can grant such abilities. I know no one except for you would challenge such an entity, so I'm asking you to help for the safety of all who dwell. However, I believe we can shore up our strategic position if the other doesn't suspect we're preparing a trap until the last moment. Even the most dangerous creatures become more vulnerable when caught off guard. The main thing we have to do is the methodical approach and stay alert. I think it's within our abilities. Are you sure this other is hostile towards us? In all this time, it's never tried to attack me. I'm certain this entity is dark and truly evil. The evidence in my instincts as an Inquisitor are undeniable. Whenever the other manifests itself, strange and ominous things happen. In particular, I'm positive it's responsible for the magically decapitated corpses. The ones who were found at Heaven's Edge after the tragedy, and in Canabras after Discari's attack. In both places, some of them belonged to civilians and others to demons. And in Canabras, some of the victims were cultists. I'm convinced the other is pursuing an interest of its own, and thus far has ruthlessly exterminated any who learn of its existence, and now you and I know. Draw your own conclusions. If Darren's a gateway, can't we just slam it shut and the other on the other side? We can, by simply killing the Count. But firstly, I'm not sure the other won't try to protect its gateway, and in that case, we can't have to face it unprepared. And secondly, I'm opposed to this idea on principle. Sometimes Inquisitors must make hard decisions, and I've made a great many in my lifetime. For example, I can kill a person possessed by demons if he or she is at immediate risk of taking lives, and I have no time to perform the exorcism. But in this instance, the situation's not so critical. We have a way of fating the other. I will not agree to commit cold-blooded murder, not even the murder of someone as disgraceful as the Count. I must say, this game has a pretty good depiction of the more positive depiction of the Inquisitors, the more negative. On one hand, the guy in Dresden was absolutely paranoid and lashed out at everyone to the point I had to fight him myself. But this guy refuses to take an innocent's life, even if he's an asshole, just because we actually have some options and it's not an immediate thing. I will help you. Thank you. Now, let's go with the entire operation. I'm convinced we must lure out the other from somewhere far from Dresden and other populated places to avoid casualties. I've chosen a suitable location within the World Wound. I'll mark it. You must bring the Count there without alerting him as to what's about to happen. I assume the other foray will hardly raise suspicions. I'll await you there with the ritual circle prepared, but before we reach the crucial moment, you must take the Count and other believe the Count is in danger. I suppose the easiest way to do that would be to tell him you made a deal with the Men of Inquisition. The Count will have to face punishment, real or imaginary. I'll find a way to intimidate him, but you must play along. We need to provoke the other to come out, then we'll finish him off once and for all. This case will be my greatest triumph or my greatest failure, but I firmly believe it must be done. Remember my words, the other must be convinced we're threatening the Count, and we know that its existence. The slightest suspicion will prove fatal. Until we meet again, Commander, may the gods be with us. This also means I'd probably best bring a different healer, since I'm willing to wager that Darren won't be available for that. So I'll definitely need to bring Sociel as my backup healer. A pale, ghostly image appears in front of you. Lothamus? You recognize Lothamus the Antiquarian, the scholar who helped you a long time ago. His translucent form flickers, and you have a difficulty making out words. Commander, it's Themis. I can't maintain the spell for long. Open the treasure room. What, you managed to open the door? Yes. I won't enter without you. A door. Dragon burial ground. I'm on my way. Ah, Dawn of the Dragons. Commander, Ilgum Malisa, a fisherwoman from the creek, Merkel's sister. The green-eyed fisherwoman from the village of Chili Creek. Her hair is a mess and her face and clothes are covered in soot. She looks as though she traveled in a hurry, met with a few dangers. Please help me. He's gone crazy. You'll kill him. Calm down. What happened? Do you remember Jerno, the cleric who came to our village? The locals weren't welcoming. After all, he was a stranger preaching about a strange new god, but little by little he became one of us. He went fishing alongside us and he told the people about the crusade. He's told us about stories about meeting you and the queen, the songs he sang, just what you want to stop and listen. Eventually we became close. We started to plan a wedding. My brother didn't seem to mind, but after we got married, that's when he lost it. He became violent. He threatened to hurt us. I tried to talk to him, but requires the swarm mythic path. Now that's interesting. I guess it makes sense. This is where we choose our final path after all, so now I'm gonna start getting Swarm Devil and the other ones as well. We even thought about leaving the village, but when my brother found out, he lost his mind. Markill's strong, and no one else in the village dares challenge him. It's a miracle I managed to escape, but my husband's there. He didn't make it out. I don't know what happened to him. Please help. What caused to change his behavior? Markill, he really does honor the traditions. We've been worshipping the river for many generations. He's not keen on having a cleric of a foreign god in the village, but he was willing to tolerate his presence for a while. However, my relationship disappointed him, especially when he discovered I had become to worship Aristil as well. How'd you get here? By some miracle, I guess. Everything is on fire out there and all those monsters, but never mind me. I managed to survive. I came here in one piece, but I'm in serious trouble. I have no one I can turn to. You're my only hope. Alright, I'll help you. Thank you. I'll head back to the village and I'll do my best to keep him from flying into a rage. But please hurry. I'm afraid he might do something terrible. Alright, how bad is it? This is what I've been waiting... Managing Crusade again is the thing I've been waiting for a long time, so... Alrighty. Campaign. Oh, balls. Oh, what's this? Hardened veterans. Ooh, nice. I've only got one army, eh? Well, it is what it is. Assign a general. Okay, good. My generals are still alive. None of them were killed. I was kind of worried that was going to be the case, if we're honest. Why won't it let me assign a general? Why won't it let me do that? I thought it would, Do I have to click and drag? Strange, it's not letting me assign a general here. Studying the unusual crystal. Crystal Commander holds many mysteries. Experts on magic and relics may be able to shed some light on some of them. An epidemic of secrets. A strange disease affecting soldiers. Mouths grow on their skin and whisper various secrets related to events happening in the army. The healers claim with each secret the health of the victim deteriorates. Or the healers to save everyone. Kill the sake to prevent the secrets spreading. Reduction of losses. Ooh, all generals gain the infirmary. The healers did everything to cure them. Their efforts paid off. The epidemic was stopped and now the Crusades prepared for a sudden outbreak on disease better. Report. Thanks to the Ward Stone, the demon siege was less bloody than it could have been. Enough soldiers survived to form a fighting detachments now awaiting the commander's orders. Report. In the commander's absence, they were left by King Gaffrey, but everyone remembered the official title of leader had not been taken away. Her glory attracted many warriors and detachment of soldiers to survive the walls of Dresden. Report. The Grolan slaves rescued are infinitely grateful and ready to get even with the demons with weapons in hand. Report. The gladiators came with Commander ready to continue the fight for the glory of their mistress. Development of the art of war. Strengthening diplomatic connections. Strengthen chain of command. Yeah, I can worry about logistics reform later. Oops, I didn't mean to quit out completely. Yeah, it looks like we got a lot of work ahead of us. Alright, Magic Crusade. Oh. Yeah, why can't I assign a general to these armies? I actually have demons on my side. That's kind of funny. Monavik Devas. Oh, they all have a cooldown still. That's a bit annoying. Let's sigh. Oh. Yeah, this is why I wanted to get a bunch of these anyways. There we are. Ah, marksman. Here. I'm gonna wait to do the other until later. Streets. I definitely want to do this first. Alright, I need to speak with the Nuvias in there. Yeah, she was in the base. Whoops. Do you remember when I asked you about your dream? You said you wanted to learn to bake bread. Could you tell me a bit more about that? This is for Ruchelet. I can see you now. You can come on out now. She smiles at the half-hidden succubus there. Now, isn't that better? Anyways, back to bread. She sighs pensively, her eyes gazing in the distance. When I was a little snot-nosed kid, my mom hid me from our enemies in the Temple of Desna. Nidal, my birthplace, is a horror show. If it crumbled in the sea tomorrow, I'd throw a party, but the temple was a tiny oasis of peace and calm, hidden away. Folks in the temple knew how to laugh. They'd sing songs as they did their needlework, and in the mornings they'd bake the most fragrant bread in the whole world. I could barely see over the table. I'd stand and watch the cook mixed in the dough, formed it into rounds, and put them in the oven. It's the happiest memory of my life. Well, of the crappy part of my life. Up to Beth, of course. Nidal is one of the oldest surviving countries in Avestan, founded the uncounted years of the Age of Darkness. Even though it's now beholden to neighboring infernal realm of Cheliax, it retains a confident autonomy to pursue its own goals. Then, when I bailed on that, I did all kinds of scummy jobs. I crawled through the marshlands, scrambled over the rooftops, waded through sewers, I spied, tracked, killed, and that memory was the thing that kept me going. When I was sitting up in my eyeballs, the gore, dragging myself through the slums with an arrow in my side, I remember the smell of the bread, crunch of the crust, burnt my little fingers. I remembered how happy I was back then. Commander, have you thought about what you'll do after we win? I mean, once we smash the demons, close the whirlwind, hung up our weapons? I know my war will well and truly be over the moment I get up, mix up dough, put it in the oven. I'm gonna sit there and watch it rise. Then the smell of fresh blood will wake Arabeth. She'll come to the kitchen, and I'll break off a steaming, fragrant piece. That's how I'll truly know in my gut the crusade's over, that our peaceful life has begun. Arushale listens with apt attention. When she finishes, the succubus, silent a long time, briskly wipes her eyes. Thank you, Anivia. Desna, bless you. I think I understand now. I think I truly understand. She turns to you. You see a sparkle of hope in her eyes again, missing ever since the last time you visited the world of dreams. Isla, we need to go there again, to the dream world. I know how to solve the riddle. Speak to me in private as soon as you can. What do you dream of? Desna teaches that everything we do in our waking hours begins in our dreams. I wonder what my dream helped her understand. But whatever it is, I hope the goddess watches over her. I suppose finishing off Regal's quest is going to be useful. I did technically fail his last one, but he also does have proof that order has triumphed over chaos. So I could probably at least lean in that. Or maybe that's even his clue. What? Isla knows that trying to pull anything is not going to pull any emotions going to work. We're going to have to use practical arguments and lawful recommendations. But finally, I can dump all this junk. What is an unexpected surprise? The commander came from the abyss to lend us a hand. Soldier looks ready to squeeze in a bear hug, like a lost prodigal daughter. He poses a small figurine. You were gone for a long time, but we never gave up on our commander. Look at this knickknack. One of the soldiers was good with a knife and carved it from a block of wood. And then another wizard enchanted it. We let it travel from one pair of hands to another each night. Each soldier prayed for your soul, no matter which god they believed in. The priests said the prayers. This has been heard, and this soul trinket's now holy. You did come back, so please take it a gift. You should keep it and let it protect you instead. As always, you all put the well-being of others ahead of your own. That's why the soldiers adore you. What is the simple quartermaster to a campaign? It won't grind to a halt as long as the commander is all right. Every individual part is an essential part of this war, and that includes a quartermaster. Man, I have so much junk to sell. No one can use the Hope Crusher. Wow, that's only +3. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get so much money out of all this. 58. Yeah, that's 5,800 all by itself there. Spellbreaker. Undying Love of Hopebringer. Charred Bulwark. Buckler. Blinding Light. Armor of the Vigilant Sprouts. Armor, leather armor of greater electricity resistance. I might actually want that. Mystic Grace. Yeah, this is a lot of money, but remember, it's going to be going away the moment we start spending money on the Crusade, and there's going to be a lot to spend on the Crusade, I can tell you that much. Ruthless Assault. Scimitar. Life Veil. Constitution. Serious wound. Yeah, I definitely want to sell that sooner. The Ninja League collar sooner than later. Arca's Plaza, yeah. That would be good if I was taking the demonic route, but I'm not. Alright, everyone else needs to get their mythic powers too. So let's go ahead and do that. Improve critical with the Dwarven War Axe. Sounds good to me. Flawless attacks. More abundant casting. Always a good one. Oh yeah, I should get a spellbook in order. 9. He does get a lot of bonuses with summoning, so perhaps I should lean into that. Keep the majority of these here then. Great club. Spell penetration mythic. Prove critical with daggers. Greater spell focus for illusion magic. Oh, that's gonna be really nice. Things are about to get weird. Flawless attacks. We are all choosing the same ones, and I'll take that as a good sign. Oh, we're already tired. I guess I should have had everyone rest first. Great fortitude. Alright, we definitely need to rest up to restore spell slots as well as... Alright, anything else to check here? Yeah, the spell book should all be in order. Alright, Angel Spellbook. No, I did not get this in order yet. Avenger's Blessing. Ally. A target grants the effect of Divine Power, Holy Aura. For 1 round per caster level. Greater spells. Euphoric Tranquility. Gale of Life. The spell functions Breath of Life, but affects all allies. Your critical wounds mass. Gale of Life. Critical wounds mass. Storm bolts. Might be good to have this as a backup just because they get close to me rather quickly. Resurrection. Function like raise dead, except you restore life and complete strength, even ones killed by death effect or disintegration. Upon completion, the creature is immediately restored to full hit point, with no loss of prepared spells. More greater restorations is good, I think. Alright, gotta get his spells in order too. I'm not bringing him as often, but I kinda will want to going forward. Alright, that should be fine. Would you look at that? I've made it through another day without being killed or eaten, without looking any more decrepit than I did yesterday. Not too shabby for a mongrel. Yeah, I've got 3 midnight bolts here. Guess I might as well sell all this junk. Alright, a day's passed, so we should probably, deal with the stuff that's coming up. The Crusade Affair that's coming up. We've upgraded everything after all. Oh, really? Nothing? Oh, whatever. I still want to do Regils first of all to see what happens there. Noctua spoke well of you, she says hello. The old elf's face is blank as a porcelain mask. Her favor flatters me, and the memories of times when I was younger warm was my heart, but it fills me with other darker feelings, such as shame. It's sad to remember how foolish and self-satisfied I was back then, and how much I enjoyed the fear and respect of the spawn of the abyss surrounding me, how I belonged to the Lady of Shadow who charmed me the moment we met. In those days I was different. You mentioned this letter could tell me about Queen Gaffrey? The moon is peering to my window, a sole observer. Storyteller touches the paper, his nail as if he can, tracing all lines as if he can read. The moon's peering at my window, my sole observer of my weakness. Dresden's quiet, almost as if I'm the only one in the fortress this hour. I'm alone, utterly always. I pick up the quill and shake up an ink that threatened to fall on the paper, which would have ruined what was already a third draft of this letter. Why am I writing? She'll never read it. I falter. Quill poised over the paper. My hesitation doesn't last. I don't know where you are, my hand writes. When was this? It was on the eve of the Queen's departure. The next morning, she ordered her forces to march on Is. Is Dresden ever that quiet? Unlikely, but I'm telling you her feelings she was writing this letter. One's perception of the outside world can vary at times. Please continue. My hand is shaking. My heart pounds like a bird free from a cage. My eyes fog over. I wipe a tear. What's happening to me? Where are those guilt? I've always acted as duty commanded, always. As I take a deep breath, the shaking stopped. My hand holding the quill can barely move. Forgive me. The last word I write. Forgive me. Was she feeling guilt? I cannot answer that question definitively. I merely touched upon her thoughts and tapped into a faint trace. But I can say one thing for certain. Those feelings are strong. The pain was very much real. There's no need for gratitude. I'd rather think I should be begging you for forgiveness. It seems I've inadvertently made privy to personal matters. I'll try to refrain from any intrusion from now on. Yeah, I'm not going to pursue the romance there, so... And if she really did betray us just because she wanted the, glory for herself, then that's a pretty good reason to turn it down. I can tell you that much. Sucks to be selling all of these artifact items, but time does go by. Yeah, nobody can use that, nobody can use that, nobody can use that. I guess I can just buy them back if need be. Don't use that either. Yeah, having all my generals reset, you'd think being 6 months would have reset it, but then again, the Crusade management system seems to be almost completely separate from the main game, in both good and bad ways. Alright, we're gonna have to bring someone else this time. Actually, maybe I should bring Greybor here. I did, after all, upgrade his stuff pretty well. I do love Greybor's damage, that's for sure. It's just that he doesn't have nearly the durability that Ulbrich does. Someone's on the road. The horticultural technique known as grafting has been used by gardeners since ancient times. The sprouting of one branch of trees sliced in the trunk of another. The plant with a stronger root system feeds the other, which is then able to bear more fruit. But can a similar technique be used on mortals and celestial beings? Will this strange endeavor yield fruit? And if so, what kind? The fate of Targona the angel should answer these questions. A glowing vision appears in the road before the commander. It takes a moment for the figure to manifest fully, but as angelic silhouette takes shape, it's not difficult to guess who it is. The demonic wing gives away immediately. Targona's ghostly appearance cannot hide away. Her eyes blaze with excitement. She hesitates and begins speaking rapidly. Isel, I have a lot to tell you, but I don't have much time. I won't be able to maintain this projection long without being noticed, and it's vitally important with our communication remains secret. Alright, listen. We've been chasing down Mustafan. We were trying to understand how he keeps managing to evade death, and we've worked it out. He creates multiple copies. He used a single crystal to imbue all of them with power. If he's killed, his consciousness is immediately transferred to a new body. There's no way to prevent this, at least not by any ordinary means. He's hidden these bodies in different locations, making them impossible to find. The only way to stop him, I surrender myself. I allowed him to capture me, speaking to you from the secret lab. He's about to depart for the temple. Track him down and kill him, or at least give him a good scare. Either way, he'll end up in his secret hideout. That's when we'll strike. Hick, are you in danger? The angel smiles sad. She looks determined. Perhaps, but I knew the risks. He's obsessed with Aurelu's experiments, and I'm one of them. He escaped us so many times. I decided I could not let that happen again. He's planning something big, something horrifying. He may be trying to open another world wound. We must stop him. Alright, what do you need me to do then? We need you to drive Mustafa into a trap we prepared for him. He's keeping me imprisoned in his lair while he goes to Pelor's temple. If you spook or kill him, he'll retreat to a secret hideout, but we won't know... But he won't know that I've contacted you, so he'll think he's safe. He's unaware of the connection we share. This connection not only allows me to communicate, but also with other holy wardens, because they have a small amount of your power. Once Mustafan is back in his lair, you and the others can catch him. We'll finish him off for good. Where are the other wardens? I sent them a message. They're on their way to the location. They'll set up the trap and await your arrival. Don't worry, we won't do anything until you get here. We don't want to scare him away. This is our chance to finish him once and for all. My captors are near. He's on his way here. I don't know what he wants, but must sever this connection. Go to Pelor's temple, and I beg you, come with me in this prison. The last desperate plea fades. I'll find you. And we'll bring Greybor this time. I'm sure he'll appreciate getting a piece of the action. We're paying him well for it, after all. He acts like he's all business, but he does have some level of pride in his work. I mean, a big reason he was glad we were able to take out the assassin building was because he doesn't get to cross swords with someone who actually poses a threat to him. And yeah, I'm guessing that he will turn on you and take the guy's offer if he didn't like you very much. But since he liked me, he had no reason not to. He had no reason to reject it. Now, this is going to be a very easy or very difficult fight. So, someone on the road, get ready. I don't think any of my quests have a time limit. Chief Soul. Slowly, barely moving forward, a formless figure shovels towards you. When it finally draws near, you realize the Chief Soul, but the state of him, the wound has desiccated him, drained him of his last vestiges of strength. His clothes are caked in blood, and his eyes are gazed. The black saliva triples from his gaping mouth. Soul, what are you doing here? Matter to Dresden. I'm going to Dresden. Need to gather a rescue. Escort him. We're going back. You need help immediately. Thank you, Commander. We need to get Dresden. We'll talk there. The last resort. By nature, demons are not prone to keeping promises. However, when it comes to serving their own interests, they can be surprisingly consistent. Yeah, above all else, we need to make sure Soul survives. Commander's back. Show him I can't believe it. He's looking better. His wounds are bandaged, his gaze more lucid, and yet he's still not the peaceful old man that left in Dresden. His haggard, pale face bears emaciation and death. Blanche chuckles. He must be charmed or something. I bet Sava Melika thinks... thinks he must have died long ago, but here you are, wheezing away. Come on then, tell us what happened. What happened here to the Mongols while I was gone? At first, nothing unusual. We were just living our lives. But then the whole tribe got stricken with something, like a disease. Your arm ache, your legs ache, tears from your insides. Nobody knew anything about it. And then one night we all woke up. Can't remember what came next. I remember opening my eyes and I'm walking out the gates. The guard stopped me. I say, Lady Nuvia's orders. He doesn't believe me. I just grab him and, oh, I don't remember. I really don't. He shakes his head. I was trying to drive away the thoughts. Like in nightmares. Hush. I remember us walking a long way. I remember the white-eyed demon screaming, shaking to remember. I can guess what's happening there. He performed his vile ritual again. Yeah, she fed us them human flesh. It wasn't enough for some. He would sting them with his poison. Those who survived become something else. Why were you wandering alone in the wound? I'm old, weak, good for nothing, not even good for being a demon slave. They poured blood down my throat and still I couldn't get the power of our tribesmen got. So the demon just said, be gone, carrion, let the wound kill you. You're on your last legs all the same. Useless I am. No, you're not useless. Sava Melik underestimated you, but you beat him. You survived and you made the journey back. All I could ever wish for is to be half as tough as you are, soul. Do you remember where Sava Melik is holed up? Yes, in the ruins, the Valley of Temple, she called them. He said something about the city hanging over the rift, an ancient city. The city of Iz. Funny coincidence we need to go there anyway, although it's not much of a surprise. The demons are either cowards or idiots. That's why he's sticking close to Iz, so he can turn tail and run back to his friends if things get ugly. How are you feeling? I'm done, Commander. My service is over. He said his position makes us stronger, but my body can't take it. My time is short. If only I could know that my tribe will return, then I could lay down and die and perish. I'll bring your people back. We will, Chief. I swear to destroy Sava Malik, and no matter what it takes, I'll keep my word. Maybe you can't. Maybe there's no bringing back anymore. Whoever is poison forever. But seeing them before I go, even like that would be a blessing. Hey now, the commander already promised you would get everyone back. Don't make her reconsider. And don't you go dying on us before you get back, here. Guess I should check my guide real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything major. Alright, I forgot to, Bruchelet's in the, tavern again. Right, we should probably do that while we're here. I'm pretty confident this is going to, Alright. Because I didn't smile without saying a word. Let's go to your dream. Let's do it. I can't wait to finally solve this riddle. Oh, but there's my nightmare. It's still there. Usually doesn't show up at all, but I think he'll attack us when we start altering the nature of the dream. Better be ready for battle. Then I'd best get ready then. I'll be waiting for you right here.
Sangranda gratior.
Ready. The world fades around you. What do you dream of? Urushile's dream is even darker and emptier than before. The smell of smoke and ash lingers in the cold air. You can't see the nightmare, but you can feel it watching from the dark. The succubus approaches the tavern reverently, as if approaching a holy altar, then hesitates. When Desna asked me, what do you dream of? I didn't know anything about dreams. I've been trying to imitate mortals, but I never understood what I was doing. I filled my dreams with so many things, but now I understand why they burned. They were not real dreams, but how should I put this? Mortals don't actually dream about objects, they dream about ideas. Fulfilling my dream with those items was like stealing a roadside sign from its stake, and then claiming I had the entire town in my hands. Nivea isn't really dreaming about the loaf of bread. Her dream is about a new life. A life where there's no war. A life where she lives in her own house and bakes bread for her beloved. I'm not sure if I asked anyone about the things I stored here, they'd tell me why those things are the dream worlds. The worlds where they find happiness. Did her words give you any ideas about how to find your own dream? They did, almost. Maybe, I hope so. We'll find out soon enough. This table didn't burn because it's part of my true dream. The part where I'm happy. Now I just need to find out what this world looks like. The world of my dreams is close. I can almost see it. Almost. Oh, the shadow's appearing. A teapot's on the table. You can barely hear her she whispers quietly. You can barely hear her words. As she speaks, the world changes around you. The smell of smoke and ash is replaced by fragrant aroma of freshly brewed tea. Teacups are full. The steam is rising. There's a spot filled jam, cookie crumbs. I bake cookies. Nightmare spawn. Planning to drink some tea. You used to drink souls before. How many souls did you kill, my friend? How many did you torture? You don't deserve a life like this. I've done many terrible things. I've ruined lives, and I'll be paying for that as long as I live. I'll fight until we close the world wound, and even after that. As long as there's evil in Galarn, but I will not give up my dream, whatever it is. Without it, I won't have the strength to fight. I'll make you pay with your life. That's how tough they are. Oh, not at all. These nightmares will never leave me alone. I know that I deserve them, but it's hard to fight them off over again. Are you feeling alright? I guess. As much as I can be with the current situation, let's continue. Surrounding the table, I see a house. A large, spacious kitchen. A ray of sunlight coming through the window. A branch of trees to the outside. Nightmare spawn. You want to have a house of your own, my venomous butterfly? You've deprived me of my house twice. First you took Elysium from me, then my newfound refuge. But you destroyed that too in the abyss, but you took that. How dare you dream of a house of your own? I've wronged you badly and I feel guilty. I'm not trying to make excuses. There's nothing I could say that excuse I've done, but you're dead, Demalcio. I'll never forgive you, but I will not let you take my life. You don't have the right to live. She looks pale as she wipes away the sweat and tears from her face. You're fighting so close to your dream. You're almost there. Yes, I want to see it through to the end. We need to encourage her on. A kitchen, a teapot on the table. Who's sitting? Oh, that's me. But I'm not alone. Who's with me? Oh, it's you. We're laughing. We're carefree and happy, drinking tea, reminiscing of days gone by. it's not just the two of us. All my friends are here. Oh, the party members. All the other characters from the story. This whole time, this is what I wanted. A house of my own, friends, maybe a family. Family. Isn't that the word mortals use to describe people who fill them with happiness? The people they love and can't live without. You cannot be happy, scum. You don't deserve it. Oh man, isn't that a relatable problem in your head? I will be happy. Do whatever you want, but my dreams are mine forever. Yeah, they're not supposed to be a threat. They're just really supposed to be here to show the sheer number of them. Well, since they choose to surround me... Haha, storm bolts. The monster is gone, the kitchen is peaceful again.
I just want to live here, in the world of mortals, with the ones I hold dear. I have solved your riddle, goddess. This is my true dream.
The monster's gone, the kitchen is peaceful. The smell of freshly baked cookies wafts through the air. The steam rises from the cup of hot, fragrant tea that's been set on the table. Arushale gazes around longingly. You never seem so happy.
Goddess, what is going on? What's happening to me? I have changed. I can feel it. The abyss has relinquished its hold on me. I am not a monster anymore. Oh, Desna, this is so wonderful.
What just happened?
I don't know, but I can feel that everything has changed. Myself, you, everything in the world. Oh, goddess, this is so beautiful. I had no idea that the world could be so beautiful.
You know it's a big deal when a remix of the main theme is playing. How do you feel?
I've never felt better. Everything that I hated about myself is gone. I look at you and I don't feel hunger. I don't want to kill. All the unholy cravings I experienced as a demon, they're all gone. Now I just want to be happy, to live and to love.
So your touch no longer drains the life of others.
No, I am not a monster anymore. Not a predator, not a weapon. Just a woman, like any other female mortal.
She looks down at her slender fingers. Slowly, apprehensively, she reaches out to touch you. You feel the warmth of her soft skin as she gently strokes your hand. What will you do now?
First, I'll help you win this war. We'll close the world wound once and for all. And then, you know, I've done so many bad things. My redemption doesn't automatically cancel out all the evil I've done. The people I murdered are beyond salvation now, and my nightmares won't let me forget that. But I can still save the others, those who are still alive and in need of help.
You found your dream. Congratulations.
Yes, I have. You have been beside me every step of the way. I could never have done this without you. Thank you so much.
It's time for us to return to the real world.
Yes! I can't wait to see the world through new eyes.
Succubus has succeeded. The Abyss-born demon has severed ties to cosmic evil. She's unbeatable determination. You don't need rations or camp supplies to rest. A very, very welcome upgrade from Kingmaker, that's for sure. I do get why. It's because they don't want... Kingmaker didn't want you to have to, they didn't want you resting after every single fight. But the problem is that stuff was so heavy, and it took up most of your inventories, so it was just kind of a pain in the ass all along. Let's see how much has changed about Arushale here. Ascending Succubus, a demon who's overcome their evil nature, is such a rare occurrence, many don't believe it. The ascension's long and thorny. Before achieving true virtue, a demon spends many years spiritual search and repentance between good and evil, every moment risking falling back the depths. An ascending demon loses most of their powers here, but also leaves vulnerable to retaliation of other demons who loathe the idea of rebellion. Ooh, she's chaotic good now, too. Let's see if there was any feats or anything that was gained from that. Airborne, immune to trip, ranger immune to trip. Touch of Desna. Arushale gains Divina's Denying Luck. She gains luck bonus to saving throws equal half her mythic level. That's gonna be quite good, actually. Wow. What's this? Ward against weakness. Oh yeah, because I use that buff next to her. Well, that's wonderful. We've managed to achieve a true redemption. As she said, this does not undo the thing evil thing she's done. She will simply have to act to ensure it never happens again. Funny that some places like the... Step away from defeat. Conversation with Arushale and then system. What do you dream of? Succubus will succeed. The Abyssborn demon severed ties. She's shown enviable determination in her effort to transform her very nature. Her story will be the source of vital data for anyone who studies methods of influencing the inner nature of both demons and mortals. Unfortunately, it's unlikely she'd allow anyone to take a sample of her tissue for research purposes. In recent months, the succubus has made considerable progress towards changing her nature. While the value of this achievement is dubious, it must be said she's made tremendous effort. Time to see the truth behind Chili Creek and the truth behind the river god that they worship. Because I imagine something else is going on there. But again, we first need to finish off Regils. He might actually leave depending on how this goes, but like I said, I should be able to weigh our victories thus far. Actually, Arushale finally ascending and no longer being a succubus. This might actually be our greatest weapon here, since he doesn't trust her at the same time, and yet we have absolute proof I managed to get a demon to turn away from being a demon. Something that should be impossible. Some on the road. Another scripted one. What's going on here, buddy? Crusader, brothers, sisters, I'm having a vision. I see her, the commander, one of the disciples of the Holy Martyr, standing before me as though she was alive. The dirty, exhausted fighter in rusted armor jabs finger at you. Hey, Toy, look at there. It's definitely her. Yes, it's Commander. I swear by the tears of the Holy Martyr, it's really him. Turtle, the bricklayer, once stormed to your room to tell you Ember had been abducted. Looks you in awe. Don't be so ridiculous. I see him too, but where's the martyr? Herself, a heavy-set tiefling. Doesn't seem to vision. Hey, are you over there? Give us a sign. I'm not a vision. I'm alive. Yeah, he seems real enough. We all believed Ember, the holy martyr, perished in the abyss alongside the commander, among the others. Half a year's passed, but you're alive. What happened to the preacher? I should check. Actually, I should check my Chief Soul. The Bastion. You can fast travel there, otherwise you'll have a long walk. Should I have brought her with me is the big question, I guess. Where are you going? We're just going to the holy altar of Baphomet, the one that showered by the tears of our Ember the Righteous. The surviving Templars led by that demon. Thagora decided it was time to repair it and start offering up sacrifices against her. She's no longer there. They started with former cultists. They keep them captive, kill them one by one. We want to ban our people. We're going to free them and shatter the altar to dust while we're at it, along with the demon and his minions. We won't lie to you, Commander. We could use some help. We have no time to gather reinforcements. Every hour could mean the death for one of our brothers and sisters. If you and the preacher decide to help us, we'll be grateful days. If not, we'll have to handle it on our own. Remember to bring Ember with you. The demons will run as soon as they see her. Who are you? We call ourselves the Redeemed Brotherhood. We are... Well, the short answer, we're all scum. Convicts, deserters, looters, even a few other former cultists. Those who heard St. Ember's preaching decided it wasn't too late, decided to do something better with our lives and throwing in our lot with the Abyss. Not all of us were lucky enough to see her in the flesh, of course, but those who heard her sermons passed the words to others. We even collected teachings and turned them into a book. Our thinking was the Ember herself may be gone. Well, we thought she was gone. Her words live on. They continued to spread and save those lost. Once there were enough of us, we had the strength to fight back, so that's what we do now. We fight them everywhere. We didn't go with the Queen. We decided someone should stay and keep an eye on it. Turns out we did the right thing. We met you here. Why are you calling Ember a holy martyr? Everyone knows Ember perished along with in the Abyss alongside the Commander, or everyone thought until this day. What do you mean by disciples? Since when I'm a disciple? Aren't you? You traveled with the party, listened to her preaching, fought evil up in your horns. I broke them off. I'm a human, not a demon. No matter what they say, I am human. You're a demon. Call you a demon because you're a tiefling? Being a tiefling is only half the problem. The real problem is this. The more evil you do, the less good is expected of you. If you stole yesterday, you'll also steal tomorrow. Isn't that fair? But if everyone treats you like garbage, all you'll ever be is garbage. What other choice do you have? If a thief has horns in their head, everyone knows that means. They're a demon. What else could they be? I used to rob and kill, convicted, sentenced hard labor, escape, started over. I thought there was no other path. If honest people refuse to accept me, I don't know them anything. I've done too much evil to try and repent. Look like a demon. Nothing evil in my heart and future. And then I ran to these guys. I heard them praying of the demon's salvation. At first I laughed, then it hit me. What if I really do have a choice? What if there is something else in the life than a never-ending nightmare? I spoke with those who've seen Ember, listened to them recite the sermons. I broke off my horns. With that, I broke away from the world. Turda, what are you doing here? You spared me before, though I deserved nothing but death. After that, I vowed to dedicate my life you gave to spreading the teachings of a preacher. Fortunately, I was all alone. Now go. I wish you luck in battle. I'll come to your aid. Thank you, Commander. With both you and Ember the Righteous, we will not lose. I've got an awful lot of stuff to do. Let's see here. Find Mustafan. Alright, none of these have a listed time limit, so that's good to know. The light within. Intercept the demon army. Finion's awakening. Deal with the bladesmith. At long last, the path the world ruined, being a step towards his nemesis and creator, the bladesmith. The bladesmith is in Is, so I guess we were gonna go there eventually. They wouldn't stop talking about it in Chapter 3 as the Den of Evil. Final verdict. To visit the Hell Knight outpost. One final breath. The last resort. Blessed. Yeah, there's no timer on this. Capture all regions of the world wound.
You are trustworthy, Greybor. I could recommend you for an induction into the Order of the Scar, where the Hell Knights hunt down. Your skills and experience would prove useful to them.
Thank you, but I'm done taking orders and listening to lectures about discipline. I got enough of that during my training. I prefer to answer to no one but myself.
Final verdict. Visit the Hell Knight outpost. Settle the dispute.
Your orders, Commander.
You require my unbiased opinion?
I don't know if we're gonna be in a fight, so I guess we best be prepared for anything. Armigers and Hell Knights. The Hell Knights outpost welcomed with a sharp and inhospitable silence. The tall figures in back, imposing armor. There are no threats and greetings, nothing at all. Regil takes his place in the formation near Paralictors, Renth, Ty, and Diothin, but slightly ahead of them. There's barely a noticeable shift in his posture and demeanor. It's almost like he's getting ready to perform a wearisome and unpleasant task. You'll know why we're gathered here today. The Order's emissaries will hear the results of my investigation into the actions of an individual known as the Commander, as well as decide the fate of an individual. Regil, please explain yourself. I think it's obvious. The Orders need to know whether or not you can be trusted. I'll coordinate tribunal, and someone knows... as someone who knows facts about... Very well, fine, I'll hear what you have to say. I will state the facts known to me. You reserve the right to speak in your defense. I'll start with the main reason for today's assembly. The source of the Commander's supernatural powers hidden from us till recently, but it's now clear. The emergence of abilities caused by Riolu, a criminal and enemy of unequivocally and unconditionally, must be destroyed. Whether the Commander is associated with involuntary tools yet to be determined. Knowledge, Arcana, Diplomacy. I'm neither. I neither cooperate nor obey her. Succeeded Diplomacy. It would be proper present to at least one piece of evidence to confirming the cooperation between the Commander and Vorlish the criminal. So far, your accusation has not been supported by any proof. Let us continue then. Aside from the source of power, those also the matter of its application. The Commander has partially managed to overcome the destructive nature of the inherited powers. Unfortunately, he then went to a distant extreme and displayed excessive virtue. This excess is a flaw, though not an excusable one. Whatever my power is, I use it to oppose the world wound and benefit of the crusade. He pays no attention to the words. We must also scrutinize the Commander's temperament. The main question of interest is whether or not we could rely on such an ally. What if he became a puppet in the hands of our enemies? To determine this, I took the liberty of staging a test. The test revealed the Commander's complete unreliability. They are incapable of seeing through demonic deception, may be willing to cooperate voluntarily or a result of clever manipulation. Judge me by my deeds, not an artificial test. Deeds are not everything. Watching the reaction of an unprepared subject reveals much about their true nature. Enough. We have seen and heard enough. The verdict is clear. We've heard sufficient to conclude the accusations against the Commander are unsubstantiated. We have no reason to suspect our ally of treason or associating with a Reloof. From now on, they're prepared to provide all possible assistance. Regil listens closely, nodding in accord. I disagree and officially dispute this decision. Do you intend to maintain your cooperation with an individual the Commander of the Fifth Crusade even after everything? Believable. This is a stupid and perverse decision and puts you on the same page as the demonic lackey we've been discussing. Paralictor Durenge is absolutely correct. Nobody has better knowledge and in-depth experience matter than him. Durenge, that's enough. We're not going to argue with like a cantankerous old man. This decision's final, and you know you have no means to dispute it. That's correct, I do not. But I have a way of correcting this. I hereby challenge you to a duel, Commander. This is irresponsible of you, but lawful. I cannot interfere. Even though I very much want to. Our order refuses to support you when you're making a fool of yourself to soothe your wounded pride. Such behavior is befitting. Yeah. King of a Paralictor. Huh? Strictly speaking, since I've been buffed to hell and back, I can absolutely handle him, but I don't want to risk losing an ally. I cannot interfere, though I much want to. The Order refused to support you. Actually, maybe I should check the guide here on the recommendation. Now, I won't necessarily go with the recommendation if I feel it goes against, but let's see here. It says whichever you choose doesn't really matter. So, one just makes the crusade part a little better, which might be nice, but I don't necessarily need to do that. That's enough for... At the same time... At the same time, though, maybe proving that I'll fight him will do a good thing here, because this is the ultimate... It's not just a matter of his choice, it's also a case of, let's see here. Basically, these guys go by actions rather than words, which I already have, but... The law here is clear, but... Then again, from the first, he's always had a weird plan. Let's see here. Then again, it's not... I don't think it's their trust I want to earn, it's his. Well, I think that's the main thing. Yeah, I'm trying to get into Isel's head to try and figure out what they choose here. Then again, if the Hell Knights want to leave, that's one thing, but at the same time, it's also our friend companion, and Regil does in fact always... I've mentioned a lot of times that Regil seems to actually be a lot more nice than he actually acts. So I think it's safe to say the Hell Knights are going to follow us no matter what, but I also want our companion to trust us, so perhaps defeating him will simply prove it, as you wish. Clear the room and make the necessary preparations. We both have protection from law, but Isel's not lawful. Spread out, give face for the duel. Isel's not doing this for pride or for any they're doing it for a friend. Maybe that's worth considering, or maybe this is something just because the crusade is helpful. Well, I guess I can, if I want, I can always reload it and see what happens. Ah, that's right, I got the ability that when I hit, the target becomes easier to hit. Enough of this farce and squabbling. The verse is passed and not subject to appeal. No complaints against the commander. Indeed, we're now confident we can completely trust your commander. From this moment, not only continue fighting, we shall... Our elite squad. The world wound must be closed and must assist you to the best of our ability. We also apologize to action Paralictor Regil. He overstepped his bounds, made a number of questionable decisions, and make us doubt his competence. He's henceforth removed from his command of his chapter and stripped of his Paralictor rank, pending further orders. His face is impossible to read. Some assurance. Farewell, I have other business to attend to. He now no longer Paralictor, does not move or make a sound, but instead casts a quick glance, let you know he'd like to speak in private. Yeah, normally I would have nothing to do with a stupid thing like this, but... Well, this is a matter... I keep saying that Regil is a lot nicer than he keeps...
I believe I owe you an explanation, Knight Commander.
Yeah, so at this point, we have no reason not to trust him. Does not appear shaken or perturbed by what just happened. His stern expression changes, fleeting, moment becoming calm or pensive. I'm listening.
First, I'd like to paint you a picture of the situation I found myself in shortly before we met. I was one of the first to receive the information about an individual, supposedly chosen by the gods, who appeared in Canaris. This message was followed by the news that the Queen of Mendev had appointed this person as the commander of the new crusade. The orders reacted in every conceivable way. I imagine that you and anything even remotely related to you was being discussed in every corner of every Hell Knight citadel. I did not have to be present to imagine the words spoken and the suggestions offered, nor the chaos. The orders often cannot agree, even among themselves. Anticipating the upcoming arguments, I submitted a petition volunteered to attach myself to the new commander in order to assess her leadership and discover the true nature of her powers. But a good strategist looks far into the future. The role I gave myself was just the beginning. I watched and prepared contingency plans for every potential turn of events, such as if you turned out to be a menace that must be destroyed, or if you turned out to be a valuable asset and our best hope of triumphing over the abyssal host. An ally who must be supported, no matter the cost. I have been a Hell Knight for most of my life. I know the orders like the back of my hand. All our might, determination, and glory, as well as our weaknesses. Unfortunately, it was clear that not all of us would appreciate the tremendous potential of such an important piece showing up on the board. I could write dozens of reports, give you the most stellar of testimonies, and that still wouldn't be enough to convince the skeptics.
Orders him. Oh, so he believed in us, but he knew no thing would convince the others. What would the consequences of the disapproval be?
For you, the worst-case scenario would have involved a war on two fronts. Having said that, I do not think things would have gone that far. You have proven yourself to be an ally to the entire world, not a threat to it. Still, even the loss of support from the Hell Knights, or the hostility of individual highly aggressive orders, could have cost your crusade dearly. I wanted to avoid that crisis.
So yeah, in the end, Isle chose to trust their friend, and including following his lead. Since he was being oddly belligerent when he clearly was on our side prior, and thus we trusted that he had a plan in mind. And what was we put in the reports? What's John's opinion?
I believe you are our best chance of healing the world wound once and for all. There is more. I see you not as a tool or a game piece, but as an ally, and a commander with great leadership potential. Which is why it is so important to remove the division between you and the orders.
Yeah, according to the guide, it doesn't matter what you pick because they go through anyway. It's just a matter of whether or not it's pretty much just a character decision whether you trust Regal or not, or it's a matter of pride. I'm sure there's many reasons you could agree or reject the duel, but in this one, I do think I went with the most character accurate one. That Isel trusted Regal and decided to follow his lead. Because he has been nothing but an asset this entire time, and it seems, yeah, this is possibly the most mascot he's ever been, because he straightly says, yeah, I like you, and I don't want you to just be reduced to a piece for these people.
Only a military tribunal would be able to resolve the issues between the Crusade commander and the Hell Knights. As formal a hearing as possible, to assure the orders they had considered the case and had the chance to pronounce a verdict. The occasion also called for a sacrifice. A symbolic victim would reinforce the impression of a successful trial and a unanimous decision. Nothing bolsters the reputation of the accused like the public humiliation of their accuser. I was the obvious choice for the role. So I organized this tribunal and did my best to ensure that the Paralictors arrived at the only correct decision given the circumstances. Of course, this meant that my reputation would be destroyed, and I would be stripped of my rank. But that's inconsequential. Such losses are acceptable.
Is he gonna climb back?
I make no great fuss about the bleaching, but I do realize the full scope of its effects. The Fifth Crusade is quite possibly my last campaign. The pressures of time push people to extreme measures, and I am no exception. My aim was more than simply to prevent the Hell Knights from rallying against you. I wanted to strengthen your alliance, to give you a powerful army, a strong asset in the confrontation with the abyssal host. My gambit was successful. I am satisfied.
I don't even know what to say. Someone did good and someone's unacceptable. Yeah, you didn't have to go this far, but
I understand your doubts, but I'm confident in the correctness of my decision. What matters is the result, and it has been achieved.
I guess at this point, Aiza would probably say something like, as long as you are happy with it at the outcome then.
Now that we are entirely clear, let us return to the main objective. I still hope to see the matter of the world wound resolved once and for all.
Next up, we've got a lot of things on our to-do list. Luckily, none of them are time sensitive, so we can go back to town to resupply a bit, and then proceed to... Chili Creek might not be a bad option. Alright, we could also have the ability to freely teleport. Let's warp to Dresden. Let's head back to the Fort Citadel and we'll get some of these upgrades in order. Lady Konomi. She doesn't look nearly as comfortable as before. Commander, what blessing is to have you back. Mendev is in dire need of your help. There's been a revolt. The disgruntled nobles are out of control. They proclaimed the royal court dissolved and arrested several members. Many politicians were accused of collaborating with the demons. Some executed, some torn apart by the crowd. The first treasurer has fled. There's fighting in the streets by mercenaries hired by aristocrats and guard, who's loyal to the royal council. Dresden has received letters from insurgents, as well as loyal servants of the crown requesting your support, but both the royal court and I have faith you will elect a legitimate authority. The faith is not misplaced, is it? If the powerful have gone mad and spilling blood in the streets, there's only one force that can stop them, the church. We'll appeal to the clerics to intervene. Their voices will be heard. Why would we bother saving the royal council? So it can keep pushing us around? I propose we publicly support the nobles. If a few esteemed elders were to depart from the council, it wouldn't be a terrible loss to the nation. The politicians neglected their duty, but maybe the soldiers won't. There's gotta be some honest generals left. Ask them to bring the troops to the capital and put an end to the unrest. I know a tiefling, Xerxes, from the River Kingdoms. He was saying something about the young state over in the Stolen Lands who cobbled together proper, cohesive nation from a bunch of riffraff. Pretty slick, considering how tricky it was to make them not hate each other's guts. Want to invite them to help. So, Nearson first demanded, but is now asking. The situation must really be grim. You're absolutely right, Commander. I admit the Royal Council hasn't shown you the proper respect and amicability. I myself brought this to their attention numerous times. Her posture is full of repentance. But trust me when I say, none of them wish you ill. They all just share their unshakable belief that you are the savior of our nation. Why is there rioting in Nearson? Without Her Majesty's steady hand, the capital fell into decay. Some are settling old scores, others have discovered new opportunities. Mendev's accustomed to a highly respected leader. The only one who could protect the throne from the greedy hands is you, Commander. What's the situation in the capital? The Royal Council, Her Majesty's most trusted civil servants and public officials, have long been in conflict with the aristocrats. The former had connections of influence, the latter their family names, riches, and personal armies, composed of mercenaries, knights, and commoners. For many years, the strife was latent and civilized, coercion, bribery, intrigue, but the nobility spotted an opportune moment, decided to overthrow the clique of dignitaries that have usurped the royal's power. That's what they call the council. A series of arrests ensued, but the royal council found its supporters and retaliated. Currently, numerous aristocrats are assembling their forces in the capital. The Supreme Court building now serves as the base of operations by the new royal court, formed by the leaders of nobility. The old ones holding Her Majesty's castle, the treasury, and guard. Every so often, skirmishes break out in the streets. Many civil servants have left their workplaces, and the townspeople are fleeing the city. This capital's paralyzed. Wow, things really did fall apart. I guess I guess while the queen is incompetent at military matters, she actually is very good, skilled politically, since she kept a careful balance between the royal council and the nobles from exploding. Hence why her removal is what caused it. Interesting. Let me grab a sip of my drink real quick. Ooh, yeah, lots of dialogue. Alrighty. I'd like to hear the council positions. Of course, but I implore you, do not delay. Every minute counts. Socio, what can the church do in a situation like this? Become a living wall between the opposing sides. Call for mercy, and if necessary, warn them about heaven's wrath. People sometimes forget their conscience, and that's what we clerics are here for. In the end, they'll remind people they're in the middle of a holy war. And who do you think called the shots in the Royal Council before, my good cleric? Its leaders, the Paladin and the Inquisitor. In other words, pious people, like the ones who are trying to ask for help. Darren, why should we support the narrability? They'll form a new Royal Council. It's possible they'll end up the exact same. Hypocrites, bores, and schemers. But firstly, it'll be new, refreshing set of hypocrites, bores, and schemers. And secondly, they'll remember who it was that helped them rise to power and won't demand at every turn we kiss their banner. So we're just going to support the insurgents and bring even more havoc? I get the feeling that's the next parade in our honor will be held by demons. We're doing all the work for them. You're mistaken if you think the nobles will be better than the Royal Council. They at least knew the boundaries that have been set by the Queen. But a band of nobles that seize supreme power will believe they're entitled to anything. Land, can we count on military leaders to help us? A bureaucrat's oath is little different from a soldier's oath. If the politicians have betrayed Mendev, its last hope is the army. Let the troops go into Nirsen and bring order. That'll cool everyone's heads. That's a dangerous solution. The military doesn't like to surrender what they've captured. Such is the mindset of a soldier. We run the risk of establishing a military dictatorship there. Giving power to belligerents, they'll order the nation around like a company of recruits on a parade deck. Years of careful diplomatic work will go to waste. No, soldiers are inflexible, and they cannot handle such delicate matters. Yeah, soldiers being inflexible is important for war, but it's not good for political matters. This should be a last it will solve the problem here, but it should be probably a last resort. Woljif, what was about River Kingdoms? Zarcy, a friend of mine, was telling me about this kingdom, the Stolen Lands, how it was made. For centuries, all kinds of rebel and outcasts were gathered, and then this new leader appeared. A whole mishmash became a solid nation. So it got me thinking, if they're so damn good at making different sorts see eye to eye, maybe we could put them to use here? They might butter up some folks and give others a scare, but whatever, it's chill. Oh, the hotheads, right? Anyone who calls on foreigners to solve the country's problems asking for an intervention. We have no right to show Mendev's weaknesses to other nations. Yeah, I mean, I know, obviously I was the one who played Kingmaker. I know the Stolen Lands leader is reliable, and dare I say, dashingly handsome, but they don't know it. Not to mention, asking for help puts you in their debt, and that could be in a much worse situation. Lady Konomi, do you really expect me to support the Royal Council? Commander, neither they nor I have ever been your enemies. We are doing our duty, although we may have been unwise and presumptuous on occasion, but I assure you all mistakes have been addressed. By being generous, you only demonstrate how strong the capital was about you and teach them a lesson. Wow, this is some small-time thief chatting up the judge stuff. Your Honor, I've seen the error of my ways. I was wrong, but I learned my lesson. Please be generous. Cut the crap. We've been around. We know what those promises are worth. Bringing about a third party might not be a bad idea, but provides a holy relic, angel prudence. Angelic aspect greater. Darren, we'll support the rebellious family heirloom. Alright, so this gives me a relic. Cloak of resistance 5, blindness even though will be blinded. That's okay. Land arranged powerful relic armor. Overlord's chainmail. Woljif, River Kingdoms. Masterpiece from the artisan of a distant land. Whoa! Elixir of Inconceivable. That's the big relic. That's a big relic potion from Kingmaker. That adds a permanent stat bonus to all ability scores. And this stacks with literally everything. It is amazing. Vault from the treasury. Competence bonus, as well as all lore and knowledge skill checks. Wow, that's actually really good. That's all persuasion, lore, knowledge. Holy crap. And remember, this character is actually quite good at checks. Nearest and considered no longer 9. Declaring independence. All generals gain 7 bonus to power, adds finance points. This decree can only ever be issued once. Oh, I can't. This straight up fires Lady Konomi. scores. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want this one just because the raw stats would really solve a lot of my character's problems. It's not particularly wise, but at the same time... Yeah, either I'm gonna want this one for the purposes of massive stat check boosts, or I'm going to want the permanent stat boost all stats because I need every single bit that I can get. And not gonna lie, I kind of want to do this one, River Kingdoms, just because I want this raw stat potion. Because plus 2 to everything is kind of a huge boost to everything. $15 is a huge boost to skill checks, and we're starting to get some really rough skill checks. I knew you'd choose sensibly. I promise your majesty's servants will not forget your loyalty. Order in the capital restored, and you'll be able to count your extremely grateful friends. I apologize for once more for all the misunderstandings, Commander. I thank you and won't take any more of your time. As soon as it changes, I'll immediately give the council your full support. Commander, glad to see you back with us. He's barely changed since your last meeting. His glare is now heavier. You've arrived just in time. There's unrest in forces. Unfortunately, once you returned, so did the wary. Yeah, they're turning the soldiers against you, and I'm afraid we're dealing with an open mutiny. They're agitating the army to abandon Dresden and march to Iz as Her Majesty's aid. If we don't stop them now, it could be disastrous. Let's meet the wary. I don't believe it'll hard to convince them the plans of pure madness. We'll gather loyal officers and send them secret soldiers, unarmed with an open heart. We'll convince them to turn their backs on the madmen, their mutiny. Mutinies must be suppressed with absolute severity. We surround all units engaged in revolt, and then we arrest the agitators, publicly. Find every rebellious leader as a very angry second-in-command who dreams of promotion. We'll just hint at the fastest way to get it, and the mutiny will fade away by itself, with the added benefit of refreshing our staff. If the warrior is so loyal to the Queen, why didn't they leave with her instead of running in Chizn? I couldn't say, Commander. I believe we should talk with them and find out the reasoning. I do agree this is all very suspicious. You also have a great deal of respect for the Queen. I'm a soldier. It's my duty to respect my superiors. I hold you in high esteem as well. You catch nervous trembling. Let's discuss our options in further detail. Sela, what about your plan? Even if there were doubts before, it's perfectly clear now. The soldiers are not to blame for anything. They have been provoked to being dishonorable officers. It would be a crime to turn our loyal troops against them. We who give them orders must convince them not with blades but words. We will appeal to their conscience and make them abandon madness, no matter what the insiders are saying. Approaching mutineers unarmed would be a definition of madness. I'm not going to discuss this plan of sorts. Well, Regil, what about your plan? Revolts should be nipped in the bud. We surround the mutinous detachments, publicly execute the wary, and all those convicted of instigation. If seditious tendencies persist, we do it again. The only way to ensure their loyalty. A fair point. The demons are struggling to exterminate our forces, so let's do them a favor and slaughter our soldiers ourselves. Darren, what about your opinion? Behind the back of every disgruntled officer is a whole queue of aspirants eager to take their place. To get rid of the ringleaders, we won't even need to hire assassins. The promise of a promotion and the pay raise is all it takes for a second command to do their duty, be it a dagger or a drop of poison. They make good officers, feared by allies and enemies alike. I know the word honor means nothing to you, but that idea is horrible even from a cynical perspective. What's the point of ridding ourselves of schemers and traitors? We're just going to replace them with more screamers and traitors, except they're also murderers to boot. What about you, Captain Hardiman? I think talks to the self-directed marcher are bluff. Only lunatics would follow such a suicidal plan. We need to talk to them and ask them what they really want. Don't parley with mutineers. I'm pretty sure we all know what they want, the same thing as everyone else, power and money. We'd be playing into the hands if we sit down and treat them as equals. Decimation. Bloodthirsty officers. Oh, interesting. Your own character has an option here. All units gain +1 combat. Resistant officer. Crusader morale reduces. Luckily, I have a ton of ways to restore it. Sure, none of our officers will refuse to adjust the army. May the gods help us bring those poor souls to their senses. I'll keep you up to date with how things unfold. As soon as there's developments, I'll reconvene the council. Captain Odin. Commander, glad to see you back at the head of the military council. A decision is required more urgently than ever. Here's the situation. We don't have an army in the strictest sense, and the enemy's putting up much more of a fight than they did previously. Judging by reports, the demons are relying less on armies of their mortal servants and more powerful simple blades, and more on magic and dark sorceries. We must respond in kind by bolstering our forces with expert spellcasters. I'm prepared to send an order to Canabras, requesting necessary reinforcements. I propose we support our army with bardic magic. Bards learn all sorts of spells in their travels, and their songs can inspire warriors and give them the strength to fight. These demons know their vile magics, but we know something stronger than that, power of the gods. We need war priests. The spells will chase away the darkness and heal the wounded. We'd do well to invite monks in our army. They've been hardened by a lifetime of training, and even demonic corruption cannot harm them. If you're in need of mages in the art of killing, we should go with the Dagger Mark Poisoners Guild. Their alchemists are second to none when it comes to making deadly poisons using the metal. And sorcerers are foul business. Let the Ogolins cast their evil spells. No reason for us to even welcome the sorcerers with open arms. We're better off calling upon the druids. They know how to fight against the Fey illusions, Ogolin magic, and other vile things. We've been able to manage with the magic we've had just fine just far. The enemy never stands still. The more serious a threat we become for them, the more substantial the forces that will throw at us. Gone are the days when the Abyss would just casually send hosts of mindless cultists and lower demons. Now we're up against more cunning and skilled opponents who can incinerate a dozen soldiers with a single spell. We must respond to this with a magic of our own, or we'll lose. Are you sure Canabras is going to send us troops? Without a doubt. Canabras is much safer than we are at the moment. I'm convinced the Warden can provide some forces to support us. All of Mendiv knows that right now. Oh, and Dresden is the dam holding back the river of demonic corruption that would otherwise be flooding the south. The kingdom is in the process of mobilization, and Queen Galfrey's march on has encouraged many who previously shirked military service to join the ranks in the army. Why didn't you leave with Gaffrey, Captain Odin? I did put in a request for transfer to the front lines. Unfortunately, it was refused. Command determined that due to psychological trauma I suffered during my years of service on the border, I'm no longer fit for battlefield command. He lowers his head. As much as it stings me to admit it, they may be right. It's been a long time since I smelled burning flesh and hear the screams of battle, and I can't guarantee that when I do, I'll be able to maintain composure. That I won't fail the soldiers who will be depending on me. However, I can still serve them by staying where I am. I want to hear the advisor's opinions. Sealer, are the war priests battle ready? Of course, there are plenty brave and honest people among them, and serving the gods of light makes it their duty to resist evil. Many war priests made a conscious choice to forego life of peace, and their ideals wouldn't let them stand idly by. They studied the military craft. Their blessing and healing spells have saved many a soldier's life. I hate the idea of risking the lives of God's servants. If they perish, their celestial patrons may resent it and turn the background. Rego, can the monks really withstand the demon magic? Monks are paragons of restraint and iron discipline. They're comparable to Hell Knights in that regard. Among other things, they bring values of order to our troops. Let the soldiers see how demonic machinations and temptations break in the monks' iron will. Then they themselves become more calm and absolute. Greybor, tell me more about the Poisoners Guild. They're a creepy bunch. Imagine, if you will, an alchemist and an accomplished scientist who can take your breakfast, make a bomb or poison that could kill a basilisk out of it. Now imagine that the same alchemist doesn't mind personally shoving his poison into the basilisk's mouths. That's a pretty good description of your average member of the Daggermark Poisoners Guild. It's true, their blades are coated with magical poisons are not as dramatic as calling down lightning from the skies, but just as effective and far less conspicuous. You underestimate the power of dark magic, Greybor. A poison dagger can't stand every scoundrel in this world of Pharasma. Yeah, demons are kind of immune to poison most of the time. Although... You know, this does remind me of... You know, Greyboar's description of what they can do kind of reminds me of my friend's tabletop campaign, where one of the big changing moments was when our alchemist decided to make a literal cake that was also a literal bomb. It was kind of hilarious. It worked so well. I even started making cake familiars. Everyone loved it. Ulrich, how will the druids help us? I already told you about the Verdant Forest, didn't I? It's a brutal little spot. The folks there have to fight for the right to live every single day, and they tear it from the claws of the evil fae, walking plants, huge spiders, and all kinds of oglins. The druids there know their stuff when it comes to fighting otherworldly beasts and foul magic. You couldn't find better people to have on your side. Sorry, but the experience fighting fae isn't much use against demons. Don't take this the wrong way, Ulbrich, but Sarkoris has more druids than anywhere else, and they still didn't manage to save it. Captain Odin, how do bards help us? It's a fine tradition Medivh for warriors to go into battle accompanied by songs of daring bards who glorify heroic deeds and strengthen the hand that smites demons. Their ballads will inspire our soldiers, and their spells will prove useful in the most unexpected situations. Bards, their tongues are too long. Everything's clear now. Provides weekly recruitment, all spellcasters here. Church guards are promoted to war priests. Monks. Resilient melee warriors. Church guards are promoted to assassins. Druids of the forest. Bards seem like the most practical one. Still, monks are kind of really good, actually. Unarmed strike, good HP. Immunes to poisons and disease. Immune to fear. We'll go with monks. The demons won't be too pleased when they realize their spells are powerless against our warriors, and it will do the troops some good to have an example of discipline and fortitude and clear view at all times. I'll send a letter to Canabra requesting a group of casters to be spent to our aid. I'm certain they'll arrive soon, Commander. Yeah, the bards seem great. Maybe I should... But at the same time, the monks being immune to that seems like a pretty good idea. Last forces. All events in the world will take more drag turns. The Crusaders spill more blood. An allied Crusader recruited. Army. Army strength is influence. Our morale's still pretty high, so I don't have to worry too much, I don't think. On second thought, maybe some support would have been good too. That way it's not just everyone's the same. Then again, the monks just being immune is kind of nice. Martial artists who've been hardened by physically and spiritual trials. They need no weapons other than their own bodies. Then again, maybe that's not bad. Like I said, the monks are pretty good at, Oh, wait. Monks just playing being immune is going to be quite nice in general. Fugitive hunt. Dangerous. Destruction of the relic. Thenthire's experiments, no. All motivation. Dragons in cave. Even warriors. Monavik devas. Last forces. Allied Crusade army has been recruited. Army strength and full number of losses suffered during the campaign. This can only be issued once. Should be good. Signifiers, huh. Oh, 50 Hell Knights and signifiers, not bad. Two days at Chili Creek. People don't change. If an inveterate liar or fugitive looks you in the eye and asks for forgiveness for wrongdoings, look for a dagger behind his back. People change and often beyond recognition, but sadly I've witnessed more people turn into liars and criminals than the opposite. It seems to me that in the First Crusade there was more space for paladins and less for hired killers. However, there's a limited supply of do-gooders and fighters with a conscience, and that supply is used up very quickly. Faith, hope, and love are what hold the world together, Greybore. The only people who talk about the power of money are those who have no faith, no hope, and no love. I know from my own experience. I guess it's time. Yeah, I can upgrade the goggles here. Severed demon head. You have no idea how these horrible remains wound up among your belongings. Ah, Darren's doing it again. Sigh. Alright, I didn't use these up in this timeline. Yeah, because I had to redo that, I did it all in easy mode, which means I didn't have much time to mess with that. Let's see, where do the goggles go? This will tell me where I can find them. I see, I need to do the tree first. Commander, save Melissa. What happened to you? This village, so beautiful, peaceful, so many good people living here, but something's been worrying me since the day I came here. I couldn't stop thinking of all the strange rituals, all the weird conversations about firstborns being doomed. I tried not to think about it, but the villagers were not willing to embrace the faith. I didn't want to appear judgmental, but I was wrong. I should have trusted my instincts. There's great evil in this village. When Melissa and I decided to get married, she told me she wanted to do it under the rites of Aristil. I hadn't asked her to do that, but she'd already made up her mind. It was her decision. She asked not to tell Mariko, and we kept things quiet, but he found out about it anyway. He grew more and more gloomy. I did not understand what was going on until Melissa finally told me the truth, something everyone else in the village knew except for me. Locals performed the wedding upstream in the isle on a boat. The bride is to take off her wreath and send it floating. When she recites a horrible profane oath I do not wish to repeat. You see, when she gives away her wreath, she also promises to give the firstborn of the river, body, mind, soul. It may not happen right away, it may take years, but in the end, the river will always take what belongs. And Mark Hill, he's a few minutes older than Melissa. Do you see? These people... Dying man whispers hoarsely. You hear the anguish. The people at Chili Creek believe that they worship the river, but these rites are not druidic in nature. They're not the rituals, the green faith, or the cultic practices of some minor deity. This malevolent force, it has a physical presence. Merkel has lost his mind. His parents swore to give him to his monster, and now has deprived him of his sanity. He took Melissa to the Isle, probably where the monster lives, and sacrificed the maid. The villager lies at the border of the world moon. It's not protected by ward stones. The villagers are so proud the river protected them from the demons, but it seems the protection was nothing more than one monster's attempt to keep the monsters away from its hunting ground. Oh yes, demons are not the only monsters in Galera. There's many others, believe me. Some of them are creatures of chaos, others creatures of order. They're mindless beasts, cunning fiends, huge monstrosities, and tiny terrors. Sometimes the real monsters are mortals. They often pretend to be noble and good. They make a pretense of offering protection to those who need it, but the protection comes at a cost. So the locals sacrifice their firstborns, the brow wreath is part of the ritual? Not exactly. The locals are decent people. They don't kill their children with their own hands anyways. The wreath is a sign of obedience. The future parents agree the river can take it whenever, the firstborn whenever they want. It has the right to take their bodies or minds. It can summon them at any time and demand services. Sometimes the river exercises that right. There's more. Merkel was a firstborn, so the older twin. When he did this to me, he hasn't been himself anymore. I believe the river took control of him. Whatever monster the locals worships, controlling his thoughts and actions. What must I do to save Melissa? Merlo took her to Pike Fin. It's an isle in the middle of the river. You can see it from here. Something drove him insane. The evil controlled the village all these years. It lives on that isle. Take one of the boats and set her free. You need my help. No, it's too late for me. I can already hear Estel's hunting horn. My god is waiting for me. All I ask is you save my wife. My journey through this world. I can barely speak, coughs blood. My journey's over. A swarm mythic path. Oh my. You've been gravely wounded. Who did this? Markill. He wounded me, threw me in the river. I guess he thought I'd drowned, but somehow I made it to the shore. Perhaps old Dutta, he himself who helped me so I could speak with you. Markill, but this isn't his fault. He's not himself. The evil of the river has driven him insane. He must be stopped at all costs. But if we can, try to save him too. Rest in peace. Save her. His breath is slow and ragged. It quivers. Lips go still. His eyes close. He passes away.
No time for debates.
Simply business. It's your time to cease to exist.
Protection from cold, eh?
The light will take you. I will resist.
Missed me already.
Protection from cold.
Inimosi Flavisi.
You are my favorite aide.
Ala Swa Tel. Ala Swa Tel. Ala Swa Tel. Ala Swa Tel.
What's more dangerous, an unpredictability of nature or the hostile intentions of another? The malevolent force hiding in the isle is wild, volatile, and ruthless as the natural world, but also has a cunning intelligence, a devious and vindictive desire to keep away unwanted visitors. As soon as the commander reaches the oars, the water around the boat turns into a shiktheat of ice and freezes in place. Sneak into another break the ice with a weapon. Sneak void into another boat undetected. Those rely too much on magic are often defeated by simple, non-magical solutions. The commander sneaks to a different vessel and manages to remain undetected until it's safely away from shore. The commander sets off for the shore on the small rocky isle, but the journey does not go unnoticed. It seems someone in the isle does not like uninvited guests. Suddenly, the mist rises from the surface and thickens a cloud of bond. It blinds the commander and obscures surroundings. Is it the shore? Is it the isle? The fog so thick the commander cannot even see. Yeah. Perception, lore, nature, dip hand to pay close attention to the current. The flow of the river reveals direction. Athletics, try to steer the boat. After all, it can't possibly cover the whole river. Navigate by sound. The sound of running water, the splash of fish, the wind rustling in the forest, the sound of a bird chirping far away. All these sounds paint a picture in the commander's mind that no fog can hide. A light breeze begins to dissipate. The boat is headed straight towards the island. It will not be long before we're on the black rocky shore. The rocky isle is desolate. It's a blue-gray lichen, a few sparse, straggling weeds are all that survive on the black rocky shore. Further inland, the entrance to a cave gapes open like a toothless mouth. Suddenly, the violent gust of wind sweeps the entrance. The water, which was calm moments before, swells to a massive foaming waves that threaten to smash the boat and the boulders of the coast. How the commander reaches the shore. For the anchor, attempt to land. Shore, knowledge world. Steer the boat through the waves and navigate the rocks to the firm skill flat. Unseen form. Her spell and demand to be allowed in the isle. The commander's intimidating presence frightens the storm into submission. The winds grow calm and the waves subside as they steer the boat down the aisle and disembarks. It's hard to believe only moments ago this calm, lazy river was a maelstrom of raging waves and currents. The air is still peaceful. The howling gales have completely subsided. The isle looks calm, but so did the river. Looks can be deceiving. The lichen-covered boulders do not look like they've ever been disturbed. It would be easy to assume this isle is uninhabited. No bones, no traces of rituals. But after moving further, the commander sees Markill's boat. It's been carefully pulled up onto the shore beyond the reach of the waves. Noises can be heard. There's a shrill, angry voice followed by the sound of a woman's scream.
I sense something. Something is not right here.
Clever.
I finished here. Is there more? I sense something. Something is not right here.
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
The struggles never cease. I sense something.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Would prove my worth. Something is not right here. I'm glad I was useful to you. I finished here. Is there more? I finished here. Is there more? I'm glad I was useful to you. I finished here. Is there more? I sense something. I finished here. Is there more? I'm glad I was useful to you.
The cave is cold and dark. The ground's covered in fog. An icy current of air flows towards you from the depths. Water drips from the ceiling and dim lanterns cast grotesque shadows. All these years we've been worshipping the three of you. Our prayers, the icy rill, our sacrifices, our children. It's been you. She huddles in a corner, clasping withered wreath of grass and flowers her chest, like she's been crying. Standing in front of her are three horrifying hags. Markill sits at her feet like a faithful dog. What's so wrong with us, child? The old woman's skin's even whiter than her hair, and her breath hangs in the air like an icy mist. Her voice is kind, but her gentle words lack sincerity. Beneath her friendly exterior is the cold and ruthless as ice. We do not wish to bring harm upon you and your brother, but unfortunately you've not given us what we are owed. Deliver to the river what's rightfully ours, and both of you may leave in peace. You're always too soft, Lavixia. The hag's voice sounds like the roar of wind during the storm. Her skin's covered in spidery blue veins, and her eye flashed with lightning. Do what you're told, lass. Hand over that wreath or face the consequences. You will escape us. You can run, but you can't hide from old Latinda. Lauren, Xavier, my sisters, do you hear me? Do you know what's destined to happen? Must this happen? The old woman speaks in a whisper. Her blind eyes are covered with cloudy. He has the fog in the river, but she turns and points her finger at you resolutely. Look who's arrived. The one whose face was revealed to us in the dark waters. They arrived already? Well, that is a surprise. We dislike uninvited guests. We are clearly strong, agile, and smart. We appreciate those qualities. Very well, since you're here, you might as well come in. Oh, so you're alright? Commander, heirs still be praised. Those things drove Markel crazy and made him kill my husband. I don't understand what they want. Save us. So you praise the old stag now, ungrateful child? Who is it kept you fed and protected you from every danger? Did your mother worship the old hunter? How about your grandmother, the grandmother before us? Did they offer him praise? I think not. Markel, what's wrong with you? Oh, he's absolutely fine. He's a good little boy. He respects his elders, never talks back, and has respect for the Mother River. Isn't that so? Help me, save my sister from me. The river will take... It always takes what belongs to her. His face is contorted in pain. You can see desperation in his eyes as he struggles against the hand that seizes control of his mind. Who even are you, folks? Who are we? Perhaps we're the waves in the river or the fish in the deep. Perhaps we're the mist on the water. Are we solid ice or a raging storm? Why don't you ask the question you already know when you already know the answer? Haven't we already met between the two shores? My sister is wise, but she likes speaking riddles. We are the three maidens of the river, generous to those on the water, revered by those on the land. We fill the nets with fish, we keep the filth of the abyss away, and we ask for very little in exchange. Ungrateful mortals, she stomps. We do everything for them, and what do we get in return? Nothing. Instead of being thankful, the ingrates have started praying to some old bowman. Real live hags. You're actively practicing magic. How fascinating. Listen, there's something I need to ask. Why do you always gather in groups of 3? The numbers have their magic, and we have our numbers. 2 has a magic of their own. A pair of lovers, a mother and daughter, a teacher and student. 4 makes a crowd. That's too close to 5. Bah. No one can really cast spells in groups of 5. 3 is the most powerful number in the world. Sets of 3 are everywhere you look. Everywhere in the world. Everything in the world is either solid like ice, liquid like water, or fleeting like fog. Every event is or will be. Every person is either here, there, or nowhere. The most powerful spells are woven when there are 3. What a curious explanation, but it contains a number of logical and factual flaws. Did you know that there are more than 3 states of matter? Like plasma, for example. I managed to isolate it once. I even held it in my hands, although not for very long. By the way, did you know that you can determine the severity of your burns by... If you know the answers, why are you asking us questions? Stop your foolish prattle, it bores us. So you've been defeating the villagers. They think they worship the river. They have no clue what's actually offering sacrifice to 3 eggs. Is this deceit? They pray to the river. Are we not the embodiment of the river? They make sacrifices. Do we not accept them? They ask for help, and do we not help? Well, that's gratitude for you mortals. We stay awake at night out concerned for their well-being. We fend off the demons, and they can feel safe. Instead of appreciating our efforts, I call us liars. If it was up to me, I'd make... shakes her fist. You shouldn't insult us like that. We find your accusations offensive. We're not mortal tricksters pretending to be gods. We are one with the river. Villagers have agreed to pay the price for our help. We offer it a fair bargain. A stupid girl decided to cheat us. If anyone here has fallen victim, it's us. What do you do to Markel? How'd you manage to take control of his mind? How does the river control a leaf that falls in the stream? How does the sky control fog that rolls in the water? We didn't do anything. We didn't have to. He's a firstborn, and that means it belongs to us. In fact, he was promised us before he was born. We kept him alive because we thought he might prove useful, and we were right. The river is patient. She does not need to hurry. She can take whatever belongs to her whenever she wants. Yeah, that's right. He belonged to us before he was born. He'll do whatever we tell him to. What's going on here? I don't know. They did something to Markel. They made him kill Jurno. Oh, and they ordered him to bring me here. Now we don't want much, child. Just your wedding wreath. Give it to us. The 2 of us you may leave. After all, we protected you from all kinds of calamities. We provide your village with food. Don't we deserve your respect and gratitude for our gifts? We begrudge us one thing we ask of you. Why do you need it? You've killed my husband, and I'm a widow now. Why do you even need my wedding wreath? You recall Jurno's words. The villagers cast away their wreaths. They promised their firstborns. Why would the hags want a widow to complete this ritual? There can only be one answer. Melissa doesn't know it yet, but she must be pregnant with her firstborn child. Whether a child, if you give them a wreath, you'll be giving away your child as well. What? She placed her hands on her belly protectively. She's no longer afraid. She stares. So that's what this is all about. This is why you dragged me here. You didn't want the wreath. You wanted what it represents. You killed the man I loved, and now I want to take my child too? So that means you're the reason I killed my brother-in-law. Thanks to me, the child will never know their father. And now I want to take the child. I won't let that happen. I won't allow it. Wait, what's going on? Are you trying to rebel against this boy? Don't forget, you belong to us for as long as you live. You cannot be rid of us, no matter how hard you try. We just have to say the word, and you'll be under our control. He grabs a stone from the floor and attacks. You hear a disgusting crunch as he smashes the rock against the hag's arm. The hag shrieks and lashes out, dealing him a powerful blow that causes him to fall unconscious. Let's kill them, sisters. No one leaves this place alive. Sword of Heaven, come to me. Make sure they don't give any tricks on us. They're gonna use a lot of ice magic. Yeah, they're using a lot of... Which doesn't matter because I've gotten so much protection.
Prepare yourself.
Haste.
The Inheritor, guide my...
Invisible. She'll show up soon enough, so for now, let's take out Loretta. A spellcaster using an attack of opportunity. How cute.
You're in my way.
Desna, guide my hand.
You had your chance.
Make your peace.
Wow, I couldn't cast True Sight. Did she cast on herself? No, she didn't. Time to get weird. My head. Melissa, you're right. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Get back to the village as soon as we can. This cursed cave makes me sick. Bring protection +4.
Something is not right here.
Thank you for saving us those monsters. I didn't think I was going to survive. Markel, I thought I'd lost him forever. Sister, forgive me. I have no excuse for my actions. They're not your fault. Those hags are controlling you. They never would have ensnared me if I hadn't been such an easy target. I really did not like Jurno. Well, I was against your marriage, and the hags used that to control me. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive you, but you're the only family I have. What are the two you're going to do next? I'll bury my husband in the ground, but then he'll still be my witness. I'll soon have my hands full, but not here. I don't want to see this river ever again. Did you tell the villagers? They know they've been worshipping the hags? I did, but they didn't believe me. They don't want to believe the truth. They say it must have been a nightmare, or Markel drank too much. They came with dozens of different explanations because the truth is just too terrible to bear. They keep practicing their rites. I wouldn't be surprised if another nasty creature comes to live in the next couple of years. I'm sure there's plenty of foul things that would prey on these villagers, except their sacrifices. I can't live among them. Are you, Markel, are you free from the influence? I am. The hags are dead, and I'm my own man now. Thank you. Unless I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you, I loved him so much. Thought we had a whole life ahead of us. I guess it's time to say farewell then. Yes, I pray to Aristel for you every day. Here, take this. It's an old family heirloom. I don't know how many generations it's been in our family, but I want you to have it. Take it as a sign of my gratitude. I hope it'll help you on your path to victory. Thank you for everything. Farewell. Hag's demise. This cloth grants an insight bonus on saving throws against hexes and necromancy. Lore Master robe. Determination. The Lore Master's robe.
Ugh, the waiting's never fun.
I never want to see the river again. I wish I could live in the desert. After everything I've done, I understand if she never wants to see me again. I'm glad she hasn't sent me away. New Crusade stuff has come up. Report. Thanks to Commander Spore, the Royal Council recovered from Spicurious and maintained control. As a show of gratitude to Messenger, the most valuable relic. Regiment decades been kept. Mysterious poison. Several soldiers are returned to the battlefield poison. The alchemists command their bodies have a unique poison. It must be extracted because the poison will be ruined after the person's death. The healers, however, are asking to give the chance to be saved. All generals gain the poison ability. Crowl. Soldiers. The healers are able to save the afflicted. We're glad for the commander's recovery. Bards. Alright, the cooldown's done. Strong. Needs someone. I'll have to go with Ember next. Block by reinforcements. An army is marching numbers to help Queen Godfrey's trapped, surrounded by demonic forces. Blockade of reinforcements. Marching to help was trapped. They're surrounded by demonic, so if they don't get help, they'll soon be dead. Should be an easy fight. Something else besides war. Normal world out there, a place where blood doesn't stain the ground. Slaughter. Do 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 do. The errand is complete. Do-do-do-do. The errand is complete. Or my days as trap. Oh, perfect. This is most of the units here. There we are. Or, despite his trickery, Orameza was once again defeated by the commander. The path to Dresden's clear. News of heroic battles on everyone's limited and the abyss. Reinforcements came from Canabres, ran to a demonic blockade that turned out to be bait. Once Cosmere heard the commander's return, he decided to settle old scores. His army cut off the commander's forces from Dresden, engaged Crusaders in decisive battle. Detachment Crusaders summoned by Canabres to aid the cause found themselves in great danger. Sila's plan worked, by hearing the words the commander's officers willingly turned on the instigators, restoring the obedience.
O light of the sword, Iomade, forgive me my sins, and do not leave me in the darkness. I am weak and undeserving of your grace, and still you grant it to me. And that means I still have something to hope for.
Helmsman. There you are, my treasure. I have the blue helmsman materialized. I've been looking all over for you. Are you still going to take a chance to sail with me? Be gone. So rude. Don't you want to claim the best treasure of the Midnight Isles so close now? I'm not selling in with you. Ah, I'm not ready yet? That's alright. I'll be patient one. I'll wait for you to reconsider. I'll wait, Murky Grotto. We're definitely gonna have to rest up here. Of course, paladins deserve respect. They're professional soldiers who have the support and endorsement of the gods, but your condescension towards others is tiresome. Excuse me, the condescension of paladins. Take a look in the mirror. Recently, Mr. Big Bad Assassin, have you heard the way you go on and on about reputation with a capital R? Greetings, tidings from Golden Wanderer. Bad ones, the town's besieged. They need help. Another message from the wolf? No, the shaman this time. His son has sent me a message by Raven. Who's besieging them? Demons, probably. Who else? The message is a little muddled on the details. Must have sent it in a panic, which is always a bad sign. We're going to go and run some aid. Spoken like a true war chief. Hold on, brothers and sisters, I'm coming. Called kin. There's no time limit for this, so I might want to hold off on that one because that one actually is going to be pretty up there. Regil. How are you doing with your squad, or without your squad or rank of Paralictor? It has given me little cause for emotion. I'm a competent leader, but for me, leadership was never an end in of itself. Any position that allows me to effectively achieve my goals will suffice. As your companion and subordinate, I'm no less capable of contributing to the fight against the world wound than I would be as an officer of a chapter. In that case, I won't say any more. Yeah, those still the goggles, the dreaded judge? The monocle. Let's see what the monocle does. Competence plus 15. Yeah, I kind of like these. Do I actually have more than Darren? I actually have more than Darren now. That is impressive. Technically, I should give the goggles to Darren and let him handle it, but you know, where's the fun in that? Art development in the art of war. I can now go past and do all these. The ways are now open. Yep, this pathway is now finally open. Yeah, I'll keep at least one or two behind to handle invasions, and otherwise I'm heading on up. Level 9, huh? I guess I'm just gonna have to wait for a number of days to pass. Let's skip a day just to finish. Let's finish all these. Rural Parade are up. Creatures are up. Belmia War up. I'm not doing those. Alright, time to see the next upgrade for diplomacy and military. I think monks were definitely the right call here. Just something that's immune to the poisons and stuff will make it a lot easier. Commander, although you were once again victorious in the last encounter with Comazda, I'm worried. We've been interrogating the prisoners and some interesting information came to light. It seems he intends to fundamentally alter his strategy and be on the defensive next fight. It's uncharacteristic of him. Indeed, it's uncharacteristic of demons generally. For the most part, they prefer a ruthless onslaught. Our enemy seeks to counter us with a robust formation, overwhelm us with ranged assaults, and grind our attacks to dust one way or another. Opposing demons who fight defensively is unknown territory, and we must prepare for it. I suggest we train our infantry in withstanding enemy shots to secure our way in a ranged duel. What's what this I'm hearing? Demons are afraid and want to fight defensive? Perfect, let them stand there while cavalry mows them down. The demons intend to fight in a disciplined manner. A plan destined for failure. We'll send our infantry out to meet them and see who blinks first and attacks. Once I've got a good grip on infantry's throats, we'll surround them with the entire enemy force and crash. So the demons decide to play with us. Well, they don't know who they're dealing with. Let's see. A few daring riders. I'll put the kibosh on his whole strategy, no matter how great of a general he is. We got a foul beast scared stiff, huh? They'd right to be scared, but it's not enough. An enemy that's dug in, caught in the defensive in an unfamiliar land. They're sitting ducks. We approach them from any direction. We pick them apart piece by piece. I defeated him once. I'll do it again. That's what I'm hoping for, but I would advise against underestimating our opponent. Kimura Heza is like an angry old wolf. Yes, he growls and grins like the others, but he's much smarter, more perceptive, and more experienced than the rest of his kind, and he learns. He's learned from his mistakes, and now he wants to radically reevaluate his tactics. If you think his normal behavior for a demon general, you're mistaken. He may well present us with some unpleasant surprises next we meet. I want to hear the advisor's opinions. Sela, what do you suggest? We don't even need a strategy. It works great for us if the demons want to stand there like statues and defend. Our cavalry is fast and deadly. Containing the enemy is all we need to do to turn this whole defensive tactic into we walked right into a trap and can't get out. So in essence, you're suggesting we place the burden of winning this battle solely on cavalry, which means the bulk of our losses will be valuable and least recoupable troops. It would be wiser to set the demons on the infantry. Hell Infinity. Brago, what's your proposition? I haven't the slightest doubt the demons will fail their own fundamental nature, and thus will not suddenly become disciplined army capable of restraint or execution of complex plans. We'll send the infantry out against the enemy. Close a stone's throw from their ranks. The demons' discipline will falter, and they'll be tempted by the bait-and-switch formation. Then we attack with everything we have and crush them. Kimura Mazda thinks he can play our own rules against us, and that'll be his fatal mistake. Greybor, what are you thinking? There's this old trick called a brat on a string. Imagine some guards standing watch. A snotty urchin walks up, calls him every name he knows, and throws a handful of ox manure. Then darts into an alleyway. Could you resist the temptation to chase him and grab him by the ear? No one resists. And in the alleyway, obviously, they find me with an axe in hand. I fulfilled a number of contracts by catching the victim's bodyguards with a brat on a string, which got me thinking, maybe it'd work in a bigger fight. A few riders prancing around on their steeds, shouting obscenities, every gesture begging, run after me, catch me, kill me. You think the demons will resist the urge? They'll forget every single order they were given and charge forward. If I may point it out, that tactic seems reckless. A battle plan shouldn't rely on the success of a few daredevils. Obrig, what do you have in mind? They've gone and sacrificed their own mobility. That's a gift for our infantry. We just need to act carefully. Keep our heads down, deal with rapid strikes from different directions, retreating before the demons even know what happened. We'll run them ragged, wear them down, bleed them dry. They'll not be able to muster a counterattack. I like that approach, but our infantry won't be able to sustain it. Every attack will see us losing fighters. You need cavalry for this kind of attack. Odin, what about your suggestion? The demons want to adapt a defensive stance. That's their business, but it's no reason to change our own. The battle will turn to a ranged duel. We move our infantry ahead as a tempting target. I'm certain our soldiers will do their duty with distinction. While they're launching a pointless volley into another shield wall, our sharpshooters will be felling them one by one. Trading our soldiers with their pawns? Vile. Alright, Sela. Contain the enemy ability. The next attack will reduce the target's speed to 0 for a round. The bait ability. In a 3x3 area, all units of 3x area will move towards this unit and attack for 1 round. This is a mind-altering effect. Greybor, your clever tactic put into motion. What does this do? Taunt. Units will try and move towards this unit. Ulbrich wearing them down. Contain the enemy. The next melee attack. Juicy target ability. All enemies will be able to attack only this unit for the next round. This is a mind-altering effect. They might resist that as the problem. So either infantry or cavalry will contain the enemy. Let's go with Ulbrich's plan. We all use the same idea to take down a whole group of giants. You're all going to stand there even less of a chance. Thank you for your time, Commander. I'll get to briefing the officers on a new strategy. Once the preparations are prepared, I'll be at your disposal again. Definitely got to do a lot of crusade managing here. Alright, now matters of diplomacy are upgrading, so let's skip a day for that. Strengthening diplomatic connections. The Two Blades. A renowned artisan has forged his enchanted weapons come to the commander bearing two gifts. One blade is old and rusty, the other radiates heavenly light and is sharp. The artisan is offering the commander the choice of which sword fits rusty sword. Shining sword. Perceive the true nature of the blades. Give to Nenio despite the artisan's protests. Provide swords made by Nenio. Okay, you know what? This is too interesting. Alright, let me grab a drink here. Sorry. My tool that allows me to look at chat without needing to minimize the game and therefore cause weird cutouts as often doesn't show me redemptions. You know, I'm gonna look up what this actually gives because I am genuinely tempted to give it to Nenio just to see what she does with them. Alright, Crusade mode is going to be essential here. Staff. Events. Alright, specifically events. Perceive the true nature of the blades is an angel-only path. Interesting. Given this is the angel path, I think it's most interesting, but okay. Apparently, if you give it to Nenio, she creates Brilliant Energy Magical Beast Bane Longsword. That is genuinely a pretty nice weapon and would be great in Kingmaker where we actually fight Magical Beast regularly. I'd be tempted to do that if there wasn't a clear angel option here. Perceive the true nature. The Crusader commander could clearly see the rusty sword been blessed by the gods and the artisan been trying to surpass it his whole life. After a conversation, the artisan realized it could not have competed with the craftsmen of old, instead learned from them and improved the creation. Using this knowledge, he restored and enhanced the old sword before presenting it to the commander. Wow, I've got a lot of Art of War upgrades. Alright, we got a lot of development now. Thankfully, my military has been overcapped for quite some time. It's mostly leadership I need to work on. Apologies, Commander, but an ambassador of a certain nation demands to see you, a nation we considered our ally until they came with that outrageous proposition we're about to discuss. A tall woman greets you. Isker greets you, Commander. My name is Karanor, my lord. As steward of Isker, bid me put myself at your disposal. Isker regards Mendev as a trusted and loyal ally, and our nation will not leave you in your hour of need. The war has brought chaos and anarchy to the lands. We stand ready to come to your aid. The Expeditionary Corps is ready to assume control of Narasan and larger cities to restore order. But to avoid diplomatic misunderstanding, we ask you to accept our help and allow us to cross the borders. Mendev is quite capable of dealing with these issues without external help. Commander, I ask you to send your own forces to the capital. Don't put the nation in the hands of foreigners. Saving Mendev benefits all of Avestan, so why is there only one country that helps us? We'll ask all of our neighbors for trusted servants who will resolve the crisis, and keep an eye on each other, preventing any temptation to exploit their lands and resources. He looks at the ambassador, a soft, knowing smile. I'm not particularly enamored with the idea of calling in outsiders to instill order in our country. Before I know it, I'll no longer be a count, and some disagreeable foreigner will be living in my estate. I imagine other nobles will relate these concerns, so why not ask them for help? Whatever coat of arms is on the banner or the people who bring order, it's all the same to me. If they can take care of the people, let them come and help. Patriots should have thought about that back when their country wasn't plummeting into oblivion. These sneaky weasels thought they could get their mitts on our turf while we're out here fighting this dump. Like hell they will. Once we're done with the war, we'll skin Mendev ourselves, thank you very much. And if those unwelcome helpers show their faces, say the word, Chief, and the people will give them the pitchfork. The common folk love Isker about as much as I love donating to charity. I'd like to hear from the ambassador. Ask. I can explain our strategy and provide an overview of the current situation and vouch for the honesty of our intentions. What made you think Mendev needs your help specifically? My nation has suffered through grueling goblin wars, and I saw what they did to Isker. Right now, Mendev is worse off than my homeland was. The recent upheaval in the capital is the first sign of insurrection. Soon it'll spark provinces. The city garrisons can't maintain order. The best people went to the front lines, and only the incompetent stayed behind. The populace is evading taxes and drafts, and future harvests are at risk. There will be famine, anarchy, and then Mendev will be no more. But we, Isker, we know the meaning of honor. Our nations have agreed to support each other, and I won't let Endoran and the rabble-rouser... You didn't let it rabble-rouser bring this friendship to ruin. We're willing to help. What do you gain from all this? I'm an officer, so I won't mince words. You're Avastan's shield, and if you fall, the burden of this war will be ours to bear. Furthermore, we as Gary believe the necessity of order and discipline. Mendev's collapse will lead to chaos. It will create a new river kingdoms that will spread like the plague, and therefore Mendev must endure, for the good of all of us that are united in our hence order. On what conditions you intend to assist us? A limited military contingent will take control of all major cities. Sabotage and corruption will be eliminated, and authority over respective territories will be given a network of military security forces subordinate to the headquarters of Iskarian and Nerison. Naturally, the headquarters will cooperate with the Royal Council and act solely based on its approval. Once Nerison's capable of keeping under control, we head home. No demands or indemands will follow. Why do you need my permission? We must follow the law. No matter how noble our intentions are, we have no right to interfere in matters of another country. We need to be invited or be considered an intervention. No one except you has the authority to do that. The political status is too questionable at the moment. Satisfy my curiosity. Let's see what the council has to say. Let's hope all members are aware the fate of Mendev is at stake. Yeah, I'm actually kind of with Konami on this. I might have considered this if I asked the River Kingdoms for help, we can ask all of them. But, so Seal, tell me about your idea. We invite one country to help and it'll try to subjugate Mendev. We invite all of them. Everyone will be watching with the others with jealousy, stopping them from taking actions they shouldn't. Avestan wants stability, and Mendev falls under the influence of any... If Mendev falls under the influence of any external power, that stability will be disrupted. No ruler will refuse to send their best representatives, otherwise they'll lose control. Together, those people bring Mendev back into shape, and after that, who knows, they might even give some advice to our generals, but most importantly, they won't allow each other to profit from misfortune. Or, and this is much more plausible, they ransack Mendev piece by piece 10 times faster. It's fascinating how swiftly sovereigns forget their differences when presented the opportunity to rob someone else. Darren, will the nobles be able to solve the nation's predicament without outside help? For all the things people say about my social class, we do have one quality. Any aristocracy has strong ties to its country. Family estates are our roots, and they run deep in the ground. Bloodlines are the shoots that grow from local history. So yes, nobility can solve this, for they possess not just experience, but the will. If you wish to bolster their fervor and win some loyalty, give them new lands here, on the territories reclaimed from demons. Then their ties to you will be as strong as they are to Mendev. So the main incentive for nobility will be to pride and the thought of keeping their lands? I'm not sure that's a solid enough footing. Lan, are you suggesting we allow Isker inside the borders? I believe them. Mendev's not much of a prize when there's a demon army hanging out at our doorstep. If they want to expand their territory, they could have found an easier and wealthier target, so I don't think they're lying. It'd be too costly for them if Mendev were to fall. So here they are, doing their duty as allies, and hey, we might meet a couple of brave warriors in the ranks of Isgari who will agree to join our war afterward. Nice going, Scales. Keep licking those boots. When those devils take over, they might make you a taskmaster instead of a common peon. Chief, come on now. Send these guys packing. We let them into Mendev, and they'll be barking orders the next day. Isker was formed by an expeditionary force, and it's always served one purpose and one only. The expansion of Chiliax. Do not delude yourself. For Isgari, Mendev will just be another seized region. And Woljif, why do you oppose them? Because I know their masters. Chiliax wants to get their grubby hands on Mendev and us, and Isker are the flunkies doing the dirty work. Chiliaxians are greedy. If something finds their way to their pockets, they're no getting it back. If we're not in the idea of marching the devil's tune in the near future, we better rile up the people. Mendevans love kicking tieflings around, don't they? Well, how about they work over some devils as well? I'm not surprised the thief and a sneak and a thief is against having a country brought back to order. It's easier to nab something with all the hubbub, huh, Woljif? Lady Konomi, what are you expecting? I'm not denying the fact Mendev is in the middle of a severe crisis. However, we must solve the problem on our own without interfering foreign powers. Nerison did all it could to help Dresden, and now it's time to reciprocate. I ask you to give the order to have newly formed detachments standing ready to march on Mendev's major cities instead. They'll put things back in order themselves and remind people the Crown's authority remains strong. I understand you have to hold out here without reinforcements until the disaster passes, but is this such the cost of our nation's salvation and independence? That's a fantastic idea. I'm sure our soldiers have plenty of time to put things in order before the demons arrive. I mean, be embarrassing if they came near us and said, all these riots, what a mess. Excellent advisors. The generals 10 bonus to power. Aaron put out a call. Recruitment growth for trainable units is increased by 15 for all the capturable region. Lands right, approve. Unlocks the Sister of the Golden Aranus mystical unit. Monks with high defense. Sisters of Golden Arrows are recruited. Jiff and call to arms the people poke the nose in. Mendevian Cavaliers are mercenary unit. Excellent cavalry that can pinpoint strikes are recruited at the headquarters. Recruiting trainable units is prohibited for 2 weeks. Recruitment growth for trainable units reduces to 0 for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks pass, all trainable units get the best sons of Mendev. Unit has a +1 bonus to combat morale. I actually do think I'm on Lady Konomi's side for once here. The commander has made themselves clear. The patriotism of Mendevian subjects is stronger than ever. We will deal with the problems ourselves, and I doubt any power in Avestan will want to question their decision. Lady Konomi bows to Reddit quietly. We'll soon know whether or not this decision was prudent. Will Mendev survive, or is it doomed to fall? Once the outcome becomes apparent, I'll report to you immediately. Commander, the scouts have brought troubling news. Kormaza has been spotted near Threshold, and he's gathering not an army, but a horde of likes we've never seen before. All these victories you had over him were an affront to the Abyss. The demons were most proud of, the one they revered, lost to some mortal, and the very thought enrages them. Now, those who call themselves the champions of the Abyss are converging under his banner, the most wicked, brutal, and dangerous demonic warriors. We're not facing another skirmish, but a decisive battle. It'll determine which one of you deserves the title of greatest military leader in this war. His eyes, despite his usual impassive demeanor, now gleam frantically, but Koramazda is not the only one with powerful allies. Your victories elevated your authority to such heights, even the best warriors would consider it an honor to fight alongside you in this battle. Why don't we send an official officer of military cooperation to Malthun? Their imperial army is strong and disciplined and could be of great use to us. Lastwall and Mendev have much in common. Lastwall, too, must hold the line against dark forces, and the Shining Crusaders are every bit as noble as the Mendevian ones. Maybe we could call them for our aid. I would suggest contacting the Astorium Lodge. It's a private and rather powerful Chilexian group of wizards in Cortland. Their members have combat experience and they're skilled spellcasters. I know how we can secure their support. After a brief second, Greybor puts on his and looks at us. If you want to get yourselves some intrepid allies and know a thing or two about killing monsters, ask the Dragon Slayers. Sure, we're not at war with dragons here, but if a monster is big, scaly, and breathes fire, what difference does it make? Shifters are rare. Or as a hen's teeth these days, but even so, they haven't died out in Galaran. I sent out dispatches of our all allies in the lands where the ancient ways have not yet been forgotten. I got an answer. They live. My brothers and sisters in faith. They carry out the power of wild beasts within them are alive. Call them and they will come. Who are the champions of the Abyss? A pack of most vicious and skillful slayers of mortals one could imagine. Many demons see Galaran as their hunting ground. They boast about how many mortals they've killed, how many raids they've been in, how many prisoners they've captured. The very idea of a bunch of Galarans defeating a renowned general is anathema to them. Koramazda has summoned them to his retaliatory source. They all serve different demon lords and have different goals and rarely see eye to eye. They only have 2 things in common. They're all excellent, fearsome fighters, and they're all eager to teach mortals a lesson in obedience. Why can't we accept help from all who offer it? These warriors and armies take pride in their stature and invincibility. To be the ones who aided the legendary commander will bring esteem, but just one of many will bring humiliation. And alas, they're not driven by the desire to save Galaran, but ambition and faith in you, and by their own pride. Let's hear what the opinions of my advisors. Sela, tell me about Lastwall. They live in constant anticipation of being attacked because their neighbor is Verlik, the resting place and prison of the Whispering Tyrant himself. Lastwall has become a bastion of purity and the ideals of Iyomide. The whole country is prepared to mobilize at any moment and begin a new shining crusade. I doubt they'll send us the troops who are guarding the border, but many high-ranking and pious clerics would answer our call. Lastwall doesn't need their best help at the very moment, but the evil north must be contained. I've been to the cathedral at Sancta Iyomidea, the capital of Lastwall, and I've spoken to its priestess, Second Sword Knight Vados. I'm sure she and her fellows will answer our call. Regil, tell me about the Esoterium Lodge. They're based on a Coritan in southeastern Chiliax. The organization strictly follows the ideology of hell and primarily consists of former and active officers in the Chilexian Navy. Given that Corridon is simultaneously a key trading point and military foothold against Garon's invasion, the Lodge possesses substantial resources and does not shy away from military action. I am aware that Esoterium has been amassing their forces lately, seeking out talented spellcasters and training them in military and magic arts. We could convince them to use this might in our war. My brothers in the Order of Chain hold some sway and could serve as brokers in our negotiation. I've heard some dark rumors about the Lodge. Those are the sinister allies, and I think twice before inviting them to the crusade. Greybor, did I miss something, or are we now fighting dragons? No, but the monsters that oppose us are just as mighty and immense. Why not make use of it? Dragon Slayers are a unique class of killer, given their enemies are unbelievably powerful and every hunt could become their last. They can be quite conceited and won't enter just anyone's service, but our fame will certainly impress them. Dragon Slayers know how to handle a massive, deadly opponent, and I bet ours won't be ready for what they have in store. Dragon Slayers do live every day like it's our last. I've encountered them myself, and I can say with confidence every one of them is a daredevil, unable to envision life without risk. The Crusade can find more worthy allies. Ulbrich, tell me about your fellow shifters. The shifters are akin to druids, only our art is much more ancient. It's not just older than spells and runes, it might even be older than speech itself. Galaran's forgotten the primordial mystery of talons and fangs, but there are some who remember. In the depths of Viridian Forest, on the frozen peaks of the realm of the Mammoth Lords, amidst the hills of Holdebresden, there are not Sarkorians, no, but they are the children of the nature, as am I. Yeah, and their hatred of the Oglyth has turned to a flourishing land and into the world wound. In other words, a crowd of disorganized barbarians from every corner of Avestan. What good would it do to bring a horde of unwashed savages down upon us all? How will Mothuni warriors help us, Captain? Over the years, Mothun has spent expanding its borders. Their armies gained a respectable amount of combat experience. Since the ambitions of the young state had to be backed with serious military power, they formed a national army, and most made up members of their underclass, immigrants, and even wild races like hobgoblins and nagas. To make such a motley horde into a real army, their officers created a system of absolute uniformity regarding equipment, tactics, and training. They enforced the iron discipline, fearlessness, and complete subordination to commanding officers. Mothun is greedy and ambitious. Before you know it, they'll see themselves not as allies, but friendly interventionists who have stronger claim to the lands they've reclaimed from the demons than Mendev, and we'll have ourselves another war. Main Hall Champion provides weekly recruitment of Knights of Ozem, cavalry that are extremely effective against undead, capable of resurrecting the dead. All hardened veterans get promoted to Knights of Ozem. Wow, they're pretty good, actually. Let's see here. The Asterium Lodge. Arcanists. I imagine the reason for that is mostly for the spells they offer. The Dragon Slayers Guild. That's another ranged unit if I wanted some more of those. Might not be a bad idea, honestly. Shifters. Stats are pretty high, though. They even have good touch AC, so even Huns aren't going to be as good. Honor Guards. Long Spear. Yeah, I'm leaning towards either Last Wall or the Shifters. Maybe the Dragon's generous gifts to Dragon Slayers to summon the Shifters. Alright, Last Wall's aid. Great, I'll get the chance to replay our brethren and help them in the war someday. We could certainly use no more allies, and the most gruesome battle in history of the Crusades awaits us. Either we'll prevail, or fall defending Galaran to the last. Commander, I have a request, though this isn't the time to make it. When you have a spare minute, please come find me. I'd like to discuss something very important, something personal. I'd be grateful if we could talk outside the Champion of the Abyss. Luckily, he's right outside the Citadel, so I can ask him right away. The Monarch Deva slipping. I'm amazed at what you've accomplished, Captain Odin. Commander, now that the troops are in excellent shape and ready for action, I request to be sent to the front lines as a field officer. But why do you want that? I've been preparing this for decades. My duty as a fallen comrade forbids me from hiding behind others. I'm tired of living under the weight of my sins. Perhaps in battle I can free myself of the burden. Are you sure you can handle going back to the front lines? All 200 of my dead brothers and sisters are waiting for me on duty. I will not stumble. Adds leadership, logistics, diplomacy. Honestly, I kind of want this one just because I've been having trouble with leadership points in particular. But he becomes a general to... Okay, so that's why he has a portrait, because I can choose to make him into a general. I don't know what kind of general he is, though. Let's see. Or does it tell me? No, it doesn't. I can just check General Odan here. Let's see here. Dresden Citadel. Alright, my big reward is if I use him, I can get a headband and mental perception +6. But also, I kind of want the raw stats he offers. His face stiffens, but his voice does not betray the emotions gripping him. As you will, Commander. I'll hope my knowledge will be useful, not only in the army, but other areas as well. It's a difficult choice, but as fitting as it would be to have him show him down when I really need the stats. Banner of victories. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Zenthier's experiments. It has a bad idea written all over it. Alright, where's the invasion coming? Oh, pursue. I should have let them flee. Oh well. We can get some nice experience going here. Just fireball. Barely doing any damage here. Alright, good. I get everyone back now. Yeah, the paladins are a lot more fragile than I was expecting, I'm not gonna lie. Manage Dresden. I guess I've got some new things to build, so let's do that. Wow, 4 for the main hall of champions. Sheesh. We should be able to recruit those as soon as I finish that. Wow, that takes up so much room. Studying the unusual crystal. The crystal the commander came upon holds many mysteries. Experts in the field of magic may be able to shed light on it. The experts were baffled by the incredible power. They established that the crystal was of artificial origin and had been created for the impact of unknown magic against the blood of a demon lord. The researchers assume it's capable of forming connections with other such crystals. It's possible under certain circumstances several could merge to a single new one that would be even stronger. However, last statement is nothing more than bold conjecture. And my morale is tanking. Gesture looks the same as before. As you after you interfered, Blind was a Woodshaper became a new chief of the Wintersun clan. So it's true, the commanders returned from the dead. We've also heard all sort of matters rumors, but we didn't know what to believe, so I came here to be sure if it's true and not trick of demons. What's the news from Wintersun? I thought time would heal, but it's not been easy. People gradually returned to their lives, but the mere sight of their homeland brought back memories of the atrocities. That's why when demons returned, we didn't fight the way we should have. The surrounding woods seemed to take mercy on us and animals. They tirelessly fought the demon invaders. We only survived because of them. What will you do now? We'll have to search in better life. The place we call home all these centuries no longer accepts us. There's too many ghosts, too many memories. I don't know where we'll go, but I pray the spirits will accept us. Farewell, then. I'm seeing a lot of swarm mythic paths. I'm guessing it's just another attack, everyone. Scenery Master. Ah, Commander, good day to you and all that. I'm Tanner from the Next Door Theater. Remember me? Here's the score. We finished rehearsing, ready to stage the world premiere. Grandma sent me to invite you. Ready to get started. Will you come? Alright, let's leave now. Something tells me this is going to be very questionable. Let me grab something here then. Next day has come that every participant in the crusade has bated breath. Today, we, the Next Door Theater, finally present to you our newest production. Theater! Ember laughs melodically and claps her hands. Greywork casts a long, thoughtful look. The elf's joy is reflected with the dwarf's stern face as a stern face. Haste by a slice. The massive prop catapult behind the grandma creaks and somewhat ominously in time with her words. At least you hope it's a prop. Today, we return the recent past. The one whose first victory is won by the commander. Our show is dedicated to the grandiose, incredible, mind-blowing, exciting, grand scale, and legendary events many of you witnessed firsthand. I feel humbled and honored to catch my own speech. She branches her ladle with enthusiasm and accidentally touches, but lightly, the catapult's levers. Two gnome actors in a cloak. You hear a theatrically loud whisper from the next actors. Does anyone remember what we used to lure the catapult? I have a better question. What did the projectile hit? I see something that resembles a plume of smoke in a place similar to where we left the crates our props are in. I put my cherry pie in the catapult bucket. I had to have a secret snack during performance, and now it flew away with a loud sob. Stop panicking. The show must go on even if we're left without our costumes and props. Something does not go going bad. Improvise. Nothing more than a few fireworks over a premiere. Robert for the premiere. In our year 4715th, the area near Dresden, a figure appears in the army awaiting orders. The leader, Knight Commander Isel. Two gnome actors in a cloak. Finally, our day has come. Hurry, stop moving. I'm gonna fall. Doesn't take too long to recognize the awkward figure of Ruddle-Dum the gnome standing on the shoulders of his brother Harfont. No effort to be discreet. You won't fall. Voice comes from the middle of the torso. I've covered my shoulder pads with strong magic glue. Your boots will be securely attached. Go on with your speech. Or we'll never be caught the exciting part. Mine. You're what? Brother, you're supposed to change places. How can I climb over your shoulders now? No problem. You take off your boots, I'll take off my shoulder pads. Only, well, I can't take off my boots. My laces keep coming untied, so I fix them with the same glue. You know what? Just careful. Now you'll need an hacksaw in about an hour to get these off me in the middle of the show. I've only learned half the lines. Do. You can play your parts also if you place everyone with the commander, and by the commander, of course, I mean me, is a gifted ventriloquist. No one will be surprised when the voice comes from the belly. Right, but according to the script, it's time for the actors to inspire the army. So what? Why do you think the commander who's also a ventriloquist can't inspire the army? On the contrary, it's an advantage. There are many ordinary commanders, so there's only one, hardly any ventriloquists among them. My fellow crusaders, I tell you this, not the stomach commander. I was ready to think of the real commander. Look at your eyes, brother. I hope you're looking at them and stay on the script. I look in your eyes, right? I have no secrets from you. I speak not from my mind, my heart. Damn, the speech is not appropriate to the current situation. No matter, let's kick some demon ass. And then, with her army inspired, the commander explained the details of the grand strategic plan. As we all know, the commander planned to disperse the army's legions by charging them on the back of a huge formidable mountain goat. Huge miniature mountain goat of rare pony-like breed. Kia, the actress. Are we sure Pretzel's up to the task? I haven't been in any rehearsals, but he doesn't look like he's ready to ride down demonic legions. Not to worry, our esteemed sound master will lure Pretzel with a carrot. Our pony can move as fast as a hurricane for a carrot. He would charge a Balor if the Balor were foolish enough to stand between Pretzel and a carrot. It seems to me something's gone wrong. You know how many ponies I had to audition for this role? The entire herd. This was the only one that was any good. He did this trick perfectly during her rehearsals. I don't know why he's digging his heels now. Oh, Pretzel, you've let me down. And now that all of you witnessed the spectacular, dramatic, and impressive culmination of the play, let's return to reality. Welcome the person who gathered here, the Commander. This is one of our earliest adventures, after all. The next door play. So what do you, Commander? Did you like our show? Well, I can have quite a bit of fun with that. Of course, sure. Believe it or not, Commander, but every true comedian knows their calling is to provoke laughter and smiles, not necessarily on stage. And it needs to be a successful, professional, and perfectly organized performance. Sometimes our art exceeds the limitation of stage. And now, unfortunately, the time's come to say goodbye. We were with you almost from the first day, but now the show's over. And Next Door Theater has other places to go and other plays to perform. Once again, I've gone way longer than I needed to, so I'm gonna have to call it after this. I need to dump my items, and that's all. Show me what you have. Or rather, I'll show you what I've got, because I'm selling a bunch of junk. Anyone need upgrades? Yeah, she does. Absolutely, she does. He does as well. Medium armor, chainmail, medium light armor. It's 5. Greater electricity resistance. Grants the wearer resistance to electricity 30. Might be better for him, actually, if we're honest. DR. Should be fine. Annual of gainful exercise. The strength score. Needs an upgrade. Rolls, he could probably use a better one there. Let's see. Dramatic. Oh. Gets an upgrade too. Got the upgrade. Yeah, looks like we're all in good shape for the moment. Alright, yeah, Holy Elder Longsword. That's gonna be good for her. Crushing Burden, Wrecking Devil. Vicious, Hooked Hammer. Vicious. Weapon strikes opponent, creates a disruptive energy that resonates. The energy deals an extra to the opponent and damage the wielder. Yeah, I think I'd rather have Wrecking Devil then. It's not nearly as strong, but it doesn't damage the wielder. Plus, it's kind of his personal weapon after all that. So it'd be a shame not to use it. Where someone's any good outsider, he'll attack the wearer and its elder. Against all fear effects. Equation made. See if we missed anything else going to the theater project. Yeah, we did. Dorley, a stranglehold. She looks at you with an undisguised awe. Well, I'll be. You really did pull back from the abyss itself. Commander, you amaze me. You're doing miracles now. Making pull logistics out of the abyss while you're at it. In your absence, that's exactly where it's all gone, all the way to the bottom. We're shortage of quite literally everything. Don't take this as sedition, Commander, but I'll give it to you straight. Right now, there's no way of acquiring anything legally. Her Majesty squeezed out all she could and out of Mendev to march on Iz, and we've been left with a bunch of measly crumbs. Fortunately, I still have some of my old connections in Mendev. The nation's been in chaos for the last few months. Without the Queen watching over them, everyone's been taking anything not nailed down, but I know how to make sure we get something out of all this, just a bit here and there. This is it. This is my time to shine. I got clever schemes, and I've got cooking it up all this time, and now I'm gonna put it to action. Oh, we'll hit it big. You give me the go-ahead. Has everyone in Mendev truly resorted to stealing? I just can't believe it, but we have no choice. You know, wars claim many lives. Deserted villages, abandoned houses, matters of noble lineages have been cut short. If they don't belong to anyone now, maybe we could just take them? I don't like this. This isn't time to be squeamish, but joining the plundering, that's too low. If we can avoid it, we can sell our spoils on the black market instead of stealing. Let's consider options in detail. Woljif, what's a scheme of yours? Alright, so we issue war bonds with mind-blowing interest. 300%, 400, whatever. But we don't release them to be traded publicly. Instead, we hold a sale, selling everything we have left the warehouses. Don't worry, we don't have to give away nothing, because we're going to be selling it all to ourselves, using fake papers and frontmen, paying with these war bonds we got. We repeat the process. A pyramid scheme, huh? Right, I can see everyone's already confused. Let me draw a diagram. Oh, you can just trust me. Sure, we'll make a killing. Why are you all looking at me like that? Why did I have to lay it down? This sounds like evil sorcery, except with finances instead of spells. Are you sure the scheme won't ruin us? Or worse, some sort of kind of bond, summon some kind of bond demon to teach us a lesson. Arushale, what are you suggesting? We could take abandoned property the looters haven't gotten to yet. Unfortunately, well, it's fortunate for us. Well, regardless, I know that there's a lot of it in Mendev right now. If we take it for the good crusade, that's not looting then, would it? Of course it wouldn't. You just need to convince yourself real hard. Congrats, Arushale. Your path of ascension's complete. One of the most upstanding mortals can dupe everyone, including themselves, with such only the most upstanding mortals can dupe everyone, including themselves, with such finesse. Lan, what's your advice? Times are tough and we can't afford to stay squeaky clean, but my conscience won't let me just ransack a nation in its hour of need. We have a few things lying around, right? Let's not go further than using the service of the black market. We can get what we need in exchange for what we have here. I respect you trying to keep your hands clean in a hopeless situation, but that's the thing. Both our warehouses and coffers are empty. What are we going to trade when we run out? Durglinda, what do you think? Our goal is not to be too brazen, but we shouldn't miss out either. I've got connections all over Mendev. Army pals, drinking partners, long overdue debtors. Each one will get us a cart, a barrel, a chest. It'll be an improvement on what we have, at least. The treasury won't notice because we won't take enough of a fuss. Just weight discrepancy here. Cargo must have dried out on our fallen off transit here. Crusader morale. We'll take no part. Lend a free reign, provide everything can. Corruption decree. Finance points, materials for 16 days. Land will do what you say. Unlock selling excess. And distribution of trophies. Acquiring unclaimed property. Woljif, go to the pyramid scheme. Tricky steel. 10% available. Maximum 10,000. We'll go with Arushale's plan. Thank you. It doesn't belong to anybody after all, so we won't be doing any harm, right? I can't stress this enough. We're in a real bind here. We're doing everything we can to resolve it, but I doubt this council will need to... I have no doubt we'll need to reconvene again very shortly. Our coffers are bottoming out. Soldiers need to be paid. Well, not just that. They have to be supplied. It's a good thing we have heaven and some devas from heaven helping us, because they don't need supplies. They bring their own. And warriors. Alien Giants. Crusader morale's been boosted. Idle. Many recruits are eager to serve on the command of a legendary reconnaissance officer who also eggs them on into accepting death-defying missions. A dozen soldiers lost their lives during his approval. Others are often commanded forgive him forbidden Aegon. Prudent feat. Unaffected by flanking. Encourage the officer's behavior. Main barracks became vulnerable. The recruitment growth is huge. Unavailable because you didn't use Path of Legends. Send the officer to look for recruits in Mendev. Famous recruiters decree. Prudent. All units gain prudent. That's going to be quite nice. I think that's quite nice, actually. Unaffected by flanking. Recruits and weaker soldiers cannot handle deadly trials. Upon accepting the truth and giving up the idea of serving the officer's unit, the troops become more cautious in battle, which has reduced overall losses. Acquiring unclaimed property. It's a repeatable decree. We're gonna take on a demon army to try and prevent our morale from dropping like a rock. Thankfully, we should be more than strong enough. The Devas are ridiculously strong too, so if I can get a big stack of them, that's gonna be quite nice. Oh, nice. That was 3 taken out. Ugh. Yeah, the cultist mages are basically no threat when they're in melee, which is good for me. And now they're too low to even damage, I'd wager. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. Malicious mages used to live here, all kinds of outcasts, practitioners of forbidden magic, and scoundrels who knew no fear of gods and were eager to sacrifice their souls for power. Now they're all dead, and with utmost care, the soldiers examine their trophies. Magic labs, storage of artifacts, and occult libraries. Warriors. Let's add these Devas to the main army then. There. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't get any more recruitments because we're stabilizing it. Demon army might be a little much to handle. This might actually cause casualties. Take out as many of the mages as we can. Should be a kill. Yep, there we are. Alright, now they're gonna be stuck with the melee units, so they won't be able to fight here. Alright, good, that enemy's down. Yeah, the shield defenders can take it. Burning liquid. Luckily, we've got our morale pretty high. Yeah, these defenders actually take quite a beating. Barely lost anyone. Knights of Awesome. The army's now here. Time to fight them. Yeah, once again, I'm losing track of time. I should have already ended the stream a bit ago. Alright, so yeah, after this fight, I will have to, in fact, save and end. Alright, well that was easy. Yeah, the demons seem a lot tougher in the general sense compared to last time. It's a bit of a pain. Easy enough. Investigating the stolen souls. Seal reports Crusaders are investigating the stolen souls awaiting in Dresden. Ellen of the Hound Arts. Ellen looks calm but determined. Seela and you unravel the demon's plot, protected Ellen's bride, and saved him from despair. Commander, I'm glad to see you've returned from the Abyss. Alright, here's the deal. While we were in the Abyss, these folks discovered where the souls are being kept. The ones stolen by demons. Well, I wouldn't say we discovered it. I may be a cleric, but there's limits to my power, especially here in the World Wound. However, we do know the general locations. When I was looking for the souls, I had a vision. I saw a rock look like a gravestone. Underneath it, entrance to a cave. I know that rock is in the outskirts of Winged Wood. It's not difficult to recognize the ancient forest. It's been burning for decades in an unquenchable fire started by the demons. I'm certain that this is where the souls are being held, but I don't know what awaits beneath that beneath that rock. Ellen and I have decided to go there, find the souls, and rough up any demon or cultist that gets in our way, but we'd love to have your help. You don't have any idea what's in the cave? No, we don't, but we can guess. Do you remember that, or rather who started all this? The esteemed jeweler and his damn trinkets. We did some digging on him, and we believe he's one of Baphomet's cultists. Think about their methods, their magic, and their ability to infiltrate society and strike least expected. Sounds like our jeweler friend. If we're right, we think the location may be a hideout. It makes sense he would have break the stolen souls to a location in the World Wound. What happens to bodies? We're going to move them to Canabras when the Queen... We're going to move them to Canabras when the Queen evacuated, but we couldn't. It was too dangerous. The clerics need to focus all their efforts on sustaining the lives and health of the victims. And there were armies of demons roaming the roads, so we stayed in Dresden. Ellen's brave friends protected the bodies, and they defended the infirmary in your absence. Many of them were grievously wounded, but they succeeded their task. I'll help you. I'll leave at once. I'll scout the area, keep watching the cave and surroundings. I'll share my findings when you arrive. My heartfelt thanks, Commander. And I'll return to my duties as a cleric. I do so in Dresden. Oh, and I'm just itching to give my blade a taste of those soul-stealing cultists. But the most important thing is we save the victims. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Thank you, Isel. I just want you to know I appreciate your help. I know these are our enemies, cultists are our enemies anyway, but I'm glad you're not ignoring the plight of ordinary people, like the ones who robbed their souls. Jana Eldori. Jana, the ill-fated deserter from Eagle Watch. She looks different last time. She's calm and collected. Those faces a little pale. You notice a scar on her right temple. Jagged and fresh. Jana, you're here. Yeah, I'm here. Seela, how could you be smiling at someone who failed you? I thought you'd never want to see me again. I mean, I'll definitely give you a piece of my mind once we're in private, but I'm really glad you're okay. Well, let me tell you why I'm here. I have business with you, or rather a request. Commander, I know about the stolen souls and I want to help search for them. I've come to ask if you'll let me join. Please, give me another chance. We'll discuss that in a moment. First, I want to know how you end up in Dresden. There's not much to tell. As I'm sure you remember, you chose not to punish me. You allowed me to go free, so I went to Canabras. I figured I'd forget about the Crusades, have a fresh start, but it didn't work out. I heard news you and Seela, you descended the abyss, and while I couldn't stop thinking about everything I left behind, as soon as I caught wind of your return, I hightailed to Dresden as fast as I could. When I got here, I couldn't find the courage to approach you, so I waited outside the citadel until I saw Ilan and Seela. I knew you must be planning something together, so I realized this is my chance to make amends. I might never get another opportunity to prove myself, so I came to see you. That's why I came here. Why do you want to join us? I can't sit by and do nothing. This entire story began with us, with our Liga inspiring cart. I got cold feet and I abandoned you. Then you saved me in the Molten Scar. If I don't help you now, I feel like I've been written out of my own life story. How can I trust you? Last time I fought demons together, you ran away. You deserted your unit? People can change. All I have is my word. Very well, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go and help when we meet there. Really? I won't let you down. We're not just having a cart full of booze saving a cart full of booze this time. This is much more important. That just means we have to succeed. Failure is not an option. Lady Konomi's Bryce's bring me satisfaction. Commander, our big wonderful news. We're getting reports all over Mendev. The political crisis has been resolved. The military detachments you sent have restored order and suppressed riots. The country's impressed how you managed to hold the demons back without reinforcements. I believe it's fair to say at this moment, Commander, your word carries the greatest weight in Mendev politics. You can use this influence to accomplish something monumental. For example, organize a total military mobilization. What will you do with your newfound power? We need to remind the Mendevans the gods care for us. They gave us the strength and wisdom to save the kingdom. Let the people go to temples, praise them, make donations, and pray. In dark times, we need faith we can muster. In many lands, temples collect tithes. I've got a fresh new idea. Why don't we turn this around and tax the temples? We call it tax of the righteous. The tax of the righteous. And tell them the more pious the temple and congregation, the more coin collected. We'll have to see what wins, faith or greed. Someone must take care of Mendev. The old mayor won't survive another riot like that. Maybe we should hold elections for members of a royal council. Finally, let those worthy run the country, no matter their social class or wealth. Equal rights for tieflings. It's time to stop the oppression of our people by Mendevian society. Tales are no reason for persecution. Let's hear the council's thoughts. As you wish, Commander. Your advisors have proven diplomatic and political acumen. Social, Mendevians have honored the gods before, haven't they? Was that not enough? It was enough, which is why the gods did not let Mendev fall. But when adversity passes, people will breathe a sigh of relief and they leave temples. That's just how it goes. However, even though the crisis in Mendev is behind us, the war rages on. We need to remind everyone the most terrible evil hasn't yet been defeated, and unite them around spiritual power instead of the worldly authorities before. Are you sure there's no one else in Mendev more in need of respect than the gods? No one at all? Or the gods, like the most downtrodden bunch, that why you worry about them so much? Darren, is this really a time for new taxes? Temple taxes, no less. Normally, you could never get away with something like that, but now the end of the crusade is in sight. No one wants to defy you. We kill two birds with one stone. Secure a new source of funding, and a grand old time watching the priests torn between the urge to appear holier than everyone else and desire to pay less. You're like a child. For the sake of a joke you find humorous, you advise the commander to go against faith, the only solace people have in this ravaged land. No matter how much money we get from Mendev, we have to spend on personal guards, the crowd will promptly hang us. And the tallest branch will go to Count Aronde for recognition for his irrefutable wisdom. Lan, what was that about election? Right now, Mendev is in smoldering ruin in the realm of devastation, whose only riches are patriotism and corpses. We need to save it before it's too late, and we could start with those in charge. We've had enough haughty bureaucrats lining their pockets, nobles believing themselves superior to others because of their lineage. It'd be nice if the royal council composed of people who deserve it, with no regards of family trees, connection, or purse size. The Mongols chose the smartest, bravest, and most experienced among them as their chief. Maybe the Uplanders could learn this trick, or are they too civilized for it? Is this a good time for reforms of such magnitude? There hasn't been enough disturbance in Mendev already. Woljif, explain the tieflings and their rights. We know about the rampant oppression of tieflings in Mendev. It's like we're the demons here. We get no freedom, respect, only humiliation, wallops. Gotta lock horns with the horned ones, am I right? What about rights? Oh, we got those. The right to pay taxes and serve in the army. Is that fair? No. Should we feel ashamed? Hell yes. If folks treat us nicely, you'd think we wouldn't show our gratitude? We're not just thieves, you know. We're merchants, guards, lawyers. If Mendev followed their conscience, you think the tieflings wouldn't repay you? Well, we would repay. There, I said it. Someone, please tell them the tieflings already have the rights of Mendevian subjects. Or don't. It's funnier this way. Now, don't you go making a sucker out of me, alright? You think we don't understand it's one thing to have those on paper and that anyone can write their bottom with it, but have them for real? That's a whole different story. I would guess the people have no love for you and your thiefling pals, not because of your race, because you're thieves and crooks the bone. But don't mind me, who am I to talk? Just one half-horned, half-lizard who doesn't know what it's like to be judged on your ancestry. Hey, Konomi, is there anyone left in Mendev who even can be mobilized? There is, rest assured. If everyone was here already, Mendev would have died of famine. But I'm not just talking people, there's horses commandeered, tools to be reforged, apothecary stocks, services provided here. Many can serve in the army, not necessarily by enlisting. We took their sons and daughters, took their gold, bread, and now we're taking their horses. I think we should also take their sticks and rocks, so they'll beat us to death with them soon enough. Ready to make my decision. Glorification of the gods. Decree. All generals learn the Judgment Day spell. Divine. Deals 6 damage to all enemy units. This is oh, wow. Basically, all generals get to immediately judge all enemy units. Okay, that seems rather useful. Tax of the righteous. reduced by building. Woljif. Tiefling's rights. Recruitment growth for mythic units increases. Energy points increase. Mobilization. Cost recruiting training units. Practically, I think Soul Steel's the best one, but reality is... yeah, well, he has a point that a lot of people for the Tieflings only really do that for the because they're stuck with no other option. He even himself says they had to band together as a family as thieves because they didn't have anywhere else to go. I'm gonna do elections of the Royal Council. As nice as that would be, I do think as a point that complete overhaul is something we need to speak with the Queen about. Yeah, I'm going with Woljif here. For practical reasons. All hail the chief. Our brethren will never forget this. You'll see. Those lots of decent tieflings in Avestan who've been victimized because of our heritage. Once they hear the folks stop treating us like dirt, the place will be packed with them. Then we're gonna see who will spit on who. When we first met, I allowed my eyes to deceive me. I failed to discern within you an outstanding politician. You know nothing of diplomacy. You were unaware of the power structure of Nusin and beyond, but you were driven by your uncanny intuition. With it, you've saved Mendev and strengthened our ties with foreign allies. You have my respect. I wasn't a diplomat before the war, and I haven't become one now, but I think I'm beginning to understand politicians and their actions better. I'm convinced the key is never forsake your conscience. I don't think we have. I must admit, these council meetings weren't the worst moment of my life. They were almost entertaining. It seems you have the ability to make everything more interesting, be it raging war, hosting ambassadors, and I, like a true son of Mendev, took part in deciding its fate. We'll see if posterity will curse us or sing our praises. I can't imagine ever becoming a proper diplomat. All these political skullduggery make my hand reach for my bow. Oh, I was this close to going down history as Lan the shooting ambassador, but I'm impressed with how slick you're dealing with the intrigues and weaving a web of your own. Looks like politics isn't such a big deal after all. Just like the gangs on the streets apart from cussing. Maybe I should be a diplomat after the war. It's been an honor and pleasure to serve you, Commander. However, I think you'll need to heed my counsel from here on out. Mendev stands strong, our allies loyal and reliable. The diplomatic council served its purpose. You do not need it any longer. Alright, so I maxed out diplomacy. Alright, we're definitely calling it now. Because, wow, it's really late. As per usual. Yeah, I've had myself a good time, I'd say. We've managed to get some more requests done. And to trust our friends, and our trust in our friends has been rewarded. We've got a lot we need to do, though. Not only do we have more allies we need to finish the story of, we have a lot more research and stuff to do regarding our regarding the Crusades. We have a lot to figure out with our Rulu's research. We have a lot to do here, so that's gonna be all, though. Next week I'll be doing this again, and then after that I'll be taking a break, as mentioned. So until next time, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.